America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
And we're doing it on Getter
Every single day. So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community. Good evening, America, and welcome to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report, breaking down the big, beautiful bill, or as it's now called in Washington, the BBB. All brought to you in partnership with our good friends at the Association for Mature American Citizens, or better known as AMAC. All throughout tonight's show, we're going to be taking a deep dive into President Trump's signature legislative bill, exploring whether it can deliver on economic growth, rein in federal spending, deal with health care costs, and address concerns about the national debt. President Trump's legislative push is being put to the test, but according to the White House, this bill could set America on a path to prosperity. We'll also examine the opposition to some things in the bill from Republicans in the Senate and the potential for compromise with the incredible lineup of guests we have for you tonight, starting with President Trump's director for the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett. He's going to kick things off. He'll break down the big, beautiful bill and give you some surprising new numbers on what it's going to do to the economy. We also have Senator Ron Johnson from the great state of Wisconsin, a leading voice in the Senate, Republican opposition to the bill. Why? He wants more cuts in spending. We'll see what he can get done on that. Congressman Burgess Owens will be here to discuss why he voted to pass the bill out of the House. And then Phil Kerpen will be here, the president of the American Commitment, to discuss the bill's regulatory reforms and the controversial SALT, the state and local tax deductions, along with the bill's impact on federal health spending. And finally, we'll end tonight with a great conversation with our good friend Andy Mangione. He's AMAC's Action Senior Vice President, basically the field general for the grassroots. He's going to be here to talk about Medicare reform and the great things happening with Social Security. We'll cover all that. But before I get started and all that great lineup, I want to bring in my amazing co-host for the evening. He's AMAC's Senior Vice President, Charles Stuckman. Charles, great to have you on the show.
Thank you, John. It's great to be here. And what an important conversation we're having tonight. At AMAC, we represent over 2 million conservative Americans, people who believe in personal responsibility, smaller government, and protecting the future for their children and their grandchildren. So they're not just interested in political theater anymore. They want results, and they've been waiting a long time for Washington to take bold action. So tonight's discussion around President Trump's budget bill isn't just about dollars and cents. It's about restoring sanity to the way that we govern. It's about stopping endless cycles of reckless spending, reining in the federal bureaucracy, and finally putting working Americans first, especially our seniors who feel the pressure of rising costs more than anyone else. So happy to be here. Looking forward to the conversation, John.
Yeah, I am too. It's going to be great. And AMAC is on the front lines helping to get this bill over the finish line. You've unleashed a big army. I know we're going to talk about that later in the show, but the patriots of AMAC are in action, aren't they?
Absolutely. They take this very seriously. They're looking for multiple reform levels on spending, healthcare, PBMs, drug pricing, foreign investment. We have a wide variety of members in the U.S., and they're all watching this big, beautiful bill very intently.
Yeah, so important. It's just amazing to watch the great work that AMAC's action team does. We're going to get to that later in the show. All throughout the show, folks, go to amac.us/justnews. A very special offer. We're going to tell you about it at the end of this block. But first, an exciting way to kick off our hour. All right, it's time to get to our first guest joining us now. We're very lucky to kick off the show with the director of the National Economic Council for the President of the United States, Kevin Hassett. Kevin, great to have you on the show.
It's great to be here, guys. Thanks for having me.
There is a lot of buzz. In fact, I haven't seen Washington vibrate like this in a long time. The velocity of Trump change is extraordinary. Big, beautiful bill through the House. Tell us what's going on behind the scenes. How's it going with the Senate? What should we be looking for in that chamber?
Right. Well, I think that what you need to be looking for is success, because that's the only thing that we're going to accept. If Republicans in the Senate don't pass the big, beautiful bill, then we're going to see the biggest tax hike as the previous tax cuts expire, the biggest tax hike that we've ever had in U.S. history. If we have that tax hike, the Council of Economic Advisors here in the White House has estimated that we'll have a recession, a really deep recession with maybe a decline of 4% of GDP. And if we pass the bill, on the other hand, then you're going to see really striking economic growth, just like we saw in 2018 and 2019. And our own models that said we'd have that $4,000 increase in income. Do you remember that, John?
I do.
They now say that we're going to get $10,000 in income for the typical family over just a few years. And so the stakes are really high, and the bill's going to pass. And so what's going to happen is that between now and then, that what I would advise people to do, that your loyal viewers, is to keep your eye on the horizon. And remember that when you're in a boat, and if you're looking down at your feet, then you might get seasick. But if you're looking at the horizon, then you're going to see a really golden age on the horizon. And it'll be here probably by the 4th of July, certainly by recess.
I like it.
Absolutely. I love the confidence. So many Americans are still feeling the effects of the prices. They're watching closely for the policies that can offer the relief you're talking about. So how do you expect this legislation to impact inflation and job growth?
Right. Well, the way to think about it is that let's suppose that our economy. I get to be economist now and then, not right. So let's suppose the economy is just like an apple tree, and then we got an apple tree and some apples, and then we plant another apple tree. Then we got more apples. And so if GDP is just how many apples do we got, then we get more GDP because we got more apples. But what happens to the price of apples? It probably goes down because we got twice as many apples. And so what we got to do is plant more trees. Bottom line. And so how do we plant more trees? Well, we do things like President Trump has said, make it so that there's a huge tax benefit for factory investment in the U.S., a tax benefit for the machines inside, and even a huge tax benefit for the buildings. And so for 4 years, these firms that build a new building and put stuff in it and create jobs in America, they get to expense the whole building. They get to write it off against their taxes, which is going to cause a massive building boom. If there's a massive building boom and lots of job creation and lots of capital formation, then it's just like planting a whole bunch of apple trees. And so we're going to have a lot more apples, and the price of apples isn't going to go up. It's going to go down because we got more supply.
Yeah, that's amazing. I want to break down that $10,000 figure because that is a pretty stunning figure. That's a combination of tax savings and economic growth, right? You're going to see income coming because people are just going to be able to get more opportunity.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the way to think about it is that you've seen that everybody said, oh, the uncertainty over the taxes and the tariffs is going to cause all like this like quasi-recession, and activity is going to slow down and consumers are going to not be able to buy stuff. But in fact, sales are way up and the jobs reports have been surprising on the upside, and inflation is down towards 2% because what's happening is that there's an explosion of investment in new production in the U.S. and jobs in the U.S. And that's basically where non-inflationary growth comes from. So people don't have to worry about inflation again under this president. Inflation got under control last time because what happened was that the Democrats and President Biden, they mailed checks to people. Remember, they just mailed checks to people in the first year of the Biden administration, and they didn't do anything. In fact, they attacked supply. So they reduced supply. So they cut down apple trees and they mailed checks to people. And so the few apples left, people had to buy, but they had mailed them all these checks, so the price of apples went way up. But what we're doing is we're not mailing checks to people. We're giving people an incentive to go to work. We're giving businesses an incentive to create jobs here in the U.S. and to build buildings in the U.S. And that's going to be just absolutely a path to prosperity in the U.S. that President Trump has discussed over and over again, all the way back.
Consumer confidence jumped way up, right, Kevin? That was a big factor in the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest increases in consumer confidence ever. And the reason is exactly what we're talking about, right? That people now see in the data that, so the left-wing media are saying, oh, President Trump's causing so much trouble, and oh, the tariffs are going to make it so when you go to Walmart, you're not going to see anything. And all that didn't happen. And people now see that, in fact, there's a race to participate in the golden age in America right now. And firms are coming as fast as they can to build stuff in the U.S., to create jobs in the U.S., to rebuild factories. You saw President Trump announce the U.S. Steel deal. It's a really big, beautiful deal for U.S. Steel, where Nippon Steel is putting in billions and billions of dollars to revive old plants that had previously been mothballed. And that's exactly what we have in mind, not just for Western Pennsylvania, but for the whole country. That's going to happen everywhere, and that's why it's a golden age that President Trump is promising it, and I'll promise it as well.
Very confident. We love it here. So this bill also proposes rollbacks, regulatory rollbacks in several sectors. So we often see deregulation framed as a catalyst for the growth and expansion. How meaningful is that regulatory reform when it comes to driving real GDP gains?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. But the problem with regulatory reform, right, is that when I say, oh, well, what are we doing to deregulate? Then, well, to read the regulation is going to make your brain hurt, right? And then to understand the regulation is going to be almost not worth the effort if you're just an external viewer. But you know that regulations are really, really harmful and costly to American businesses. And one of the ways to think about deregulation that I think aggregate the positive influence of what we're doing is that we've got maybe $7 trillion in commitments from big U.S. companies and foreign companies and some foreign sovereign wealth funds to build new factories and new things here in the U.S. So why did they make that commitment? Because they know that they can do it safely, that it'll happen. Because if you promise to build a factory in the U.S., we're going to cut the red tape. You're going to get that factory built right away. And so therefore you should come. And so I think the best metric of what's happening with deregulation is all these people are willing to put their money on the line and create jobs in the U.S. because they trust us that we're not going to cover them up in red tape and smother them in red tape and make it so that nothing ever happens. And I think that's the best way to think about the immediate results right now of deregulation.
Yeah, such a good point. Kevin, I want to ask a little bit about trade deals. Those also are going to bring some extraordinary new opportunities. Big ones already in the House with such as Great Britain. When do you see the next ones coming, and how do they also alter this picture and continue to create optimism in America? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, the trade deals are really targeted to both create jobs in the U.S., but also to create jobs in the U.S. by opening up their markets to our stuff. And so one of the things that has happened in the past is that we allow them access to our markets, other countries, and so their firms are selling things everywhere. But when we try to sell stuff to them, like our agricultural products, our beef, our corn, that they say, oh, no, you can't have the beef because of this. Can't have the corn because, we think it's genetically modified or whatever it is. And so what these trade deals are doing is that they're making a level playing field again. They're giving us lots of tariff revenue, but they're also creating access to foreign markets for U.S. producers, U.S. small businesses, and U.S. agriculture.
Amazing.
In terms of ambition and design, how does this bill compare to the 2017 tax reform you helped craft?
Oh, yeah, it's the 2017 bill, maybe I guess we'd say on steroids, that it takes every lesson we learned that created the 3% growth and the $6,500 in increased income for the typical American, and we multiplied it by 2. And we added new things like no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, which are going to make it so that the people who want to work hard and want to have a better life in America are richly rewarded to do that, both by the wage that they get before tax and the wage that they get after tax.
It's just amazing. So much to watch. It's hard to keep up. I don't know how you guys keep up with all the velocity of stuff, but it's changing fast.
Yeah, thanks.
Kevin,
we try.
What a great honor to have you on the show today. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thanks, John. Great to be
really
here. Great to have you guys.
All right, folks, we have much more ahead for you. What a great conversation that was. We got a lot more like that over the next hour. While you're watching, I also want you to head over to amac.us/justnews. amac.us/justnews. because you can join right now. Get a load of this for just $1 for a whole year. That's an incredible deal. You don't get anything for $1 a month. That's a great deal. And we're going to do something special tonight. If you sign up tonight, you're not only going to get a whole year of AMAX membership, you're also going to get to attend my next private town hall meeting. We have a VIP subscriber club here at GS News. Everybody gets to ask questions. I answer questions for news for an hour, hour and a half. Tonight only. If you join, you go to amac.us/justnews. You're not only going to get the $1 for 1 year membership, which is a steal in itself, you will get a chance to hang out with me for an hour and ask private questions at a private seminar. We'll get all that taken care of. The way to start, go to amac.us/justnews right now. Get it taken care of. We'll be back in a second with more great interviews. Welcome back, America, to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report, breaking down the big, beautiful bill, all brought to you in partnership with our friends at AMAC. I want to bring back in my co-host tonight, AMAC Senior Vice President Charles Stuckland, and joining us now, a frequent guest on this show. He always gives it to us straight. He's the great senator from Wisconsin, Senator Ron Johnson. Sir, good to have you on the show.
Well, guys, hope you're doing well.
We are doing well. I know you're in the thick of a pretty big battle. You are intent on forcing your party to get more savings out of this big, beautiful bill because it does bring the deficit up quite a bit. Tell us where you are in that process. What sort of support are you getting? And do you think President Trump will engage constructively?
Well, just to quick give you some background, I sprang out of the Tea Party in 2010.
Right.
When I was campaigning during all those parades, what I would shout was, this is a fight for freedom. We're mortgaging our children's future. It's wrong. It's moral. It's got to stop. There you go. That was my campaign theme in 2010. Got me elected. It's been my primary focus. Again, I wish we had been able to maintain only a $14 trillion debt. That's what it was when I got elected. Now it's $37 trillion. The current CBO estimate, the most recent one they have, projects spending $89.3 trillion over the next 10 years, incurring another $22 trillion worth of deficit. So, John, that means $2.2 trillion per year, and I would argue that is a rosy scenario. They are assuming that we're going to get a tax increase, the automatic tax increase, by letting the Tax Cut and Jobs Act expire. They estimate that'll bring about $4 trillion revenue. Now, I know there's all kinds of argument over, what is the dynamic score and all that type of thing. What's pretty certain, though, is the $89.3 trillion. And let's face it, the House at most say they're going to be cutting $1.5 trillion, but they're going to be spending about $300 billion on defense and the border. So that brings it 1.2. A couple $100 billion of that is student loans, which they've got to pass really quick before the Supreme Court rules that unlawful or unconstitutional. A lot of the spending is out in the out years. It's just not real. It never happened. So we need to get serious about this. We can't tolerate $2.2 trillion deficits, probably rising to 2.5, 2.6 if you look at independent scores of the big, beautiful bill. So that's the ugly reality. I wish it weren't so. I wish everybody on my side was as dedicated as their rhetoric. They all say we don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. Big part of this bill is just new tax cuts that President Trump promised on the campaign trail that, quite honestly, are not going to promote growth. They're just going to reduce revenue.
Senator, there's clearly a lot of concern about the size of this bill, but also there's real urgency from voters who want to see action. At AMAC, we hear both. So we hear cut spending, and then we also hear do something that actually helps us. So how do you think we actually get that right balance between bold reform and political and economic reality?
Well, I've always been in favor of a multi-step process. Focus on the areas of agreement. That's the border, defense. Take whatever spending reductions we can get. The Senate and our budget proposal said $850 billion, but let's take advantage of some of the good work that the House did. Let's load as much of those savings as we can in this first bill. Extend current tax law. As unwieldy and grotesque as current tax law is, I want to take an automatic tax increase off the table. We should have done that in 2017. Could use current policy back then, but we weren't smart enough to do that. And then, because time is short, we're going to have to increase the debt ceiling, not $4 or $5 trillion. It's going to be bad enough how much we're going to have to increase it just to get us into 2026, about $2.5 trillion. That ought to shock everybody, because we're running $500 billion a quarter deficits. That's what we need to bring under control. It's about spending. To quote Scott Bessent, a bunch of people in the administration, we don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. The question I ask is, are we willing to fix it? Right now, based on the big, beautiful bill, doesn't look like we are.
Sir, what are some ideas that you're bouncing off the White House, bouncing off your colleagues? I mean, you're a guy that likes to take your ideas and get them into action. What are some things you're looking at that could substantially reduce spending and still get this bill across the line in some form?
So I've been very consistent since my first article was published in the Wall Street Journal. We need to return to a reasonable pre-pandemic level spending. I've laid out a couple options. I've actually printed out the full budgets. You take Clinton or Obama or Trump, their actual total outlays exempt Social Security, Medicare, and interest. Spend what you need to spend. All the other outlays from those years, from 98, from 2014, 2019, increased by population and inflation. There you go, fully plussed up. That'd give you somewhere between $5.5 and $6.5 trillion. You start there. You don't start at over $7 trillion and suffer death by 1,000 cuts. You start with a reasonable baseline, and then what I've suggested is a budget review panel. Senators, House members, members of OMB, bring the department heads up, have them justify their budgets line by line. Now, that's going to take work. It's going to take time. But again, DOJ showed us how to do this. You go line by line, contract by contract. You expose grotesque examples of waste, fraud, and abuse. John, I've got to believe, and again, I've laid this out based on budgetary category, there's literally hundreds of billions of dollars in discretionary spending, in other mandatory, again, not Social Security, Medicare, or even Medicaid, although we need to fix the Obamacare portion of Medicaid, that if you didn't spend that money, nobody would even notice it except for the grifters who are sucking down the waste, fraud, and abuse. So, again, you got to do the work. You have to do line by line. That's what businesses do. People need to understand a $10 million business probably spends more time going line by line through their annual budgets than Congress spends going through the $7,000 billion budget of the federal government.
There's a sense now that voters are engaged in paying attention in ways we haven't seen in years. So do you see this moment as a chance to reset how Washington talks about budgeting, talks about accountability?
It's our only chance. It's a chance of a lifetime. We saw an unprecedented increase in spending other than World War II. And by the way, even World War II, because we were governed by the greatest generation responsible leaders, we actually finished World War II by 1948 spending less than we did the year before the war started. Okay? That's responsible leadership. We have to return to pre-pandemic level spending. And it is true, I think more Americans are aware of the fact because they just experienced 40-year high inflation, the devaluation of their dollar. that we've got to get this under control. But I'm not sure it's a majority. And based on the reaction of what happened with Republicans in the House and even President Trump's lack of attention to spending and returning to a reasonable pre-pandemic level, I still fear people are whistling by the graveyard here.
Yeah. If I do my math right, from the current outlay in the big beautiful bill, just for this next year, you got to find another $300 to $500 billion of savings. Can it be found through the process that you've laid out?
Yes. Again, I've shown people just take 2019 outlays. I'd rather go back to Clinton or Obama. I don't think we were spending too much in those years either. But okay, I'll concede the fact. Go to 2019. There's a couple $100 billion of spending that exceeds 2019. Plussed up by inflation and population in both the discretionary accounts and the mandatory accounts, without even touching Medicaid. Again, we have to fix that as well. That, the Obamacare portion of that, where for every dollar a state spends on Medicaid expansion for single, healthy, working age adults, childless adults, the federal government kicks in $9. Versus for a disabled child, for every dollar the state spends, the federal government kicks in $1.33. Now, that's the way Medicaid was designed, shared responsibility with the states so the states would help control it as opposed to not controlling it, signing up ineligible recipients, illegal immigrants, quite honestly, plussing up the reimbursement rate because they're kind of in on it with the providers. I mean, it's grotesque what Obamacare, Medicaid expansion has done to threaten the benefits we all want to provide for disabled children and the vulnerable.
In its current form of this bill, is there anything that you do like to address that? Is there anything in this bill that you think is headed in the right direction, even if the package as a whole falls short in its current iteration?
Sure. Again, they are trying to address the Obamacare portion of Medicaid. I would say they haven't done a real good job of explaining it and selling it. That takes time. That also takes presidential leadership. So they've succumbed to the criticisms of the big spenders. Oh, you're going to slash Medicaid. You're going to take Medicaid away from disabled children. No, we're trying to save Medicaid for the vulnerable. We're trying to avoid a debt bomb going off, an acute debt crisis. By the way, we've been experiencing what I call a chronic debt crisis now for decades. Do you realize that a dollar you held in 1998 was only worth 51 cents? When I ran in 2010, a dollar back then was only worth 68 cents. A dollar you held in 2014 is worth 74 cents, and a dollar you held just 6 years ago in 2019 is only worth 80 cents. That is the devaluation of the currency. That is the tax on everybody called inflation. It's insidious. It destroys people's lives.
Yeah, so well said. The dollar has been devalued in ways I don't think anyone could have imagined 30 years ago. Senator Johnson, one thing I know we can always count on you. You give us a straight scoop on what you're thinking, and your clarity, I think, is greatly appreciated in a town that awful has a lot of obfuscation. Great to have you on the show today.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, such an important message you deliver. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, Congressman Burgess Owens from the great state of Utah is here to help break down why he ended up voting to pass the bill through the House. But before we do that, do me a favor. Go to amac.us/justnews and sign up for your AMAC membership for just $1. That's an incredible deal. Plus, you're going to get a chance to hang out with me next month for our virtual town hall, answer your questions for a whole hour. Anywhere in the country. You can come in and do it. That'd be a fun bonus for signing up for $1 for 1 year. Go do it. amac.us/justnews right now. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, America, to our special report breaking down the big, beautiful bill. It's all brought to you by AMAC. I'm still joined by AMAC Senior Vice President Charles Stuckland, and we're about to go to our next guest. Anyone who's listened to my podcast appreciates him. He comes on, he lights it up every time. He represents the great state of Utah. He's also a former NFL player and Super Bowl champion. I'm, of course, talking about Congressman Burgess Owens. Congressman, good to have you on the show.
No, I'm looking forward to chatting with you. Absolutely.
It's a great honor to have you on. You were a big part of getting this bill over the finish line in the House. Lots of things that you worked on got into it. Tell us why you worked so hard and why you were able to get it through the House with your other colleagues.
Well, I'll say this. I have a couple things that I'm going to highlight that came out of the bill, but just to say before this, it's something about momentum. It's something about having a team kind of working together. The term "we the people" is such a powerful term. And I've never seen anything like this in the 3 terms that I've been involved, where our team, no matter as diverse as it is, we're coming together and we realize we have a coach that understands this process, and we want to see his mandate come through. So right now we have a focus on the middle class, and we're doing it through innovation. We're doing it through just common sense. And it's so exciting to see the momentum that we have, the muscle memory of working as a team and getting this thing priced through. And I think at the end of the day, we just make sure that American people know that we're holding our promises, and that what's going to come out of that is even more success to move forward. So a couple things coming out of this is so important. Again, think about the middle class when you hear these things. Number one, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. It is no tax on interest and buying a person's car. A MAGA program, a savings program for our kids. I mean, I go through the litany of things. Actually, the permanent tax break, which is business owners. This is the true, I guess, power of our middle class, and our middle class is really what defines our American culture. And you start seeing that small businesses have a map where they can be very predictable. That's when they grow and that's when they prosper. So it's going to be exciting to see that happen. And of course, the border. It is nice that we can finally start talking, about how do we reform our immigration system? How do we make it so that our country is growing by the great information or the great wealth that can come to us that we're vetting to make sure that it's helping our country and it's not draining from our country? This has been a long overdue conversation we need to have. It makes our country great, but we have to do it the right way. And finally, because 97% has been shut down, it's going to be even better as time moves on. It's going to be kind of exciting where we're going right now. So, John, I can't say how excited I am about what the president is doing, not only here, but he's innovating in so many different ways. It's kind of hard to keep up. So I'm looking forward to being part of that process, to say the least.
Yeah.
I've said before that we need to push back on the idea that government should run everything. People are looking for policies that return power to communities, not just shift it around in Washington. Do you think there's anything in this bill that takes meaningful steps towards getting Washington out of the way?
I would say this, again, if you start thinking about what is good for the middle class, and middle class grows when we can control our future, we can hold on to our income, we can reinvest in our businesses, we can reinvest in our kids. I'll even say is look at education. We finally are looking at taking the power from D.C. and putting it back in the district, putting it back in the states, let the American parent talk about choice in a way we've never talked about before. I think the most important thing about this total conversation is we have a president who's a genius when it comes down to business, a genius when it comes down to negotiating, and he loves our country, and he understands where the power really comes from, which is we the people. So if you look across the board at things we're doing, it's about getting us, now that we're engaged, now that we're demanding that we are put first, to see now how the Republican Party comes through on that. And I think every policy we have is going in that direction. I just want to say this one thing. This has been a remarkable ship that has been on this track for a long, long time. We're not going to turn it around in 1 minute. It's going to take some time, but we do it a little bit at a time and getting a bigger majority in the House, which we're doing right now. We're going to do as we get into the next term. And we start to see that American people expect more and trust us more. We'll see a very fast pace of getting things codified and put in place so we cannot go back in a different direction.
Yeah. In fact, the House is going to come right back from the Memorial Day recess and start taking on some rescissions, which are ways of taking back money that didn't get spent under Joe Biden. That's the next important step. You feel good that your colleagues will get that done?
You know, think about the things we're talking about. We're talking about in terms of pulling back money that we deserve that has been spent the wrong way, and we're going to codify the fact that there should be something that should be going back into the American people's pocket. So when I think about those kind of things, how about this? You know, we're hearing from the president's lips a concept of balance the budget. We're talking about that. We're talking about external revenue service that will take the pressure off internal revenues. These are things that we're looking at. Again, something's going to be a little bit longer term, but what we're doing right now is making sure that what we have control over, what's been done with DOGE, we're going to codify that, bring it back, and let the American people know just how we're saving money for them, give them more confidence in what DC can do as we send more power out to those folks that sent us here.
Yeah.
We often speak of the importance of strong families as the foundation of a strong country. Our members see that connection too and worry about policies that undermine it, that undermine the family. Do you believe there's anything in this legislation that supports that foundation, that family foundation?
Yes, I would say there's a lot. And by the way, we're going to hold on to our American culture. We're going to hold on to our American culture of freedom. The family unit is where it starts, and that's what's been under attack for a long time. So you think about I'll call it the MAGA savings account, in which now parents, grandparents, nephews, uncles, they can put money into accounts for their kids. And which they begin to take advantage of at 18 years old and 30 years old. Those are the kind of things we can do, obviously. I would say the biggest thing is when you start to allow the small businesses to run and grow, guess who's benefiting from that? The kids of these moms and dads who go out there and take this risk. They teach the culture of acceptance, the culture of dreaming big and overcoming obstacles. Those are the kind of, I think, the most important ways that we can make sure our families are beginning to come together again. And then there's going to be a lot more we have to go at. Our family unit has been under attack for decades. So it's going to be a process of, first of all, of identifying how we can support, how can we help self-sufficiency instead of dependency, and giving incentives for parents to stay together versus dividing us. So this is just the beginning. Again, we're just over 100 days or whatever that might be now, but the fact that we're on the right track and we know that the family unit is at the very core of this process, we're going to address that as we move forward.
Yeah, it's funny you said the right track, Congressman. There was a poll came out this week, the highest number in the history of the polling company for people who think the country's finally on the right track. That is not an accident. It's a great honor to have you on as always, so we always enjoy your insights.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All the best.
Thank you so much. Great to have you on. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Next, we're diving deeper into the big, beautiful bill with Phil Kerpen from American Commitment. Does this bill tackle the tough issues, or is it missed an opportunity? I got a word for you. Regulation is going to come up next. You're going to be shocked what you're going to hear. But first, before we go to break, remember to visit amac.us/justnews. Sign up for a year of AMAC membership for just $1, $1. You don't get anything in America for $1. If you do that tonight, you're going to get a special bonus. You're going to be able to attend my next private town hall. It's a virtual town hall. I spend a whole hour answering viewers' questions. You can join that if you sign up tonight. So amac.us/justnews, $1 for 1 year. What a steal. We'll be right back. Welcome back, America, to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report, breaking down the big, beautiful bill. I want to bring back my co-host for tonight, AMAC's Senior Vice President, Charles Stuckland. And with both of us now, to further break down what's in it and why it's so important, is the President of American Commitment, Phil Kerpen. Phil, good to have you on the show.
My pleasure.
All right, there is a lot of historic conservative ideas in here, things that go all the way back to the Reagan era of wish lists that maybe didn't get enacted. But some people wonder, is there enough to rein in regulation, the thing that actually slows the economy down? I'd like to get your take on that.
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked about that, because everybody's been so focused on the taxes and spending that they've almost completely missed one of the biggest regulatory reforms in U.S. history that Chairman Jim Jordan was able to put in this bill coming out of the House Judiciary Committee. Everyone was focused on ways and means for the tax changes. Everyone was focused on energy and commerce for the Medicaid changes. But the House Judiciary Committee put in provisions that could in the long term be the most significant of everything in this bill, because they put a version of the REINS Act in this bill. This is the bill that would require affirmative approval from Congress for major regulations before they can take effect, rather than the way it works now, where agencies can do more or less whatever they want unless you somehow muster enough votes to stop them, which is almost impossible. So this would be a massive, massive positive change and stop this pendulum from swinging wildly back and forth with the party in the White House. We'd have a lot more policy stability, and we'd be able to stop a lot of the worst, most expensive regulations before they ever even get off the ground. And I'll give you an example that's so important of why this process would be so different from what we have now. Remember when the cap and trade bill crashed and burned, even though we had a Democrat President Obama, we had Nancy Pelosi and Harry Reid running the Congress. They could never get the votes to do that because politically it was too damaging because the costs were so large. Even Democrats balked at it. Well, they had the EPA implement half the things in that bill anyway, and Congress never voted on it. And of course, there's been a lot of back and forth as Trump came in, Biden, then Trump again on this stuff. But if we said you have to vote first, you need an affirmative approval of a majority in the House and Senate before new major regulations could come in, we would have much more stability, and they never get off the ground. So that is in this bill. They had to trim it down somewhat. It only applies to regulations with a major budgetary effect, and it only applies to a list of agencies. But EPA is on the list, the Department of Energy is on the list, HHS is on the list. So this is huge, huge change. Unfinished business from the Tea Party era would make a massive difference for the regulatory burden going forward.
That's a great point.
We've seen some regulatory removals as far as what we saw in the Inflation Reduction Act. Can you get into any specifics on some of those agencies, specifically what we're seeing in this bill?
Yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act really was a disguised Green New Deal or Green New Scam, as President Trump called it. And it's not so much the regulations as it is the massive subsidies, massive spending and tax subsidies to the wind and the solar guys and hydrogen and electric vehicles. And the original version of this bill was very soft on the phase outs of these giveaways. They didn't start for a number of years. They phased out slowly. Conservatives really fought hard on this. And, in that late night package of changes, the manager's amendment right before the bill finally passed, the one thing that got worse was SALT, and that got a lot of attention. But a lot of things got better. And one of the things that got better was the phase out of these Green New Scam giveaways. It's much quicker now, and they will actually end during the Trump presidency. The original version of the bill postponed them into the next presidency, which meant they might never have happened. And so that was a major improvement in this bill in the last minute manager's amendment.
Great point.
Can I ask you about, great point. Can I ask you about SALT real quick? So Republicans like Lawler and Garbarino campaigned on increasing the SALT cap. Garbarino just gets Trump's endorsement. So the political math is clear there. Those seats are tough to hold without that position. American Commitment says SALT deductions are a total scam. So how do we make room for that strategy without losing, conservative credibility nationally?
Well, look, I hope the Senate's going to be able to dial it back. They quadrupled the SALT cap from $10,000 to $40,000 in this bill. Actually, a little more than that, because there's a 1% increase every year going forward. So it actually ends at about $43,000 and change at the end of 10 years. This is a subsidy to high taxes at the state and local level. And we don't want to create an incentive for state and local government to be able to raise taxes and pass those costs off to the rest of us. This is something, though, that some of those members campaigned on. The interesting thing about New York, though, is about half the districts in New York have lots of SALT taxpayers. The other half have almost none. And so even within New York State, this is a major redistribution from lower income people to higher income people, which I thought the Democrats were supposed to be against, but they're all for it because it benefits them. And we still have a handful of Republicans in these very high tax blue states like New York, New Jersey, and California. They felt politically they had to deliver on this, but it carries a huge, huge cost associated with it. And that means we didn't have room for other things we'd like to see in this bill, in particular, the pro-growth cost recovery provisions that let businesses write off their investments immediately. Those only last 4 years. We had been hoping they could be made permanent, but they only last 4 years in part because of the budget math of being able to get that SALT deal in here. So I hope that the Senate can dial that down a little bit to pay for making those expensing provisions permanent. That would make it a much more robustly pro-growth bill. But it's political reality. These guys played hardball and they delivered for their constituents. And boy, I hope they at least get a benefit come election time, because they definitely made it a worse bill from a pro-growth economic standpoint in order to deliver for those constituents.
Yeah, amazing. Phil, I want to talk a little bit about the path. So the Senate could take this bill apart, which means then it would have to go all the way back to the House. If they keep it substantially the same, make some tweaks with amendments, it goes to conference committee where some of the backroom dealing can be ironed out behind closed doors. What's your guess? Which path does this likely go on?
I think what will probably happen is the Senate will take up the House bill as the base bill. I don't think this is going to be one of those things where they throw it in the garbage and write their own brand new thing. I think they're going to use the House bill as the base for Senate consideration. I think we'll see, we may see an actual markup in the Senate Finance Committee, but I think they may even skip that and just go to the floor with a handful of sort of agreed upon amendments and changes. That's when it gets interesting, though, because you could see hostile amendments potentially on the Senate floor. Remember, in 2017, the corporate rate went to the floor at 20 and it became 21 because Rubio organized with Democrats with a hostile amendment to increase the child tax credit and pay for it with a higher corporate tax rate. We could see efforts like that again. And so the question, I think, will be kind of what is the leadership change? What do the leadership changes look like? What are the things they're going to try to improve on the House bill? And then can they beat back hostile amendments or do some of those pass as well? But I don't think we're going to see the Senate do their own brand new bill because the president really wants this done as soon as possible. The House made that Memorial Day deadline. He wants it on his desk by July 4th. And for that to happen, I think we're going to have to see a pretty abbreviated process where the Senate makes limited changes. And ideally, the House can accept those changes, and we don't need to have any kind of conference, either formally or informally, with a back and forth. So the ball's in the Senate's court right now. If the changes are relatively minor, I'm hoping the House can take them, and we don't have a lot of back and forth.
Good point.
I want to ask you a question that's come from our AMAC members. Paragon has raised serious red flags about state-directed Medicaid payments, calling it legalized Medicaid money laundering. So these payments have grown to over $110 billion a year. Paragon argues that curbing them could produce real structural savings. Does this bill take on that issue directly, or is this still a loophole states can exploit?
Well, this is another change. There were some sort of minor changes to this, in particular, the scam that California and New York used. The bill would prohibit more states from adopting these managed care organization taxes, but it would grandfather California and New York, which is a little ridiculous. Basically, you scammed first, so you get to keep scamming, which I don't really like. But, you know, one of the late changes in this, which is so important and something that Brian Blaze at Paragon has been asking for and is really important for seniors in particular, is they cap Medicaid provider payments at the Medicare rates. And a lot of people scratch their head when they hear this and say, you know, my doctor says Medicaid pays way less than Medicare anyway. But what's been going on is the hospital systems have these arrangements now in all these states, which is exactly what you were just referring to, where they'll basically say, hey, we'll pay a big tax to the state, but you give us all the money back and then some after you get the federal matching funds released, by having these inflated, ballooned up reimbursements for us as providers. And so some hospital payments now are 200, 300% of the Medicare rate for Medicaid as a way to engage in this money laundering scam where they tax the hospitals, get the federal money, then hand the money right back to the hospitals through these inflated payments. And if you tell the hospitals you're going to get 2 or 3 times as much money for a Medicaid treatment as you do for Medicare, think about that, what that means for seniors. Think about what that means when you say hospitals can make a lot more money treating Medicaid patients than they can Medicare. I think it's a terrible, terrible incentive. Not only does it enable this financial scamming of federal taxpayers, taxpayers, but it means that on the margin, hospitals would rather treat Medicaid patients than people who paid their whole life into Medicare. So this bill caps Medicaid reimbursements at the Medicare rate. I think that would make it much, much harder for these types of scams to go on. And that was one of the changes that conservatives fought for that got into that last-minute amendment package. So a really positive change in taking this on.
Yeah. A lot of shell games that were going on that deprived the American taxpayers of good services, and also a lot of unnecessary money has been wasted. Great that maybe they're going to get to the bottom of this. Phil Kerpen, president of American Commitment. Great to have you on the show today. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, what a great conversation. All right, folks, before we get to our next break, remember to go to amac.us/justnews right now. You can join for just $1 for the whole year with auto renew. You can't really beat a deal like that. It's really great, right? And what can you get for $1 nowadays? You know, not hardly anything except a great AMAC membership. You get all of AMAC's great benefits, and you'll help AMAC push for change in Washington, D.C. Again, go to amac.us/justnews right now to get your membership to AMAC for only $1 today. We'll be right back. Welcome back, America, to this special report breaking down the big, beautiful bill. I'm still joined by my co-host for the evening, AMAC Senior Vice President Charles Tucker. And joining us now is another great leader from the AMAC team, Andy Mangione. He's AMAC Action Senior Vice President. I call him the field general of all the great grassroots work that they do. We're here to talk about the big, beautiful bill. Andy, welcome. Good to have you on.
Thanks for having me.
All right. What's in this bill that AMAC members are going to care a lot about, and what are AMAC members do to get it over the finish line?
Well, there's a lot in the bill that AMAC members like, but I think one of the biggest aspects is healthcare, and specifically the pharmacy benefit manager reforms that are in this bill. And AMAC members, John, are completely engaged on this issue, and others. I mean, they wanted to see the One Big Beautiful bill passed. We asked them to reach out to their member of Congress after, during the debate in the House of Representatives, and within 72 hours last week, AMAC members sent over 14,400 messages to their member of Congress to help get this bill over the finish line in the House, and they stand ready to do the same in the Senate.
Wow.
One of the things you've been warning about for years is how pharmacy benefit managers operate in the shadows, driving up drug prices without any real accountability. AMAC members constantly tell us that they feel like they're paying more while getting less, and they don't understand where the money is going. So can you walk us through how this bill tackles PBM transparency and what that could mean for seniors on fixed incomes?
Absolutely. And as you know, AMAC Action has been advocating for pharmacy benefit manager transparency since way back in 2018. And you can see how pleased we were to see that the One Big Beautiful Bill was passed that contains significant PBM transparency measures. The bill gives Medicare plan sponsors the power to audit PBMs annually. So what that means is PBMs must provide not only their own records, but those of their affiliate organizations as well. And as you mentioned before, some of these affiliates operate in the shadows, and there's severe penalties for noncompliance. So pricing games, fee structures, and bonuses that are tied to drug costs will all be under scrutiny. The bill requires PBMs to submit a report annually to HHS. That includes cost and utilization data, and importantly, justifications for favorable drug formulary status of branded products over cheaper alternative generic and biosimilar drugs. The bill also breaks the link between PBM compensation and the price of medicines by prohibiting PBMs from receiving any compensation that's related to the dispensing of a specific prescription drug other than a bona fide service fee and other payments. All of this is aimed at reducing premiums and copays for Medicare beneficiaries.
Absolutely. And spread pricing, Andy, has let PBMs charge Medicaid and Medicare far more than what they pay pharmacies, and then obviously keeping the difference as pure profit. So I know you've been sounding the alarm about this behind the scenes practice for a while now, especially its impact on taxpayer funded programs. So does this bill finally start to close the door on spread pricing, or are there still too many loopholes?
The bill bans PBM spread pricing in Medicaid. And as you mentioned, spread pricing is a practice where PBMs charge more for a medicine than the price they secured from a drug company, and they keep the difference. So it's banned in Medicaid. Now, AMAC Action would like to see spread pricing banned in the Medicare space, as well as other PBM reforms. So we pledge, and we're going to continue to keep working with Congress to see that further legislation is passed that accomplishes these goals.
Andy, real quickly, if someone wants to join the grassroots army today and get involved and help get this bill over the line, what's the best way to do it?
Go to amacaction.org, amacaction.org, and you can learn all about the work that we're doing on behalf of the AMAC membership.
Yeah, we had a blast. You were here with some of those great AMAC members a couple weeks ago. What a great conversation. What an exciting thing to see in action. Andy, always a great pleasure to have you on the show.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Yeah. All right, folks, that's all the time we have for tonight, unfortunately. But if you haven't yet, I really want you to go to amac.us/justnews right now, because for a limited time, viewers of this show can join AMAC for just $1 for a whole year. That's all the great benefits of AMAC: the magazine, the podcast, the daily news feeds, the opportunities to get involved in great citizenship things. You won't find a better deal anywhere. And tonight, if you sign up tonight by going to amac.us/justnews, you also get a free opportunity to attend my next town hall, where I spend an entire hour answering Just the News readers' questions. So you can get a freebie on that one. Go check that out one more time, amac.us/justnews. All right, folks, have a great night. We're going to hand off to the great Grant Stinchfeld.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. I guess it's official now. Elon Musk is leaving. He announced that he will be leaving Doge. His time as a special government employee is over. So the question now becomes, what will happen to Doge? Certainly it continues. But then the question becomes, will it get the respect that it did with Elon Musk at the helm? I think the answer to that question is someplace in the middle. Here's Caroline Levitt, the president's spokesperson, talking about Elon's departure.
The entire cabinet understands the need to cut government waste, fraud, and abuse, and each cabinet secretary at their respective agencies is committed to that. That's why they were working hand in hand with Elon Musk, and they'll continue to work with the respective Doge employees who have onboarded as political appointees at all of these agencies. So surely the mission of Doge will continue, and many Doge employees are now political appointees and employees of our government, and to the best of my knowledge, all of them intend to stay.
And that's very good news. These kids, I'll call them kids, they're whiz kids for sure. And they went in and they did what many of the government employees couldn't or wouldn't do for decades, and that is root out the waste, fraud, and abuse. So you could make an argument that maybe with Elon gone, Doge will be able to get more work done without Elon as a distraction. As we all know, Elon is probably enemy number 2 to the left next to President Trump, as you see there on the screen. So with him gone, maybe Doge can quietly do their work, right? This is Dana Bash talking about Doge. You know where the left stands on all this.
Was it really about just cutting waste, fraud, and abuse? No. I mean, it just wasn't. It was about making some specific cuts, ideological cuts, cultural, places where they had cultural differences.
Wasn't about waste, fraud, abuse? She says it's just political? Well, I've got the proof she's wrong. I just got off of the Doge official website. I urge you all to peruse it. They literally put up the contracts that they cancel. They put up the receipts of the waste, fraud, and abuse that they cancel. How about a $2.9 billion contract for the Refugee Resettlement Division of the Department of the Interior to one vendor to take care of unaccompanied minors? $2.9 billion. So with the border shut down, we don't need that anymore. That's not about being political. That's about getting rid of what we don't need. Done. Or $8 billion contract canceled to Deloitte, a consulting firm. Oh, wait, you think that's a lot? How about $1.4 billion to Accenture, also for consulting? With the hundreds of thousands of government employees, we can't figure out how to take care of our own business. You got to hire outside consultants at a rate like that? I don't think so. The total savings is $175 billion. And yet, the media continues to lie about the reality of Doge. Check this out.
I have no problem believing that a lot of the Doge bros were smarter than the people they were dealing with, but the people they were dealing with knew how their institutions worked. They knew how the process worked, and these guys didn't. And I think it set back the argument about waste, fraud, and abuse in government, which is legit.
How so?
Because they didn't find what they were so confident they were going to find because they didn't know how to look for it.
That's a flat-out lie. What we found was outrageous, maddening. Millions of dollars studying transgender mice. You've got $42 million to the Agency for Global Media to broadcast in Eastern Europe. $142 million. Didn't find what they were looking for. I think they were shocked at what they found. At least guys like Stuart Varney see the reality of it all.
So what is Musk's legacy? In my opinion, he gave Donald Trump a shot of energy and intensity that even the president found hard to match. He jump-started Trump's second term. From day one, his Doge youngsters stormed through the federal bureaucracy. He found that only a tiny minority of federal workers actually showed up at the office. That was amazing. He identified startling waste and inefficiency. He outed outrageous spending. He asked, where did all the billions go? And did not get a satisfactory answer. In short, he shook up the government like nobody ever had before.
I agree. Now, though, folks, it is up to Congress. It is up to Congress because President Trump can't do it all through executive orders, and executive orders aren't permanent. Now, as we showed you yesterday, the halls of Congress are empty. Congress is on vacation. I wish they were working on Doge bills. There's not. But there is one man who never sleeps, one man who never stops working. Our buddy out in Tennessee, Republican Congressman Tim Burchett. He's with us this afternoon. Tim, welcome to the program.
At home, if you can believe that, Washington's just a big sewer, and nothing gets done up there. So I'm actually I started early this morning, and I just finished, and I'm working on my dog pen. He keeps escaping.
All right. Well, look, there are important things to do. You want to make sure your dog doesn't run away. What most people don't know is my golden retriever actually sits next to me during this program. So he's trapped in the studio with me. Listen, though, important subjects. Doge. Yeah. People complain the Doge cuts weren't in the big, beautiful bill. We get all kinds of excuses of why that couldn't happen legally, not legally. Okay, fine. We're past that. What about Doge bills? Why haven't we seen any, Congressman? Will we see any?
Because we don't have any guts. We finally brought it to the national media and everybody's attention. You and I have talked about this on ad nauseum. I was able to ask President Trump a question at our conference meeting we had a couple of weeks ago when he was lobbying us to push the big, beautiful bill. I was allowed to ask the first question. I said, when do you think, can you get Congress off their ass and start codifying some of your cuts that you put out in your executive order? And man, it was classic Donald Trump. He went through that like a dose of salt. So he let us have it. And then, of course, I knew it'd be leaked to the press, and it was, as it always is. And it kind of lit the fire, I think. And people are talking about it a lot more now. It is a disgrace that we haven't. And I know what leadership's going to say. They're going to say, Burchett, we don't have the votes for some of these things. Well, you know what? Put it up for a vote. And if they don't have the guts to vote for it, then they need to be out of office. If NPR, if we're giving them 1 red cent, and the people in North Carolina are still struggling after Hurricane Helene, just go down the list of the craziness. $10 million for circumcisions. I guess it's voluntary. But do you honestly believe that money's getting there? Elon Musk made a pretty good case, and I hope the Justice Department follows up on it. I'm not a lawyer. I'm going to talk to some, figure out how to get them on it. But he thought that there was a paper trail going right back to Washington. Now, you know good and well that dark money campaigns are funded through things like this. I have a bill that deals with defunding the Taliban, $40 million a week. The State Department, through their through a memo, a 5-page memo I have, says we've given them close to $5 billion. This is the Taliban, people we fought and Americans died fighting for. They throw homosexuals off buildings. They rape women and children, and then they stone the women. This is the people we're sending. We're sending $40 million a week to, and the reason we're doing it, because the NGOs. Do you have any idea how many NGOs are operating out of Afghanistan right now?
I have no idea, but I can only imagine.
Just a little less than 1,000. 1,000 non-government organizations that they're getting our money right now. It's going to the UN and their State Department and other departments. This is the tip of the iceberg. They ought to pin a medal on Elon Musk's on his chest. These lunatics on the left that are defending this crazy expenditures. The reason they are because the money's not going there. It's going to Washington. It's paying Congress members. Listen, I don't care if they're Republican or Democrat. I hope to see them in cuffs. I hope they take them, drag them out of the dadgum Capitol, and I will applaud them. I will go get a selfie with them as they're crying their tears because I'm sick of this stuff. We're stealing from the American public. Every person listening ought to call their congressman and said, I want Doge cuts on. I want you to start voting on them every dadgum week. Stop with the nonsense. I don't care who it embarrasses. We got to stop this stuff. We will lose our country.
Well, you would think that when members of Congress hear things like you just laid out, those NGOs in Afghanistan, and you talk about money going directly to the Taliban, I promise you Republicans and Democrats alike were making money off of this in Washington, this old school, good old boy club. And I'm with you. If you're a dirty politician, I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican, throw you in jail because it's not what the American taxpayer asked for. I think there's a problem with Congress, and I was thinking about this, and it just came to me out loud on my podcast this afternoon. I realize what members of Congress have an absolute fear of. And it's very simple, Congressman. It's voting. They hate to vote. They don't want to vote on anything. They don't want to be held accountable. You got to vote. They want to run the other direction. Am I right?
You're 100% right. That's why you see all these reporting bills. You bring a tough bill to a committee, and guess what? The lobbyists have one of the 50 or so odd staffers on the committee has got their ear, and they can the bill and they send it back to you. Oh, we can't pass this. The chairman will say, oh, my staff won't let us pass this. Who gives a rip about what the staff thinks? The lobbyists, they're in bed with the dadgum lobbyists. Listen, this thing is crooked. We need to shake it out. Washington, D.C., everybody wants to pick and choose what they want to take out. Washington, D.C. is a trash can. Turn it upside down. Right. Put a dadgum garden hose on it. Let's clean it out. America, wake up.
All right. I want to play one more clip, and America does need to wake up. I'm with you, Congressman. This is Caroline Leavitt talking about the big, beautiful bill and the Congressional Budget Office. After this clip, I've got a couple thoughts about the CBO, and I want to get you to weigh in on this. Roll cut 9, guys.
The blatantly wrong claim that the one big beautiful bill increases the deficit is based on the Congressional Budget Office and other scorekeepers who use shoddy assumptions and have historically been terrible at forecasting across Democrat and Republican administrations alike. Between the common sense spending reforms contained in the one big beautiful bill and the robust economic growth that will be generated as a result of it, there will be no increase to the deficit. The same analysis from the CEA shows just how this historic package will unleash prosperity and ignite a blue-collar boom across America.
All right, Congressman, I've been saying this for a long time. The CBO, Congressional Budget Office, does not take into account dynamic scoring, that lowering taxes spurs the economy. You get more revenue coming in. And then we're saving $4 billion a day, according to Elon Musk. If you look at his numbers, I believe they're correct. Why isn't that used to calculate into budget deficits? That's not used. And finally, if you cut $3 billion of waste from an agency, why the next time around do you not just say, well, you don't get that $3 billion the next year, and that instantly comes out of your budget? Everybody tells me it's more complicated than that, Grant. Is it, Congressman?
No, it is not. The CBO is a Democrat extension of the Democrat Party. We're in the majority. Defund the dadgum CBO, the Congressional Budget Office. Nobody cares back home. I guarantee you, I'd walk the streets of any major metropolitan city and say, what's the CBO? And they'll think they'll think it's something to do with the Charlie Daniels band. I don't know. Look, nobody knows what the CBO is. It's another, and it's a dinosaur. It's probably brought in during the New Deal or something. They use old dynamics. We need to get rid of it. It's ridiculous. Again, another bureaucracy we do not have the guts to get rid of, because that bunch in Washington is so compromised. They got friends over there and they deal with them. Oh, we can't do that. Oh, I'd catch grief. From who? From who? Run a poll and see what America thinks about the CBO. Nobody knows what it is. Nobody listens to what it is. Let's get rid of it. You're exactly right.
Well, amen to that. Congressman Burchett, you get back out to making sure your dog is safe and doesn't run away from you. I know there are some parts of Tennessee you can sit on your front porch and watch your dog run away for 3 days. I don't know if you live in the hills or not, but
well, I do.
We appreciate you coming.
60 acres. I got 60 acres. Old Ross goes back with me. He goes out. His middle name's Houdini. He comes back. He's been hit by 2 cars and mauled by a bear, and that young Roscoe, he just comes back for more.
Well, we'll say some prayers for you and for old Houdini there as well. Congressman, it's great to have you on the program. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Keep spreading the truth.
Absolutely. We never stop. And it's grateful. We're grateful that you come on and help us do that. Nobody really does it like Congressman Burchett. I tell you, I love it when we have that guy on the program because he tells it straight. You notice the theme on this program, though, the members of Congress that we have on here, they're all pretty straight shooters. And it's usually about the same crew of about 8 or 9 of them. Nobody else wants to come on because they're all afraid of my questions. Not Burchett and Boebert and Ogles and Biggs and the rest of them. They're good people. All right, folks, moving on, though. Senate Republicans now say they're going to open an investigation into who's responsible for the Biden decline cover-up and ultimately who was running the White House. John Cornyn, not a guy I'm a fan of. In fact, I'm rooting for Ken Paxton, who's running against him in a primary right here in my home state of Texas to win. But he went on with Will Cain this afternoon talking about this new investigation. Watch.
Well, we need to get past the failures of the media, which were legend, as you pointed out, or the political issue of were you for Biden or against Biden. This is about a constitutional crisis where we basically have an incompetent, mentally incompetent president who's not in charge. So the question is, who is in charge? Whose finger is on the nuclear button or has the nuclear codes? Who can declare war? How do we defend the nation when we have basically an absent president? And those are constitutional issues we need to address and correct.
Yeah, an absent president whose staffers were using an auto pen that I am now convinced they were selling off the benefits of that auto pen, like pardons and things like that. How much were they selling it for? Who was behind it? Who had control of AutoPen? Who was signing legislation into law? Who was nominating judges, for crying out loud? All of it needs to be found out. Back to the corruption in Washington. We now have Kash Patel and Dan Bongino inside the FBI. Many people are criticizing them. I believe they have their reasons why we're not getting, I would say, the complete story or the story we want. But this was somewhat of a bombshell that Dan Bongino released on Fox and Friends this morning, talking about a room full of evidence they knew nothing about inside the FBI headquarters. Watch this.
Luckily, there were a lot of people up there who grabbed us by the arm the minute we came in and said, thank you for being here. You know, we need to talk. There are people there who are really horrified at what happened. And there was a room, and we found stuff. A lot of stuff.
A hidden room.
I wouldn't call it hidden, but hidden from us at least, and not mentioned to us. And then we found stuff in there, and a lot of it's from the Comey era, and we are working our damnedest right now to declassify.
All right, a lot of what they talk about is working to release the files to us. And we get all caught up in this. Well, I want the files. I want the Epstein files. I want to know who was having sex with minors. Why was only Epstein and Maxwell charged? The others should be charged as well. So whether Epstein killed himself or not, I don't know. Does it really matter at this point? I want to know who was involved. Maybe there's reasons we can't know. As opposed to this hidden room, evidence hidden, the Russian collusion hoax. I want people held accountable. Do I want to see the evidence? Yes. But what I really want is accountability for those who perpetrated treason on America. And listening to Dan and Kash, two men that I have the utmost respect for, I would call both of them friends. And if they say something, they mean it. And if they're keeping something from us, they believe there's a good reason to keep the truth from us. They're not just following orders. They'd quit if they didn't believe it, okay? I know that from these two men. But we want answers through all of this. And it's strange we're not getting all the answers. I want to bring in now retired FBI Special Agent Steve Gray to the program. Steve, welcome back.
Grant, thanks for having me tonight. Appreciate it.
All right, Steve, a room hidden from Dan and Kash with lots of evidence. You wouldn't say what the evidence is, but it can't be good for Biden, I would imagine. And this gets to the heart of the problem with the FBI and how hard it's going to be to rebuild its reputation, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. This is completely outrageous. I mean, this goes against every type of evidence rule that we have within the federal government. We have evidence technicians who take care of this evidence, who log the evidence. They take care of the evidence when the evidence leaves and when it comes back. That way we have a chain of evidence and we know exactly where that evidence has always been. To have a room where they're hiding evidence it's just completely criminal. And really, people should go to jail for this. They need to take a hard look at this. You want to talk about deep state? This is the ultimate deep state. This is the thing that the American public has been crying about. The fact that the FBI, the premier law enforcement agency in the world, is hiding evidence in a room somewhere within the FBI. And this is exactly the problem that we have today with the FBI.
Yeah. Well, look who was running it. You got James Comey, who's tweeting out those things, basically calling for violence against the president. No surprise. I want to bring up Epstein now, because all of us are hungry for information about Epstein, about how he died. But even more importantly than that is, What was going on in this case? Who was involved? Was the CIA behind it? Was it a honeypot operation? All of these things are important. This is Dan Bongino on Epstein Cut 14.
I am not asking anyone to believe me. I'm telling you what's there and what isn't. Right. There is nothing in the file at this point on the Epstein case, and there's going to be a disclosure on this coming shortly. We are working through there is video. That is something the public does not. There's video of him killing himself. No, not the actual act.
All right, again, I think, Steve, everybody's getting caught up on whether or not he killed himself, who killed Epstein, whether it was a camera that does show outside of the cell, not inside the cell. I think the bigger question, Steve, is was there video that was being used to blackmail, I don't know, world leaders? Half the members of Congress? Are there members of our own government that this is so big that maybe even a Democrat administration and a Republican administration would say this is so great, so damaging, it could be so horrific to the world, we have to cover this up as well? Because I can't figure out why we're not getting all the information about the case itself, Steve.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of excuses from day one. I think the biggest problem that we've had with this entire Epstein case is the fact that right from the Attorney General Pam Bondi down, they should have treated this like a true FBI case. Kept it under wraps until they were ready to release it. Releasing bits and pieces and talking about it on the news and talking about different types of evidence that we have and why they can't release it, it does the public no good. It doesn't do anybody any good. They need to keep this information until they're ready to release it. The thing is that the public and our Congress need to hold them accountable and ensure that they release this evidence. But talking about it now is not helping the case at all. Yeah, I believe that, and this is my personal opinion, I do believe that there's a lot of evidence in there that's going to hurt a lot of high-ranking people. And that's one of the reasons why it hasn't been released.
Yeah, now I'm only speaking for myself, not Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, who I know to be principled men. They would walk out and quit if they were told to say something they didn't believe or wasn't true. I fear that the Epstein file is so damaging, could be so damaging to national security. Maybe we were working against our allies and this was a honeypot operation by the CIA. It would damage us there. That maybe even Patel and Bongino have come to a conclusion this would be damaging for national security to release it. And that's why we're not getting the whole story. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I truly believe, I've never met the men, but I truly believe in them, and I believe that they're trying to do the right thing. But there are things within the United States government that should not be ever released. And those are the types of things that are put upon those individuals that take it upon themselves, the volunteer, to go to work for the United States government and to handle that type of work without ever releasing it to public. That needs to stay within the confines of the United States government. And it's just things that the general public doesn't need to know. And maybe this could be one of them, but they really need to start, since they've been talking about it, they need to start releasing some type of information.
I would even be okay if they said that. Listen, we've seen things in here that's going to really damage national security relationships with our allies and things like. I think we would have some grasp of that, but just kind of futzing around the side and the edges is not doing anybody any good. Steve Gray, it's always great your insight on all of this. I appreciate you spending some time with us. Thank you, sir, as always.
Thank you, Grant, for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, folks, it is no secret that America's healthcare system is broken and the future is uncertain. Even with a new administration in Washington, D.C., don't rely on chance. Prepare for medical emergencies now with the Wellness Company. Their doctors and medical professionals are people you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. From flu to COVID, a trip to the beach, or a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit just for you. I've got one around here someplace. Here it is. Go to twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10% and get yourself one of these. Ivermectin in here as well. All right, a federal appeals court has now reinstated President Trump's tariffs after a lower court blocked them. This all goes down within 24 hours. Where do we go from here? We'll talk about it next. Everyone. So I woke up this morning to learn that President Trump had a little hiccup in the road when it came to his tariffs. A U.S. Court of International Trade ruled that President Trump was out of line, that he didn't have the executive power to issue widespread tariffs as he did, claiming that this was a national emergency due to our trade deficits. Well, almost instantly, the Trump administration appealed. And almost instantly, an appeals court stepped in and said, okay, your tariffs can go through. All right, we'll put a stay on the lower court's ruling while the appeals work through the courts. So the question then becomes, can President Trump use the idea that trade deficits are a national emergency to institute these widespread tariffs? Caroline Leavitt talked about this.
The President of the United States has core foreign affairs powers and authority given to him by Congress to protect the United States economy and national security. Congress had created the National Emergency Act to provide the congressional framework to strike down improper IEEPA use. And any questions over whether President Trump improperly imposed these IEEPA tariffs were already adjudicated in Congress following Liberation Day.
All right, this is the Emergency Powers Act that gives President Trump the ability to do this. Now, I always said I'm always going to be honest with you, and I was thinking about this. Well, we've had trade deficits for like 47 years. I could literally come to you if President Trump came to me and said, Grant, make an argument against a president using it, make an argument for a president using it. I could come up with both arguments, and both would be pretty darn good, decent arguments on this. So it's always in the decider, which is why I wish Congress would get involved and just say that President Trump is right. I think we'd get around this pretty easily. I want to bring in now senior fellow at Unleash Prosperity, E.J. Antoni, is back with us. E.J., welcome to the program.
Well, Grant, thank you for having me again.
All right, E.J., what do you think? Is this clear, cut, and dry?
I think so, Grant. And if we look at how Trump implemented tariffs during his first administration, he actually used entirely different mechanisms to do so. And the courts have never once said that those measures were unconstitutional. In fact, even after the ruling last night and then another one this morning, there was a second court that actually struck down the tariffs before the other court that you mentioned said, no, we're gonna stay that order and the tariffs can go back on pending an appeal. In any of those instances, for example, we never talked about the specifics of steel and aluminum tariffs as just one example, because that was a targeted measure using a different mechanism. And sure enough, that's perfectly constitutional. And so I think it's unfortunate that the administration tried to use IEPA here instead of at least three other measures that they have to implement tariffs, which, again, were used in the first Trump administration. Now, to your point, Grant, on Congress getting involved, a great way to get around this whole problem of the judiciary continuously saying the president doesn't have the authority to do X, Y, or Z would be for Congress to simply do it. The Constitution is very clear that Congress can add whatever kinds of tariffs they want. And so if Congress were to say implement something like a border adjustment tax to replace the 10% across the board tariff, that would be a very clean and easy way to implement the president's agenda. And by the way, as an added bonus, you could then, since it's now legislation, it's being put in statute, you could then count that additional tariff revenue as a pay for in the current reconciliation package.
All right, EJ, that sounds to me, I teed up a little bit of the idea, but I didn't have the details you have. It sounds brilliant. So is there any movement in Congress to do this? It seems like everybody wins. I just had Congressman Burchett on. I said they have a disease. They're fearful of voting on anything, members of Congress. But is there any movement to do what you just laid out there?
Not at the moment, Grant, but of course, we're always working hard to put this bug in members' ears, so to speak, and to make sure that we're getting the message out. Because unfortunately, I think a lot of members of the legislature don't even understand that they have the ability to do some of these things. They don't understand these different mechanisms, for example, and the ways in which they can implement either tariffs or something like a tariff that can work even better and can protect, for example, American exporters from foreign companies dumping product here in the U.S. or foreign nations manipulating currency, et cetera.
Yeah. Let me play a clip from a guy I know you know, Peter Navarro. He's been basically one of the architects of President Trump's tariff plan in the White House. For the guys behind the glass, cut 3.
12 states of this union sued. And every single one of them is a blue state, from the left coast of Oregon and Washington to New York and Connecticut on the elitist coast. And they basically, the other parties to the suit were a bunch of importers who buy a bunch of cheap subsidized crap from China that really is illegally traded in the sense that it doesn't abide by the rules of the WTO.
All right, now, it doesn't surprise me about the importers buying cheap crap, but the blue states, here's what's so funny, EJ. As long as I could remember, I thought Democrats loved tariffs. Is it just Trump tariffs they don't like?
Exactly. Only Trump could get the left to abandon so many of their so-called principles, right? They used to constantly oppose free trade, and Republicans used to be for it. And what Trump did is he came on the scene and essentially said, look, what we've been calling free trade really isn't free trade at all. And I'm willing to use whatever kinds of tools I need to, take them out of my toolkit and actually use them in order to get us to a place of more free trade, not less, as opposed to protectionism. Now, I will say, though, I think, unfortunately, Peter Navarro kind of sowed the seeds of his own destruction here, because instead of using the tried and true methods that were implemented by Ambassador Lighthizer, for example, in the first Trump administration, Peter Navarro really pushed using IEPA, and I think it's kind of blowing up in their face today. Now, that doesn't mean that the president's goals are wrong. I think the goals the president is trying to achieve are terrific. I think the administration just needs to tweak how they're going about achieving those goals. That's all.
Yeah, well, good advice, as always, from EJ and Tony. I appreciate you coming on. It's a complicated subject, but it's one that is certainly important to everybody. Interestingly enough, EJ, the markets were ho-hum. They were ho-hum when we put a stop to the tariffs, and then hours later they were ho-hum when they reinstated the tariffs. So maybe they're getting used to all of this. EJ, thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Grant.
Absolutely. All right, folks. Remember the name Wilbert Castaneda, the active duty Navy SEAL who is being held hostage in Venezuela. Well, he is still being denied his pay and benefits from the United States Navy. They're about to foreclose on this American hero's home. I've got an update on this. I've been in touch with the Pentagon, and we have Wilbert's brother on next. Stick with me. Everyone, I have told you I will never stop fighting to try to get the Americans who are being held hostage in Venezuela home. Since we started covering this story, we've got one of those hostages home, Joseph St. Clair. His family is ecstatic, as you can imagine. Still, there are others being held, including an active duty Navy SEAL that we've told you about, Wilbert Castaneda. He's an active duty SEAL, scooped up by Venezuela in August of 2024. Well, the United States Navy sent his family a letter in September of 2024, and it reads, and I quote here, "At this time, all pay and allowances, including allotments, have been suspended pending the member's return to Navy jurisdiction." Now, they suspended his pay. We didn't get the next letter until March. That letter came from the State Department, now under the Trump administration. And that letter made it clear that Wilbert Castaneda is a hostage in Venezuela. Here is the letter. It reads, Mr. Castaneda was arrested on or about August 28, 2024, and at that time has been detained since that time in Venezuela. Now, detained wrongly, the letter goes on to say. Still, the Pentagon, the Navy, is not paying Wilbert's salary and back pay. This is a man who was ready to give his life for this country. He's got a wife and kids, and I'm told they're about to foreclose on his home. Well, about 30 minutes before this show, I was in contact with Sean Parnell, who is the Chief Communications Officer for the Pentagon. I've known him for a long time. He was sitting next to the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, as we were texting about this case. He promised me the Defense Secretary would personally look into this and see what they could do to start getting the return of pay. This is good news for the family. I want to bring in now the brother of that captured Navy SEAL, Christian Castaneda, is with us. Christian, welcome to the program.
Grant, thank you so much for having me on again.
Christian, absolutely. So Sean Parnell, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, they're both in Singapore, so I'm not sure how quickly they're going to get to it, but they vowed to me they're going to look into it. That's good news. Tell me just how dire the situation is for Wilbert's family and what they're going through while he's being held hostage.
No, that's excellent news, Grant, and I appreciate you leveraging your network to get the word over to Mr. Hegseth, to Secretary of Defense Hegseth. The situation is bad. You know, the family has done everything we can. Wilbert was detained in August of 24, as you stated. So we're going on 9 months of detention. And as you can imagine, the strain on the family is very, very difficult for them to cope with. And so since the designation change in March, as you mentioned in your intro, we've been working with trying to get to the right point of contact person to correct the administrative oversight. I've learned through this process that the removal of pay is regular procedure. So that's something normal. It's not something that any one person is responsible for in the Navy. However, with the designation change, that does change the landscape. And one would think that could be corrected quickly, but that has not been the case as of yet.
It seems like nothing happens quickly inside of this government. I think with President Trump, things are starting to change. I will say Sebastian Gorka, great friend of this program, was instrumental in getting me in contact with Sean Parnell and the Defense Secretary, and he, too, is working on this as well. With that said, we had the return of Joseph St. Clair. Everybody celebrated his return. Did you get any word from Joseph's family, that your brother is okay? Was he with your brother? Could you update anything at all of what maybe Joseph had to say about your brother's condition?
Yes, we were very happy to hear of Joe's return, and I was able to briefly speak with him just last week, and he did mention, gave us some new updates on my brother. Again, as of his return, we do know that again, he's healthy. But obviously the Venezuelan detention facility is not a 5-star hotel.
No, it's not. And I think, how do I say this without betraying anybody's trust? It was a rough go for Joseph St. Clair. I worry it's probably a rough go for your brother. Now, he's a Navy SEAL. St. Clair was an Air Force veteran. If anybody can handle it, these guys can, but you hate to think about what they may be going through, Christian.
No, absolutely. We hear that these detention facilities are exceptionally small cells where they have them in. We're talking 2 paces by 5 paces. And I can only imagine what 9 months in that small space feels like.
What are the dangers now for his family? You had mentioned that the banks are now looking possibly to foreclose on the home. I mean, what is the urgency here to get this pay reinstated?
We're trying everything possible, Grant. There's some hardship relief that we're exploring. There's conservatorship in case this turns out to be a much longer process than what we hope. So we're trying everything we can to prolong that from happening, but it's not looking very good today.
I'm going to ask you offline to get me information to the bank, because I'll use my contacts to go straight to the higher ups of the bank. We can literally get the CEO of a bank just to put a pause on all of this while he's being held hostage. So make sure you get me that information. And then again, we are certainly praying for your brother, for their family as they go through this process. I guess the last question is, Rick Grinnell has been instrumental in getting some of these hostages back. He brought Joseph St. Clair back. Have you heard anything from him about the prospects of where your brother's case stands?
Haven't spoken to him directly. However, I will say that this administration has been outstanding in working behind the scenes and trying to keep the families informed. And we're staying hopeful for a positive resolution this summer.
All right. Well, again, God bless you, Christian, and your brother. We are pulling for you. And I promise you, at least on this end, we're not going to stop working for you. And know that all of Stinchfield's army out there are pulling for you and your brother as well. So please keep us posted. Any changes in status, we want to know about it, Christian.
Will do. Thank you, Grant.
Absolutely. That's Christian Castaneda. And again, folks, I say it a lot. I ask you to pray for people on this program. Wilbert could use your prayers. Imagine being in a Venezuelan prison as a known Navy SEAL now. He needs our prayers. All right. Americans could see a multi-trillion-dollar tax hike if the big, beautiful bill doesn't pass. What this could mean for you next. everyone. The Senate better push through this big, beautiful bill. Senator Kennedy agrees with me.
The purpose of the reconciliation bill, which is a form of a budget bill, is to renew the tax cuts. In my opinion, if we don't and we raise taxes to the tune of $4.3 trillion on the American people, our economy is going to go on a journey to the center of the earth.
Well, we do not want that happening. And then, of course, if it doesn't happen, you're going to owe the IRS more money and increase the chances of them coming after you. I want to bring in now from Tax Network USA, Cameron Kinsey is back with us. Cameron, welcome back to the program.
Good to see you, Grant. Thanks so much for having me.
All right, Cameron, I'm sure every host has made a joke about this, but I was really hoping your viral moment would have been with me, not on Fox. And for the record, I would have helped you, not gone to the next guest, by the way, but we're glad you're okay.
Thank you so much, Grant. I know I can count on you.
All right, absolutely. All right, so Cameron, look, we've got the IRS. People are all, the focus is now on Washington, but the reality is the IRS has not stopped doing their thing, have they?
No, they haven't. And if Republicans don't renew Trump's tax cuts, the American people are looking at a massive tax hike, period. And, you know, this isn't about policy. It's about protecting the working families from inflation, from government overreach that Democrats created. You know, Trump gave us the biggest middle class tax cut in a generation. And so the mandate is clear. Republicans were sent to codify this agenda, not stall it.
All right. So when you're looking now at the IRS come calling, I don't think it's probably a good idea to think, oh, well, Trump's in office, they're going to just wipe away my debt. That's not happening, right?
No, and the IRS has unlimited resources. Their job is to collect, not to be fair. And so most Americans don't know their rights in this situation. They don't know how to push back against the IRS, but a professional team like Tax Network USA does. We have a team of CPAs, licensed attorneys, people who really just know the tax code inside and out. And so we directly negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. We understand how to protect people from the aggressive enforcement that we've also seen in the past.
All right. I know people that have gotten letters. Hey, I've gotten letters from the IRS to say I owe money that I had miscalculated. I'll tell you, giant scam. And so it was easier for me just to pay the bill than it was to fight it. It wasn't for me lack of paying. It was because the IRS is doing their thing. But I know friends of mine that are business owners. They bury their hand. They take the piece of paper from the IRS and they stick it on the bottom of their pile on their desk and hope it goes away. That's the worst thing you could do, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't want to ignore the problem. Ignoring tax debt, ignoring those letters in the mail, ignoring the filing deadline really only makes things worse. And the IRS is counting on those mistakes from you. It can lead to increased penalties. The process can take longer if you wait or ignore the problem. So if you're getting those letters, if you're getting threats, you really need professionals in your corner who can step in fast, who negotiate directly on your behalf. And that's really where we step in. We've helped clients reduce their liability. We've set them up on favorable, manageable payment plans. We've stopped collections before they've escalated. So the good news is that you have options, but the bad news is the longer you wait, the more those penalties and fees can stack up.
You know, everybody handles stress differently, but I would imagine a lot of your clients get totally stressed out by this. I would think once you get Tax Network USA on board, a lot of that stress starts to dissipate when you got pros handling it for you.
Oh, absolutely. And we try to make this as less stressful and as seamless as possible. We really just ask you for, communication with us, documentation, making sure that we have your W-2s, that we have your tax returns, any IRS notices that you've received in the past, proof of income and expenses. But we act as a liaison between you and the IRS, so you're not having to deal with them yourself. You have your experts in your corner. We know the tax code inside and out, but the more information that we have up front, the faster we can build a strong case for you before the IRS takes further action. So our team handles the strategy and communication moving forward, so you don't have to.
Well, I know so many of our Real America's Voice viewers have used Tax Network USA and all to rave reviews. So, Cameron, I'll tell people how to find you and the team. And again, I appreciate you coming on and being tolerant of my wisecracks. All right, from Tax Network USA. All right, here we go. TNUSA.com/RAV. That's the website. TNUSA.com/RAV. Or you can call them at 1-800-905-8000. That's 1-800-905-8000. All right, so Democrats have rolled out a new spokeswoman to reach out to young men. Will it work? Wait a second. Which one's the woman and which one's the man on there? I have a feeling this isn't going to work. We'll show it to you next.
America's Voice family. Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
So I want you to think about this, folks. Democrats trying to reach conservative men, specifically young men, roll out a guy I believe that's gay and married as their vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz. That's not going to work. They have their gay Secretary of Transportation grow a beard, Pete Buttigieg, thinking that's going to work. And then they march out this woman.
I spent a lot of time on college campuses. And I spend a lot of time with
young men.
I love young men. I love frat guys. And in that, I realized, like, even the ones that identify as conservative are almost always pro-choice. They're almost always pro-gay marriage. You'd be surprised at the number of them who supported Black Lives Matter.
I'm actually surprised at all of those things. So, look, I'm not going to say anything mean. I'm just going to say it's probably not the best choice if that's going to be their new savior to recruit young men into the Democrat Party. stick with Stephen A. Smith. But I don't even want to tell him that because I don't want to give him any upper hands, okay? That's going to do it for us, folks. Thanks for watching. I'm Grant Stinchfield. Stinchfield's Army Rolls. Thanks to all of you. The website is GrantStinchfield.com. Check out the podcast every weekday, 12:15 Eastern Time.
Live from Studio 6B, Thursday, May 29th, 8 p.m. on the East Coast. Real America's Voice, all across the country on your TVs, across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio, Long Island, New York. Glad you're in, everybody, on a Thursday. Slick Rick's here. He's going to do some sports. Rick Delgado's got the news. Vinnie Mac's here. He's got some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down on the big board as always. I want to welcome all the new 8 p.m. viewers over from MSLSD since you have nothing to watch at 8 p.m. anymore. So welcome on in. I'm glad you're here.
Welcome.
A little bit of a change from Circleback Saki, who just got basically fired silently, quietly.
Oh, really?
She's gone out of the primetime spot. So I want to welcome all the new viewers over from there to here, probably. That sounds about right, Delgado?
That sounds good.
Where else are they going to go?
I don't know.
Right?
There's nowhere else to go.
Yeah. So maybe they'll find their way over here. So welcome on in. Lots to do on a Thursday night. We got sports. Big Knicks game tonight. Slicksters.
Big game.
Win or go golfing?
That's it. Win or go home. That's what it is.
I don't know if they're golfers.
In the Garden.
Well, they're already home, so.
I don't know. Big D just laid some big wood on the, I won't say.
Well, I'm on the Pacers plus 4.5.
All right, you said it, not me.
Yeah, I'm on the Pacers tonight, plus 4.5.
That guarantees
and here's how I look at it. I win either way.
Right. Because if the Knicks win.
I've hedged my excitement for either winning a couple shekels or the Knicks move on.
Right. Which
and now we're in Game 5, and then things start to get interesting.
Oh, we're in Game 5.
This is
so
game 6.
We'll be heading to Game 6, which will be on the road, and then
3-2.
Then it falls back on Indiana.
Exactly.
For fear of a Game 7.
Then I'll be on the Knicks in that game as well.
But our very own Vin Buter doesn't think the Knicks could win a Game 7, so we don't know about that either.
I agree with everything you said, but I don't think the Knicks come back in the Garden and win Game 7.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
I want them to win, but I don't think they do.
That's a tough one.
All right.
Okay, so I'm going to put 5,000 lira on the Knicks to lose Game 7.
I'm a little leery about that.
Okay. All right, very good. So, Delgado, how are you?
I am good.
How was your day?
My day was...
it wasn't very good, I know.
No, my day was great.
Oh, it was?
Are you kidding me? Some of the news that's coming? Are you... you have a mental problem?
No,
Are you not
at all.
paying attention to what's happening in the world of news? Damon, obviously not.
Shots fired across the bow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really fiery today,
Plus,
right out of the gate.
Plus,
I felt the sting over here.
Plus, Thursday shirt day. Hello.
Oh, Thursday shirt night. Yeah,
So how can it be a better day than this? I get to match my doll with my shirt and talk about the information
that is truly a fashion statement.
You know what I like about that shirt?
Yeah.
It fits. 3 minutes past the hour.
What is that supposed to mean?
Well, I get a lot of texts saying, tell Delgado to either stop lifting so many weights or buy bigger shirts.
Yeah.
I mean, we pump you up.
You know what?
As the Zen master told me, are you lifting more weights or buying tighter shirts?
No,
Which one?
My shirts are all the same. They're smeared.
His shirts are tighter than Harry at a happy hour when his bar tab comes around. We know that story.
I didn't invoke Harry's name in that one.
All right, the Bill's here. Where'd Harry? Oh, Harry, where'd he go?
Harry's you hear peeling out in the parking lot. Yeah, that car's pretty fast, Harry.
I had to run.
His arms shrink up like a T-Rex. Like, I can't seem to find my wallet.
You know, I really just am sick of opening the news, and all I see when I look at the news, I see the words court, judge, judges, judge, court, judges, court. That's all I see. Judges, courts. That's all I see. And it's getting tiresome, man. It's just tiresome every day.
It's a yo-yo.
I mean, that's all you see. It's judges, panel, judges, courts, this, appeal, this, that. It never ends.
The judicial system's out of control in this country.
and it has to be resolved. But it's judge, it's appeal, it's Supreme Court. And that seems to be the cycle we're on.
Appeals court reinstates Trump's tariffs.
Thank you.
The federal appeals court has blocked the lower court order, at least for now, striking down President Trump's reciprocal tariffs at the request of the White House. The federal appeals court blocked the lower court. The move follows a decision from a panel of the U.S. Court of International Trade this week. Had you ever heard of the U.S. Court of International Trade before yesterday, Vin?
I have not. Okay. I have not. But harumph to them.
I don't even think the people that work at the International Trade Court had heard of the International Trade Court.
There's a building in D.C. that says International Trade
I think it's actually located in New York.
It is.
It is. There you go. It is. By the way, can we talk about the run for mayor of New York? Have you seen the two candidates for this? I mean, if, you didn't think the city could get any worse. Holy Moses.
We're in trouble.
You've got a guy who stuffed old people into places where they were going to all die.
Yeah. Crazy.
And then you got some guy who literally wants to spend, I think, like $10 trillion on just the New York City on what he wants to do. This guy's like, and you might as well go live in Venezuela because it would be just about the same as living under. I mean, I don't know who.
There'll be an exodus.
So off the rails.
Mass exodus.
People will leave. There will be an exodus. That, despite all the stuff that's gone on in New York, real estate still is held. Rent is up. People are having a good time. The city's somewhat a little more cleaned up right now. But man, they get one of these yo-yos in.
These are the two best guys. I mean,
oh man, terrible.
I mean, how could these be the two? I mean, just crazy. But that's a separate side story. Back to the U.S. Court of International Trade.
Let's talk about them.
So at issue was the administration's use of the 1977 International Emergency Economic Powers Act in claiming authority to impose tariffs. The panel found that Trump's tariffs had exceeded his authority. Well, according to these judges, it's Trump versus 677 judges. They seem everything exceeds his power, it seems to them. Everything. There's not one thing. And the other story today out of that one, we'll see what happens there. Judge blocks Trump from stopping Harvard international admissions. Now think about this. You have a Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. You have the President of the United States. You have the executive branch. And you have the issuing of visas for students. China sends somewhere in the neighborhood of 300,000 a year, I think, to the United States to study. All of them are spies. All of them are spies.
And they pay full Monty.
That's part of the deal of them coming. Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, you can spy. You just gotta pay full tuition price.
Yep.
So they get these U.S. visas, and here is the President of the United States and the Secretary of State saying, "Well, if we think that they're not here for all the right reasons, we're going to start revoking." And you have a judge who thinks that this is somehow in the purview of the court. Not the separation of powers. He thinks it's in his purview to say, well, no, you can't do that. How is it possible that the President of the United States and that branch of government doesn't have sole discretion over this with the Secretary of State? He 1 million trillion, let me give you a Biden number, trillion, billion, million % does oversee this. It has the authority to oversee this and has the authority to revoke these if they want to. But not according to U.S. District Judge Allison Burroughs today. She blocked the Trump administration from revoking Harvard's ability to admit international students during an emergency hearing. Just think about that sentence. A judge is going to decide who we let into the country? Especially from places that we know are not friendly. We know they're spying. We know they're stealing IP. We know they're doing all kinds of things. But Judge Allison Burroughs today says, no. The president, screw separation of powers here. Screw the executive branch authority that he holds as the president of the United States. He doesn't have sole discretion over who comes in, him and the Secretary of State. No, I have a say in this. The move follows Harvard suing the administration last week in response to a message from the Department of Homeland Security revoking their student exchange visitor program certification. The judge says this administration is holding Harvard this is actually Kristi Noem says, the administration is holding Harvard accountable for fostering violence, anti-Semitism, and coordinating with the Chinese Communist Party on its campus, Kristi Noem said. It's a privilege, not a right, for these universities to enroll foreign students and benefit from their higher tuition payments to help pad their multi-billion-dollar endowments. The Harvard lawsuit indicated that international students amounted to more than 1/4 of the student body of roughly 6,800 students. Noem, however, has indicated that the school could retain its international admissions privileges if it provided data on the foreign students. Well, of course, they won't do that. But again, that's not the point. The point is, here's a judge thinking that somehow she's going to get involved and tell the president and the Secretary of State who they can issue and not issue visas to.
This is like the pure definition of tyranny. This is what's happened right now during this Trump derangement syndrome, which it seems the left has in spades, the judges have it in spades. And we do know the reality to it. You said this in your opening. The reality is they don't really have the jurisdiction here to do that. But it doesn't matter when you hate someone and a movement so much like these judges do. And I bet you when we look at their social media and we start seeing their other rulings and what they said during the campaigns and all that stuff, we're going to find every one of these judges, whether Bush appointed them or even Trump appointed them. And of course, most of them on the left, we're going to find there's a Trump derangement syndrome part of their ethos that is just going to stand in the way in everything he does. And you know, the DNC memo that went out to all these judges, 677 judges, was obstructive when you can. Because it's not by accident this stuff just happens so timely on everything. And then, you know, the good news, I think, for all this is the Trump administration, they're ready for this because the appeals come out almost immediately. Like they get it right out. Pam Bondi and team are right on it, and we get an appeal, or sometimes it goes right to the Supreme Court. But man, this is tyranny. That's what we're seeing. Tyranny.
Yeah, at the hands of the judges. And, you know, for everybody who's like, well, you know, it was the Trump judge was part of this international trade. That is BS. It happens all the time. There are certain seats that if they don't get nominated by the president for someone or the person doesn't get approved, it kicks back to the, I believe the governor gets to choose the person that's there. And sure, the president just has to say, okay, you know, okays it, but it's not a Trump judge that he selected and said, I want this person in that seat. It's the person, they kind of looked at it like, seems harmless enough. I guess we can let this one go.
Yeah, you know, one other point on this with the judges, and I think we've talked about this before. We were debating this, I remember, a couple of weeks ago, and that is, this is chum for the left. Why is it chum for the left? Because Trump is so tempted to defy these judges. When I hear pushback to my crazy liberal friends who think I'm deranged, it's because, well, he's not going to, follow the judge's orders. He's a dictator, he's fascist and all that. Look at all these orders. So no matter what happens here, Trump winds up being sort of in the firing line of this type of feedback, even though it's utter nonsense. It's why we need the Supreme Court and why I still maintain, forget these judges, ignore them. Ignore them. Appeal it, do whatever you need to do, but just ignore what they say. Keep going.
Right, until the Supreme Court steps in,
force them,
and fixes and fixes the problem. If they're not going to step in and do it, then hey, these lower courts, that they have no jurisdiction over the president and all the powers that he has. So
you meant to say
kick rocks.
You meant to say until Justice Alito and Justice Thomas tell you how to fix the problem, and then see if anybody wants to come with them. I think is probably a better way to describe
100%
what happens over there nowadays. All right, live from Studio 6B, just getting started. We'll do some more sports. Josh Hammer was on with Steve Bannon on this very topic. We'll play that when we get back. Then we'll do sports and news with everybody coming back live from Studio 6B on a Thursday. Glad you're in right after this.
Suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are powerful, lightweight, and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. Plus, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. You get a free portable charging case, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, free shipping, and a 45-day money-back guarantee.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Stop it on up. 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Thursday night. Well, everybody's here. Aaron and Fran is here. Everybody's here. Knicks are playing. We'll get to sports here in a second, but just sticking with the judges. Sticking with the judge. Here comes the judge. Let's stick with the judges just for a second. Our friend Josh Hammer, friend of the show, real friend of the show, was on with our other friend of the show, Steve Bannon, today. And they were talking about exactly this. And here is Josh from today. He made some excellent points. Here he is. He's always excellent. Here he is.
Well, the International Court of Trade dramatically oversteps, Steve, and the U.S. Federal Circuit has put a pause on it. It's just a procedural pause. They're going to let both sides file their legal arguments, let it play out here. We're dealing here with a 1977 Jimmy Carter era statute known as the International Emergency or Economic Emergency Powers Act. Now, the real question in this litigation, again, what happened today is all just procedural stuff. The Federal Circuit basically saying, okay, you guys overstepped there. The actual question is really more one of who decides, because the relevant underlying statute says that when there is a foreign economic commercial emergency, then the President of the United States can do XYZ thing. So the question, Steve, really is, do the political branches get to decide what is an economic emergency, or do these unelected judges? Yeah, Steve, we are knee deep in a constitutional crisis, and we're knee deep in a constitutional crisis not because Donald Trump is a dictator, fascist, Nazi, Stalin, whatever they want to call him. No, I mean, we are in a constitutional crisis right now because Donald Trump is facing an unprecedented judicial insurrection, the likes of which no president in this country has faced since wartime President Abraham Lincoln himself, dealing with Roger Taney and chattel slavery and a genuine literal insurrection like which we have never seen before. And there's ultimately only one way that this is going to end. This is kind of the craziest point to me, Steve. The craziest point to me is that the judiciary, including the International Court of Trade earlier today, which by the way, that's a partisan court, by the way. This is actually one of those Article 1 congressionally created courts deep in the bowels of the executive branch. It has partisan designations. You have to have certain Republican nominees, Democrat nominees. So the media was reporting that, a Trump appointee to the International Court of Trade was the one who struck down these tariffs. But yeah, it was technically a Trump nominee from the first term, but he was literally a Democrat because it's statutorily required that you have a certain partisan Republican Democrat mix on that court. So the media just disingenuous and dishonest as always. But we're in this crisis, and the judiciary, more generally speaking, whether it's these executive branch courts like the trade court or the bread and butter, the Article 3 federal courts, they have to know they're not going to win. They are not going to win this because they still are literally, as Hamilton told us in Federal 78, they literally are the least dangerous branch. And they have neither force nor will, but merely judgment. They literally depend, as Hamilton again said, on the efficacy of the executive branch, even for the enforcement of their own judgments. They do not have the tools in their checks and balances, in their separation of powers, in their toolkit to win this in the long term. The only question is, how long is it going to take for them to learn the message, and how much can Congress and President Trump, how much can the other two branches turn the screws to deliver the message there? So I've been all in, me, Mike Davis, all of us at Article 3 Project, we've been all in trying to get all tools on the table, whether it's judicial impeachment of bozos like Judge Boasberg in D.C., whether it's trying to jurisdiction strip legislation, whether it's trying to potentially abolish entire judgeships. There is a lot. There's a lot that Congress and the president can do to get the judiciary to understand the message there. But this judicial insurrection, Steve, has to stop because we are absolutely in a constitutional crisis, and is a crisis entirely of Article 3's own making.
There you go.
Well, it is a constitutional crisis, yes, but it's also something where they have no jurisdiction. So they could say, that's like you and I sitting around and just saying, I'm going to proclaim that you can't do that. Because if I have no jurisdiction on anything, neither do you. And these judges don't either. So it is a constitutional crisis in a sense if we take them seriously, like they actually do have a say. But they don't have a say. So what's the crisis?
Right.
Just ignore them.
And what happens is then, if nothing happens, if nobody pushes back on whatever they're declaring or decreeing or whatever the mumbo jumbo legal terms they try and use to say that this is now the policy, if you don't do anything about that and challenge it, if you just let it sit, later on down the road, they're going to cite that as, well, we have precedent now.
Yeah.
Which works against you in the courts.
Yes, you do have to fight it.
Right.
I'm just saying that from a constitutional standpoint, they have no jurisdiction. There's not a constitutional protection for them. They're actually not fully protected by this. They're federal judges with small little areas that they have jurisdictions on, not the executive branch.
Right. And so, again, they were only established so everything doesn't end up at the Supreme Court.
Right. As a buffer to do that.
Right.
All right, 22 past the hour. Live from Studio 6B, let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS 6B is the promo code to use at MyPillow. Slick's got it. What's going on, Slickster?
Big day. Well, big game in the Garden tonight. Game 5. Right now, the Knicks trail the series 3-1, looking to make it 3-2. It's win or go home, like we said at the beginning of the show. They jumped out to an early 8-point lead. However, the Indiana has come back a little back and forth. Knicks do look like they're on their game tonight, Big D. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but Indiana could get hot. 4:31 to go. 20-13 in the first quarter, and again, Knicks with a must-win situation. So we shall see. Well, Knicks just hit a big three-pointer. They're up by 10 points with 4:23 to go. NHL action. Here we go. American Airlines Center. Another game where the Dallas Stars, who are hosting, must win tonight. They trail the series 3-1 to the Edmonton Oilers. Right now, no score, just underway, about a minute and a half into the game. So we'll keep track of the scores with that. And then Major League Baseball earlier today. Braves over the Phillies 4-0 at the end of 5. Blue Jays 11-0 over the A's. Woof, top of the fourth there. Top of the first, Rays blanking the Astros 1-0. Phillies down the Braves earlier today 5-4. Mariners taking on the Nationals. That's a 9:40 first pitch. And the Memorial Tournament earlier today. First round play is complete at Muirfield Village Golf Resort in Dublin, Ohio. And, the first one, Ben Griffin shot a 7 under today. And Colin Morikawa, one of Damon's favorite golfers, shot a 5 under. So he's in second place.
Ben Griffin's
today.
he was right. Did he win last week, or he was right there last week? I think he came in second if he didn't win.
He didn't win it, but he was right there. Good.
He came in second. I think he was in the playoff, right? Yeah. Pretty sure he was.
He's shooting good, man. So we'll see what happens. Round 1, though, Big D. We know how that goes. We'll see what happens. Who's the big guy on Sunday? We'll see. Sad news in college football. Baylor defensive lineman dies after being shot multiple times. This is R. Hawkins of Breitbart. Baylor defensive lineman Alex Foster was pronounced dead early Wednesday morning after being found inside a car with multiple gunshot wounds. Foster was 18 years old and from Greenville, Mississippi, when he was shot. ESPN reported that Foster redshirted at Baylor during the 2024 season. Police were called about a shooting at 12:11 a.m. and arrived to find Foster severely wounded inside a car. He was transported to a hospital and pronounced dead a short time later. So sad news there for the Baylor football team. You know, really, a young man like that, 18 years old. And last but not least, I don't know if you heard about this, former Seton Hall pitcher details sexual hazing, blood injuries, and says coach failed to act. This is former pitcher describing brutal hazing rituals and accuses coach Rob Shepard of failing to stop toxic culture. This is Ryan Morick of Fox News. A lawsuit claims that a former Seton Hall pitcher was the subject of hazing by his teammates, including gross sexual acts. The former pitcher, whose name has not been publicly identified, said he was spitting blood everywhere during one incident, and the hazing dashed his dream of making the big leagues. The lawsuit claims that nude and violent wrestling, as well as masturbation ritual, are just some of the hazing incidents. So, pretty graphic story. Well, it's Fox News. I'm
back that up.
That sounds like a good Saturday night. What are you talking about?
Back that bus up. I got to say.
Well, yeah.
I thought we were the only ones that did the masturbation ritual here. I don't understand that hazing. What the hell's going on?
This show's going on.
Seton Hall stealing that?
Seton Hall, the pitcher, pitcher and the catcher.
God.
But anyway, the player in the lawsuit.
You sure you read that right?
He brought that from Pepperdine, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know what those.
We were the Waves, so go figure it out.
Well, the suit claims the player's move to a Division III school cost him a season eligibility and diminishing his visibility and professional baseball. He had to leave the school, the kid. He was a promising prospect, and what can I tell you?
Terrible.
Yeah, so that's it, Big D. That's what I got. That's what I got.
We might be back in 3 minutes. 26 past the hour live.
That's a legitimate word on TV.
Of course it is.
I just got a text from a
Did you ever watch Dr. Ruth?
Hey.
It's all very natural.
But she lived.
She lived a long life.
Hello, Americans. Pat Boone here. You know, the markets are getting a little crazy, and now is the time to protect yourself from economic turmoil. Silver is in the headlines and creating a lot of excitement as the price of silver is very attractive compared to that of gold, of course. Call Swiss America for the scoop on whether this silver opportunity is for real. See, today, silver faces a huge shortage due to rising demand by military, solar, and electric cars, which all depend on silver and can increase prices. So, to help you get started, Swiss America is offering beautiful United States Walking Liberty half dollars, minted from 1916 to 1947, in 90% silver for a special introductory price. Limit of $250 per customer while supplies last, of course. So call or text the number on your screen to take advantage of this offer. Rediscover silver today.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duck to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duck powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Cleans seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150. But get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those quacks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the Duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low, low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
Hello to Pittsburgh.
This Friday, don't miss Trump's Golden Age rally in Pittsburgh.
We will make America strong again.
Witness the movement reshaping America. We're bringing you live, unfiltered coverage starting at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Make America great again. Thank you, Pittsburgh. God bless you.
Only on Real America's Voice.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Thursday night and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in, everybody. Dr. Ruth will have more sports. Rick Delgado's going to have some news. Vinnie Mac's going to have some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Glad to see all of our friends, of course, as always, every single night. We so appreciate it in the chat and all of our social media. Make sure you follow us and hit the like, subscribe. Yeah. If you haven't, thumbs up at LFS6B pretty much everywhere. Instagram at LFS6B Show. Tomorrow night, we will be live back at the America First Warehouse for a Friday night show.
Can't wait.
And we certainly hope you can make it there some Friday here in the near future, coming down to the America First Warehouse. Number one, you got to just see the warehouse. Because it's just fantastic to see Joe the Box and everybody there, and come see us. Kevin Downey Jr., Paul Nolan, Vinnie Mac, Slick, Delgado, myself will all be there. We'll be back there tomorrow night, and we'll be there every Friday going forward. So if you can, make it to New York and come to Long Island and see the show, work it into a trip, or just if you're in the area, come on over. It's been great so far. What have we done? 3 or 4? I mean, they've all been great, man. Great people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just totally. Great people. So we got an invitation out to Charlie to come tomorrow night. We don't know if he's going to accept, but we'll see.
That would be great. Charlie, please come.
But right now, let's do some news that Charlie won't probably like. And here with the news is Rick Delgado. News is brought to you by our friends over at EternalLifeCoin.com. EternalLifeCoin.com. You might like that if he checks that out. EternalLifeCoin.com. All one word. Great piece for anybody in your life, especially for a dad for Father's Day. Check it out, EternalLifeCoin.com. Delgado's got the news. What's going on?
All right. Well, I'm going to reclaim my time here, Damon, and designate this news, dedicating it to Vinny's friend Charlie. Charlie, we hope you're watching.
Very good.
This news is for you. It's the best news in the world ever today, and we're giving it to you.
I am going to hear it.
It has to do with one of Charlie's, probably one of the people he holds in high self-esteem. I'm talking about one former FBI director, James Comey.
Oh, yeah.
Of Shellgate. Well, turns out James Comey has been taking shots on TV recently, going after Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. And I don't know if you caught what he had to say about former Secret Service agent, New York City police officer, and podcaster Dan Bongino, who's now the deputy director. But here he is.
Did Bongino do any TV today?
Yeah, I got that too. I'm going to share that with you, Damon. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't poke the bear.
I'm just wondering if he did any interviews.
Well,
he said anything.
He did, and Charlie's going to love this stuff.
It's coming.
So here's cut number 4. Here's James Comey taking some not so subtle shots at Dan Bongino. Here's cut number 4. Check this out.
Something supported by a lot of conservatives out there. What do you make of this? It's a little confusing to me, honestly. I'm sure it's a huge adjustment to go from being a podcaster to being the deputy director of the FBI.
That's the first one.
But I don't understand this tweet. First of all, I assume that the investigation of the pipe bomb that was found on January 6th was never closed. The FBI never closes such a thing. So I guess it means they're going to focus on it more. And as to the other things, I thought the Supreme Court marshal had investigated the leak of the opinion, the draft opinion. I don't know what the FBI's role is there. Cocaine at the White House, I thought the Secret Service investigated that, so I don't follow it and understand it. I also don't understand who the audience is for this tweet. The FBI often calls for public assistance or in matters of great public concern will announce an investigation to reassure the public. This seems much more narrowly targeted, maybe to a former podcast audience.
Ah, there it is. Of course, he's
just a bitter old.
He really is. Just so he's nervous, he's bitter, and I think he's a little bit scared at this point. That's why he's taking aim at Bongino. Of course, Dan Bongino, it seems like they're doing you're going to go on TV and talk? So will we. And followed up by Dan Bongino doing this, coming after what they found during Comey's FBI tenure. Here, check this out. Here's cut number 5, where Bongino goes into it. Check this out.
Wait till you read the stuff that's coming out.
Does he still have loyalists in the building? Because when I hear the FBI director saying, you guys are finding boxes that are hidden, okay, how does that happen in the Bureau?
Well, we were there a couple of weeks, and luckily there were a lot of people up there who grabbed us by the arm the minute we came in and said, thank you for being here. You know, we need to talk. There are people there who are really horrified at what happened. And there was a room, and we found stuff, a lot of stuff.
A hidden room.
I wouldn't call it hidden, but hidden from us at least, and not mentioned to us. And then we found stuff in there, and a lot of it's from the Comey era, and we are working our damnedest right now to declassify. And just so you know, because I get the public, I totally understand people saying, well, do it now. The process is not all the information is ours to declassify. Some is other intelligence agencies. It's not, we literally can't do it. Once that gets done and that gets out there and you read some of the stuff we found that, by the way, was not processed through the normal procedure, digitizing it, putting in FBI records. We found it in bags hiding under Jim Comey's FBI. You're going to be stunned.
Yeah, so there it is. A little pushback on
That's
James
good news,
Comey.
huh?
That's great news.
Yeah.
And again, you know, he kind of codifies it by saying, you know, we can't just rush it out there. There's a process. I understand that. I'm frustrated with that process. I'm sure as people like Paul are, as well as many people out in the audience, but I get it. At least we're getting something that says, hey, hang tight, stay with us. We haven't given up on this stuff, and it's coming. So that's great news to hear from Dan Bongino. He also revealed during this interview that the Bureau will be releasing footage, which is the first time we're hearing about this.
I thought there was no footage.
I thought there was no footage. I thought the camera went out. I thought
what are you talking about?
Talking about video footage confirming that Jeffrey Epstein was the only one in that cell. Again, the footage will not show Epstein committing suicide, but will confirm where he was and that he was, quote unquote, the only person around there at that time, which is a little strange. But again, we were told very early on, oh, there's no video. It just kind of went out. Well, why did they tell that story? Obviously, it wasn't
told
the
you
truth.
by who, though?
Excuse me?
Told you who told you that?
The people doing the investigation. The Bill Barr led DOJ at the time.
Oh, so that was Comey.
That was Comey.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
There's no video.
Okay. And now you have Bongino and Patel there.
It wasn't Comey.
Ooh.
No, that was Christopher Wray.
Yeah.
It was Wray.
Christopher Wray, yes.
Bongino,
Chris Christie's guy, yeah.
Right. Bongino also called Comey a disgrace and claimed he was profiting off his notoriety.
So which one do you think's lying? The original report or now this guy telling you there is? Which one's lying?
What do you mean? Which one is lying?
Which one you think is lied?
Which
Comey, Christopher Wray about there was none, or Bongino saying that they'll release one?
Well, if we see video, then it was Christopher Wray who seems to have lied. Why? We don't know. It would be nice to find out.
Do we have that clip?
Yes, we do, as a matter of fact. It's cut number 7. Here is Dan Bongino talking about the Epstein file. Again, he always mentions the file, and he references the file, not his own personal investigation or what they have found since, just the file. Check it out, cut number 7.
Here we go.
Those two cases obviously are of significant public interest. I'm just telling you what we see in the file. I just want to be crystal clear on this.
The file.
I am not asking anyone to believe me. I'm telling you what's there and what isn't. Right. There is nothing in the file at this point on the Epstein case, and there's going to be a disclosure on this coming shortly. We are working through there is video. That is something the public does not.
There's video of him killing himself.
No, not the actual act, but the entire MCC Bay. It was only one camera. There's video that when you look at the video, and we will release, that's what's taken a while on this, we are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans. You're going to see there's no one there but him. Right. There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time, if you have a tip, let us know. But there's no DNA, there's no audio, there's no fingerprints, there's no suspects, there's no accomplices, there's no tips, there is nothing. If you have it, I'm happy to see it. There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
So there you have it.
Oh, we got to,
Again, two
could
references.
Be like a Jack Bauer deal. Maybe check the wall. Could be like a side compartment or...
Two references to reading just from the file, what the file says.
Sure.
Again, you're not allowed to lie to the FBI, but man, they can lie to you. I'm just saying.
We're pretty good at it.
Delgado would rather be scratching his eyeballs with tinfoil than having to report on this story.
No, I report on this story with glee, Damon. Why? Because I want to get to the bottom of it.
I know.
And I love the fact that he keeps saying, according to the file. The file.
Yeah.
You got to parse the words, my friend. Parsing words.
Okay.
Parsing words.
Okay, let me parse them.
Can you pass the parsing, please?
All right, what else, Delgado?
Finally, I don't know if you saw this. One of your favorites, Damon, Ed Martin was on with Glenn Beck.
Ooh, I like
Ed Martin.
Talking about the Biden auto pen scandal, the pardon scandal, and everything associated with that.
That's a big one.
Here he is talking about cut number 9, where he discusses with Glenn, what they're going to be looking for and how they're going to proceed forward with this cut 9.
There's many laws that I would say apply to this. Someone brought up forgery. Forgery is the beginning of a conversation. I think fraud, there's all kinds of aspects of fraud that could be done if somebody's making money, big money off of it. There's many things. President Trump used in a Truth Social a post about treason, and I think I as a member of DOJ, I'm going to tread carefully towards what I would describe as the likely crime. But there's a lot. If this was an abuse, like people are worried, there's a lot of crimes that were committed, and will be.
If the facts show that it was happening, the DOJ will pursue aggressively justice.
The only way I know to do it is being aggressive, Glenn. You probably have seen this now. So, yes, we're going to get to the bottom of the facts. We're going to apply it to the law, and we're going to go like hell against the people that did this to the country. And, this is the biggest scandal I could ever imagine in our lives.
Yeah.
There's never been anything like this at this point. And so I hope it's a lesser scandal than it looks like, but it's headed towards one of the most egregious things we've ever seen. So, yes, people will be held accountable, and, yes, they will be held accountable by prosecutions.
Yeah, and if you remember last week during another appearance, Ed named the 3 gatekeepers he considers gatekeepers. Ron Klain, Anita Dunn, and Bob Bauer as those 3 who are really dominant characters in the White House, who they're going to be looking at very harshly in terms of who could be responsible for this.
I have a question or comment on this auto pen thing. Most legal documents that go through Congress or any area of our government, most meaningful documents, people fly back in if they're out of town to sign these documents. Okay, they don't just say, okay, put my name on it. Right. They have to fly in because they have to physically sign them because they're important legal documents. The auto pen was created for nonsense, not for important legal documents. It's like the judges. This auto pen has no jurisdiction, nor do the judges that we're talking about. It's the same issue.
All right, 43 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We'll come back, more news, sports with Slick. We'll get an update on that Knicks game. If you're here in New York, I know that's important to you. We got a score there. We'll wrap hour one. Man, quick first hour. Live from Studio 6B on a Thursday. We're back right after this.
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days and the weight will come off.
You want to know the one mistake most people make when they want to lose weight? They try to overhaul their entire life at one time. My secret is you just commit to 3 weeks at a time.
In 21 days, I lost 10 pounds and 15 inches off my entire body.
Right now, bundle 21-day fix with Shakeology, superfood nutrition that helps you lose weight and feel less bloated, and save up to 60%. Just go to body.com today. That's body with an I.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Thursday night. We want to send our well wishes out to Ricky Cope.
Yep.
Member of the LFS 6B audience. And I hear somebody sent in a message to Vince and he's not feeling it. Did they say he's in the hospital?
He's in the hospital.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what he is in the hospital for, but it's obviously something serious, and he's watching the show.
Okay, we send our prayers out to him, and I know the entire audience in the chat does as well. So know that we are with you, thinking about you, and hope that everything is getting better, or whatever the situation is, that you feel better, and get back into the LFS 6B chat, which is really, all joking aside, quite the family.
It's very entertaining.
Yeah. So,
and I have no medical training, Ricky, but if there is anything that I can do to help, I'm happy to come out that way. Perhaps perform some surgery, perhaps something else. I'm game. You don't think so?
Okay. All right. Well, no, yeah. Whatever you want to do.
Whatever you want to do.
12 minutes till the hour. Let's get an update on the Knicks game. Maybe Ricky's interested in that. A lot of New Yorkers are, and I know a lot of people in Indiana are.
Yes.
Slickster, let's do your sports. It's sponsored by our friend Mike Lindell and MyPillow. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow, and we appreciate it. There's a lot of codes you can use. We appreciate it when you choose ours. We're going to run that promo in June. If you use our code in June leading up to Father's Day, anything you're buying for Father's Day, code LFS6B. We'll add in something from our store for Dad, and there's a lot of great stuff for Dad in our store. So, Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D. Well, with a star-studded courtside in the Garden tonight, the Knicks are the ones who are setting the pace, if you will.
Pat McAfee there?
Yeah, right. New York Knicks are up 43-34 with 5:51 to go in the second quarter. I got to tell you, every time the pace is cut to within 3 or 4, Knicks go on a run, and they look good. Carl Anthony Towns looking good tonight. Just put another one in. Now they're up. Knicks are now up by 9. Oof, that's or 11 actually. They just went by 11. So unbelievable. Knicks looking good, Big D. I don't know, that bet might cost you some money, but it's still early, and we know the Knicks are known to collapse in the third quarter.
I'm covered either way.
Well, and then we got to go to the NHL. Another good game right now on the road. The Oilers looking to close it out in the American Airlines Center in downtown Dallas. Western Conference Final, Game 5. Oilers up 3-1 with 7 minutes to go in the first. So now Dallas has got to start putting the puck in the net, or they'll be putting the ball in the golf hole, because that's where they're going to be on the golf course as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. And, well, just a couple of quick baseball scores. We got the Rays 1-0 over the Astros, bottom of the second. Blue Jays continue to be bombing the Athletics 11-0 there. Braves blanking the Phillies 6-0. And Capitals clarify email announcing Alex Ovechkin's final season was sent in error. The Capitals said the email mistakenly alluded to Ovechkin's final season. Paulina Dadaj of Fox News. The Washington Capitals went into damage control on Thursday after reports that an email to season ticket holders had been sent out informing them that the 2025-2026 NHL season would be the last for hockey great Alex Ovechkin. Ooh. Reports began circulating on social media Thursday afternoon that Ovechkin, who turns 40 in September, will be preparing for his final season in the league. According to a report from the HockeyWriters.com, an email was sent out Thursday that read, October, the start of Capitals hockey and Alex Ovechkin's final NHL season. Shortly after the report began spreading, the Capitals public relations team put out a statement clarifying that no decision regarding Ovechkin's future has been made and that the email was sent out in mistake. I mean, that's bad, man. Somebody's got to get fired for that one. No decision has been made on Ovechkin's future following the 2025-26 season, and an email was sent from an individual with the corporate sales department that mistakenly alluded to next year being Alex Ovechkin's final year. Questions about Ovechkin's future followed his career goal scoring record, which he set when he broke Wayne Gretzky's mark of 895 in April. Our very own Erin was in the arena that night. You barely score arena, and she had that clip for us, which we ran. That was a historic goal. But I tell you, that is bad. I mean, I can't believe that. You got a great like that, and you're gonna maybe they're just trying to drum up sales.
Or maybe it is, and they just let the cat out of the bag.
Yeah, exactly.
I really don't know.
Oh, Vinny.
Yeah, thank you. Always thinking over here. That's why the stud thing's there.
I mean, think about it. Was that a separate, was it part of a larger email or text or whatever they put out, or was it just a separate blast that they put out? Hey, make sure you get your tickets. This is his last season. Because that's not something you just kind of haphazardly, right?
Right.
It's not It's not just what was I thinking?
Right. Not like we're responding to a KDJ comment in the text. Right. Exactly.
Right.
So,
you weren't supposed to say that.
Yeah.
Even though it's true.
That's pretty brutal.
Somebody has to say it for you to think it and be like, oh, let me put this in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Good pickup there. Good pickup.
We've been talking about this young lady the last few nights. Indiana Fever suffers worst loss of the season in Caitlin Clark's first missed game of her career. Clark is dealing, obviously, with a quad injury. Ryan Morick of Fox News. One may argue that even though Caitlin Clark was off the court on Wednesday, it made a case that she is the most valuable player in the WNBA. That's because in the Indiana Fever's first game without Clark since she suffered a quad injury, the Fever suffered their worst loss of the young WNBA season. The Washington Mystics took down the Clarkless Fever 83-77 on Wednesday night. And, wow, it's just amazing. So I think that's going to have its impact. But at least I don't have to worry about any racial controversies while she's out, right?
Please.
They can take a sabbatical on that nonsense. Yeah. But we'll see. Anyway, Big D, that's a wrap in sports. Back to you. By the way, Knicks up 50-36, 3:35 to go in the second quarter.
No lead is safe.
All right, Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. President Trump out tonight on Truth Social. The U.S. Court of International Trade incredibly ruled against the United States of America on desperately needed tariffs. But fortunately, the full 11-judge panel on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit Court has just stayed the order by the Manhattan-based Court of International Trade. Where do these initial 3 judges come from? How is it possible for them to have potentially done such damage to the United States of America? It is purely a hatred of Trump, ? What other reason could it be? I was new to Washington, and it was suggested that I use the Federalist Society as a recommending source on judges. I did so openly and freely, but then realized that they were under the thumb of a real sleazebag named Leonard Leo, a bad person who in his own way probably hates America and obviously has his own separate ambitions. He openly brags how he controls judges and even justices on the United States Supreme Court. I hope that is not so, and I don't believe it is. In any event, Leo left the Federalist Society to do his own quote-unquote thing. I am so disappointed in the Federalist Society because of the bad advice they gave me on numerous judicial nominations. This is something that cannot be forgotten. With all that being said, I am very proud of many of our picks, but very disappointed in others. They always must do what's right for the country. In this case, it is only because of my successful use of tariffs that many trillions of dollars have already begun pouring into the USA from other countries, money that without these tariffs, we would not be able to get. It is the difference between having a rich, prosperous, and successful United States of America and quite the opposite. The ruling by the U.S. Court of International Trade is so wrong and so political. Hopefully, the Supreme Court will reverse this horrible country-threatening decision quickly and decisively. Backroom hustlers must not be allowed to destroy our nation. The horrific decision stated that I would have to get the approval of Congress for these tariffs. In other words, hundreds of politicians would sit around D.C. for weeks and even months trying to come to a conclusion as to what to charge other countries that are treating us unfairly. If allowed to stand, this would completely destroy presidential power. The presidency would never be the same. This decision is being hailed all over the world by every country other than the United States of America. Radical left judges, together with some very bad people, are destroying America. Under this decision, trillions of dollars will be lost by our country, money that will make America great again. It would be the harshest financial ruling ever leveled on us as a sovereign nation. The President of the United States must be allowed to protect America against those that are doing it economic and financial harm. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And by the way, all of that is totally good. He doesn't even talk about the fact that he's using these tariffs also against our enemies as a to protect the actual physical health of the United States citizens in the fentanyl crisis. So he's not only using it just for the financial reasons, he's using it as a hammer, as a weapon, as a way to try to change behavior. How can that not be in the interest of the chief executive of the country in protecting the actual physical health of the citizens?
It's not about tariffs.
To wrap on hour one, we'll discuss more in hour two. We're back right after this.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt,
one large tomato in the center, click it, cook it, and look, amazing Mediterranean rice that's just bursting with flavor. But how about an egg fried chicken rice meal for the whole family in just minutes?
And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice.
Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life.
Elevate your party with a melty queso spinach or a s'mores dessert dip. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide. All for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. You get it all at incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-575-5956 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-575-5956 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison built that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to values or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
From Studio 6B.
I'm going to research Linda now.
There we go. On a Thursday night, Linda Welsh on Facebook says what now, Delgado?
Has Damon ever researched anything?
Well, no. I mean, in reference to what, though?
She's well, because
I didn't know Bernie Carrick
No. It had to do with something from last night, it looks like.
Well, what specifically was it?
It had to do with my mentioning of Gassara and Nassara.
I mean, it sounds like I should go to the doctor for that. Well, I don't know. What are you talking about?
She says you should check out the documentary, The Fall of the Cabal.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sorry. I have a life, so I can't do that right now. I mean, what are we talking about?
Research is very time-consuming.
He's got no time for it. He's busy during the day working.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think I'm doing?
He's editing. He's an editor.
We're just proving Charlie's point. No reseurse? What are we doing?
Hour 2, live from Studio 6B on a Thursday. Thursday, May 29th. Glad you're in. Real America's Voice, all on your TVs, and of course 103.9 LI News Radio, all across Long Island on your radio. Glad you're all in wherever you're watching or listening. Slick's going to do some sports. Rick Delgado's got some news. Vinnie Mac has some more news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. One of you made the point in hour 1. I think it was you, Vin, that Trump on this judge thing just needs to just ignore him.
Yeah.
And, you know, of course, people on the left who are, of course, when they're in power, will not only ignore judges, they will ignore the law, they will ignore anything they can while they try to burn the place down on their way through, whether it's torching the Constitution, burning it. Of course, when it fits their narrative, they try to wrap themselves in it, but we all know that. But there's this article today, when presidents are right and courts are wrong, Defying the Bench to Save the Nation by David Manny over at our friends and Kevin Downey Jr.'s place over at PJ Media. And in this article gets to exactly your point in that before everybody freaks out and says, oh, no, he's a dictator, he's this, he's that, he's not going to listen. Well, He says, when presidents defy a court, the media all pull, and the left pull the fire alarm right away. Legal experts go on all their TV panels with words like unconstitutional and dictator and authoritarian. The phrase constitutional crisis gets tossed around like glitter at a political parade, he says. But what most people forget is that history doesn't always side with the judiciary. Some of America's greatest presidents defied court rulings, and history later confirmed that those examples of defiance were not only justified, but necessary. They didn't do it to seek power. They did it to protect the country when others froze. That's not a crisis. That's leadership. Now that 2 federal courts have blocked Trump's new economic tariffs, it's worth revisiting the long American tradition of presidents ignoring the gavel when national security, survival, or our sovereignty are on the line. In every example that I give, the court ruled against the president, and the president was right. And I'm not going to go through, obviously, each one, but I'll just tell you the headlines of what he brings up. Lincoln in habeas corpus, breaking the law to save the Union in 1861. As the nation buckled under secession, President Lincoln suspended the writ of habeas corpus. That gave Union generals the authority to arrest Confederate sympathizers without a judge reviewing the case. This was no hypothetical fear. Pro-Southern saboteurs in Maryland had torn up railroad tracks and destroyed bridges, threatening troop movements near D.C. Chief Justice Roger Taney, who, by the way, I believe our friend Josh Hammer actually referenced in his piece in his interview with Steve Bannon. Chief Justice Taney, still clinging to the robes of his infamous Dred Scott legacy, ruled that Lincoln had no such authority. Lincoln ignored him. He asked the public a simple question. Should all the laws be enforced while the nation falls, or should we preserve the nation first so that the statutes can matter later? Which, by the way, I think is a question that absolutely applies right now.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely does.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely does. And these judges and any of these other people, they don't care about tariffs. They don't care about 40 years of our country being ripped off through these tariffs and having a material effect on our sovereignty. They just care about defying Trump. These judges don't care about all these issues. There's not one issue that they actually care about. They just care about defying Trump. And Lincoln is interesting that you brought him up, because Lincoln and maybe Kennedy, but mostly Lincoln, I don't think there's been a president that's been this hated, this disliked by so many factions within the government, including the judicial system, but mostly them, than Trump is now. He's facing the wrath of a hysterical left in every which way, but it's just all about hating Trump. Not one thing is about the benefit of this country.
And it's not only the hysterical left, Vin. It's the hysterical bureaucrats.
It's the bureaucrats,
right? Because
for sure.
They know that this could be a watershed moment for them, where all of a sudden they're going to lose their power, their influence, everything that they've worked so hard for to steal could be taken from them.
Yeah.
And they don't like the sound of that. They don't like the fact that, what do you mean I'm going to be relegated to possibly being unemployed because I'm useless? What do you mean? I'm important.
Yeah.
I've got a very expensive house that I made sure I bought, and I live a very good life, and I want to make sure I continue living that life. I don't care what it costs the American people. They want what they want now, and unfortunately, it's because nothing has been done about it. Nothing has been addressed. Nobody's said, hey, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't be doing that. Maybe we shouldn't give these people all this money. It used to be, and I remember this growing up, they're like, well, if you want to make money, go work for yourself or go work out in the real world. If you just want something lower paying, but you want it, you want a very stable, and you'll get a pension, and you won't make a lot of money working for the government, but at least you'll have that, that foundation there, and nothing will ever happen to you. Well, things have been flipped because the people in the government all of a sudden decided, hey, we're going to keep paying ourselves more and more. Now they're outpacing what you can make out in the real world. Which was never the intention. It was always about serving first, and having that lower salary, but also it made it possible for you to look forward to a pension because, well, you were kind of taking it in the end, taking it up front to get it on the back end.
Yeah. Look what Doge uncovered.
Right.
I mean, those NGOs sending money internationally, then money coming back through the back door through these NGOs that, people are making millions on. It's a great process, frankly, from a devious standpoint.
Right.
And who's going to want to unwind that? So they decide, let's just make Elon Musk the enemy of the people and start burning down his business. But your point to the power side of this is 100% true. We have lost focus for some reason, our government, our judges, our politicians, on the people of this country. What they're focused on is their little, and it's fiefdoms. And it's always been like that to some extent, but not like this. This is the most extreme example I think we've ever seen of the selfishness that's happened within Washington. And they don't really care about us.
No.
They'll just use us to get the votes and then move on to whatever they're doing and line their pockets.
Yeah, and it really just took off over the last, say, probably decade and a half, 2 decades.
Oh, it's gotten brutal. Well, I kind of look at, it's before Obama, but I kind of think things got accelerated with the Clintons and Obama. Yeah. And then the Bidens just took that and just said, let's just get on the merry-go-round here and just do as much as we can, too.
And don't let the Bushes off the hook.
Don't let the Bushes off the hook, yeah.
Patriot Act, never-ending wars. Let's topple 7 countries in the Middle East.
Yep, Dick Cheney.
And let's make gobs of money with the war machine.
Yeah.
Just a couple other examples, because I think they're important to remember when presidents defied the courts. FDR and the Gold Clause cases. When Roosevelt came into office, the country was sliding off a fiscal cliff. Unemployment had reached biblical proportions. Banks were failing. People hoarded gold. Deflation made debt impossible to repay. FDR made a radical move. He took America off the gold standard. He voided all the gold clauses that were in contracts, which guaranteed payments in gold instead of paper dollars. The move enraged investors on Wall Street, who saw it as a direct violation of property rights. The Supreme Court acknowledged that Roosevelt's move was unconstitutional. Roosevelt stared down the court and dared them to stop him. The gamble worked. Inflation began to rise. Banks stabilized, and Americans could breathe again. Critics accused him of shredding the Constitution, but when the dust settled, it turned out FDR saved the system that made the Constitution possible in the first place. Example number 3 was Truman and the steel seizure. No court can build a tank. Truman, unwilling to let production halt, ordered the federal seizure of America's steel mills. Truman lost legally, but he complied with the ruling and found other ways to keep steel flowing. The military stayed supplied, and the war effort never stalled. Thomas Jefferson in the judiciary, midnight appointments and morning resolve. George Washington in neutrality, saving a nation with silence. And now President Trump proposes tariffs to protect American industries and economic sovereignty. 2 courts block it. They don't dispute the wisdom of the policy. They don't argue it's bad for the country. They just say he used the wrong procedural hook. Suddenly the media cries constitutional crisis. But we've been here before. A true constitutional crisis doesn't come from bold executive action. It comes when no branch has the will to act, or when judges try to micromanage national survival from the comfort of their bench. Presidents are elected to lead, not wait for permission slips from them. Lincoln didn't wait. Roosevelt didn't wait. Washington didn't ask Congress to run foreign policy. Jefferson stood against the arrogant court. Truman gambled to keep the war machine moving. History didn't punish them. History honored them. Trump should do the same. Let the courts write the opinions and let the president make history. And I think that's to your point. It's getting to the point where he just needs to do what he needs to do.
Well, the other side of all of this stuff, and unfortunately for me, frankly, this is what I hear from all my liberal friends, and that is it's just about narrative. It's not about the facts. It's not about the actual harm or good it does for the country. This is all about narrative. It's all about finding a narrative to just take down Trump. It seems to be the way everybody's operating. Totally. And if your entire infrastructure is going to manage on narrative, think about that for a second. It's all about sound bites and talking points. Everything.
Don't talk about Charlie like that.
And this is Charlie. what I hear. Like, I have one particular friend that canceled me. He was very well read, reads history books, loves Lincoln, is a lawyer, and he's telling me he's a lawyer. I know he's a lawyer, but I keep being reminded, of course, that he's a lawyer. And he keeps telling me, if the judges say this and that, and Trump defies them, and that's a constitutional crisis, that's becoming a dictator and all this kind of stuff. And I look at this and I'm like, well, what are you listening to? These are just narratives of a fictional series of events, because that's how they're just combating the system. There's no substance.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B. We'll get an update on sports. We'll do some more news with Delgado and with Vinnie Mac. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Glad you're a part of the show on a Thursday. We're back right after this.
Project empowers post-9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I faced my PTSD, and I'm a better husband and father because of it.
We help warriors get the expert care and support to thrive.
I got involved. I got healthier. I got to be an athlete again.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
right, 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Sound like the blues. Let me talk to you about our friends over at Birch Gold. This July, there's a global summit of BRICS nations in Rio de Janeiro. The bloc of emerging superpowers, including China, Russia, India, and Iran, are meeting with the goal of displacing the U.S. dollar as the global currency. They're calling this the Rio Reset. As BRICS nations push forward with their plans, global demand for U.S. dollars will decrease, bringing down the value of your dollars that are in your savings. While this transition won't happen overnight, the Rio Reset in July marks a pivotal moment when BRICS objectives moves decisively from theoretical possibility towards inevitable reality. Learn if diversifying your savings into gold is right for you. Birch Gold can help you move your hard-earned savings into a tax-sheltered IRA in precious metals. You can claim your free information kit on gold by texting the word America right now to 989898. Text America to 989898. Birch Gold has an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Thousands of satisfied customers. Birch Gold can arm you with their free, no-obligation information kit. You see it right there on your screen. The Birch Gold Info Kit on owning gold before July and before the Rio Reset. Find out if gold is right for you. Text America to 989898 and do it today. What do you have to lose? Absolutely nothing. Text America to 989898. See if gold is right for you. All right, 18 past the hour. Let's get an update on what's going on in the garden. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D. Well, we're at the half, just about ready to get started. The third quarter in the Madison Square Garden, and the Knicks with a 56-45 lead right now, looking to stave off elimination in a Game 5 must-win scenario. And what do you know? The questionable game-time decision, Karl Anthony Towns comes out and drops 17 to lead all scorers in the first half. It's such a story, right? It's like the old Willis Reed days. Comes out of nowhere. Wasn't going to play. Comes hobbling onto the court. Yeah. The rest is history. And the Knicks went on to win that particular championship. That was the 1970 championship.
I didn't even know that he was not going to play. What's wrong with him?
He was questionable.
He got injured in the last game.
I think it was it a quad or something like that? A lower
took a shot to the knee.
Yeah.
I don't research much, so I didn't know.
Well, you don't. No, you didn't watch it. So
you just bet on Indiana.
He's out there, and Pacers. I think the Pacers were a little lame on the shooting, but I think they're gonna come back now. It's probably. I don't know if the Knicks have the. I'm not sure if they're gonna have the stamina to keep up with this game in the second half, but we'll see. You know, like Vin said earlier, no lead is safe in the NBA, and Vin, that's very true. Right now, an 11-point lead is not exactly a lock. However, the Knicks could not be in a better position, and they are again trying to move on to the NHL. We go. The Oilers still holding a 2-goal lead over the Stars now, 3-1. That's at the American Airlines Center. Another elimination game for the home team now. Here we got the Stars in a must-win situation, trailing Edmonton 3-1. That series may be over anyway, but Dallas would certainly like to extend it, as their fans would. But there's 17:58 to go in the second. So again, plenty of time there as well. Hockey, I always called it when I played the dreaded 2-goal lead. When your team was up by 2 goals, I can't tell you how many times you would let a team come back, tie it, bring it into overtime, and then, well, it's a coin toss at that point. So, but we'll certainly keep you up to date on the scores there. And, let's see. Rob Manfred was out talking about the Pete Rose reinstatement earlier today. Manfred says reinstating Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson was overdue. This is Dan Vanetta Jr. of ESPN. Commissioner Rob Manfred on Thursday defended his recent decision to reinstate Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson, and other deceased band players as baseball living up to the deal they originally made with Pete Rose, which is true. While acknowledging his decision was overdue, Manfred offered his most fulsome explanation for his May 13th decision to remove Rose, Jackson, and other deceased players from MLB's permanently ineligible list. That decision has paved the way for Rose and Jackson to be considered for induction into baseball's Hall of Fame. I would say 3 things, Manfred said during an interview on CBS Mornings. Number 1, our permanently ineligible list is effectively a ban on working in the game. This is a matter of logic. There's no reason to have a person who has passed away still on that list, and that's true. Number 2, Pete Rose is part of history of our game. Every other player, including Joe Jackson, has been considered by the Hall of Fame, and they've made a decision. I saw no reason to leave Pete Rose out there as one of for no consideration. Manfred discussed the particulars of Rose's punishment that all-time hit king accepted in a statement with then Commissioner A. Bartlett Giamatti back in August of 1989. However, I think they're going to get Rose reconsidered. Although Mike Mad Dog, Mad Dog was going crazy today because he can't believe that they're thinking that Rose may have a difficult time actually getting into the hall. It's 12 voters, and he needs a 2/3 vote. And a lot of people are saying they don't know if they're going to get the 2/3 vote. I can't believe that.
It's a tough vote to get.
Yep.
With that committee.
Yeah. Well, you got the all-time leading hit leader of all. I mean, one of the most famous ball players of absolutely all time. And I'm not saying it because I'm a Reds fan, and I am saying it because I'm a Reds fan.
I thought you were saying it because you were a Reds fan.
Rose is a fantastic ball player.
He's getting in for his ball playing.
Yeah.
Maybe his managerial stuff, and that's what happened while he was a player manager.
His championships. He won an MVP. He won a Rookie of the Year. What the hell else you want the guy to do? I mean, he was a phenomenal player.
I'm totally for him getting in.
Yeah, I hope he does. I really do. I'm actually planning a trip to Cooperstown, winning if he gets in. So we'll see. That's going to be that's like 2 years down the road. And Big D, that's a wrap in sports. Back to you. Knicks with a 61-48 lead, continuing to hold down steady with 10 to go in the third in the Garden.
All right, Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Let's do some headline news with Rick Delgado. That's brought to you by our friends at EternalLifeCoin.com. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, Tom Homan was out today once again and pledging to intensify ICE's efforts against criminal migrants. He also criticized sanctuary cities, of course, because of what they're trying to do. His bold stance on immigration is what we're talking about. The borders are Tom Homan. He appeared on another network talking about such things, but he also emphasized the administration's efforts that will center on what he calls flooding the zone, a tactic aimed at intensifying ICE operations across the nation, particularly in areas known as the dreaded sanctuary city. Here he is from the press gaggle earlier today talking just about this particular part, sanctuary cities, and how the game has changed, and he's thrown it right on them as well. Cut number 10, Tom Homan, check this out, cut 10.
There is no sanctuary for illegal aliens in this country. You can call it a sanctuary jurisdiction all you want. It's a bunch of crap, and we all know it. Sanctuary jurisdiction says, well, we want to protect the immigrant community. We want them, the victims and witnesses of a crime, to be able to come to the police, report a crime without fear that we're working with ICE. That is a bunch of garbage, because victims and witnesses of crime don't want the bad guy in their neighborhood either. They want us in the jail arresting that bad guy. That'd be made much easier, much more efficient. But because they're forcing it in neighborhoods, more non-criminal targets are being arrested, because ICE agents are not going to walk away from illegal aliens. You force us to go find a bad guy, many times we're with others. At a work site, go look for the bad guy, there's 10 more illegal aliens there, they're coming too. So I don't want to hear sanctuary cities complaining, well, look at all these collateral arrests and non-criminal targets are arrested. You forced me in that position? So we're going to force law. Unlike the last administration, Secretary Mayorkas told ICE, you can't enforce immigration law. If they're not convicted of a serious crime, you can't arrest them for just being here illegally. That sent a message to the entire world. You can enter this country illegally, which is a crime, but as long as you never get convicted of a serious crime, you're free. No one's looking for you. Game's changed.
Yeah. Game has changed. Holman made it clear that ICE operations will target every sanctuary city, signaling a no-tolerance approach. He also added he ought to be thanking ICE for arresting the criminal aliens they arrested, and he was making a reference to a Tennessee mayor, their apparent resistance to federal law enforcement actions. And again, it's the primary goal of the Borders Are Tom Homan to intensify its operations and remove the public safety threats from the American city streets. So,
Rick, this is another example of narrative. Yeah. They talk about immigrants, which we all come from immigrants, right? Yeah. Oh, we welcome immigrants. We're not talking about immigrants.
No, we're talking about the illegal immigrants.
We're talking about illegal people coming in this country. That's the narrative, though.
Mm-hmm. 26 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. More news with Delgado, and Vinnie Mac will have some more thoughts coming up. Slick will wrap it up with sports on a Thursday night right after this.
guys, you got carpet stains like this? Well, you need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new carpet stain remover and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and the odor goes away. Why bend over and scrub? That's back-breaking work. Stand up to stains and odors and let Bullshot do the hard work of carpet and upholstery cleaning for you. You love your pets, but when Fido has an accident, you better have Bullshot. This black light shows every drop of that urine stain, but Bullshot quickly eliminates that stain. The secret is an advanced foam action formula that penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors, lifting them from the fiber. With a formula safe for kids and pets. And it's made in the USA. Ever accidentally spill red wine on your carpet? I can shoot from the hip with pinpoint accuracy. Bullshot is like spraying an eraser on your floor. That stain is gone for good. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Just point and shoot. It instantly and easily erases these blood stains, makeup, fruit juice, coffee, and more. This sticky juice stain is deep into this couch. Bullshot, it gets right down into those crevices and has the couch looking like new again. Still skeptical? Watch this. I'm staining this carpet with burnt bacon grease. We've got a 4K Ultra HD camera capturing the action up close. This stain is obliterated, all without bending or scrubbing. To have a stain professionally removed, you could spend hundreds. Or you could get Horsepower Bullshot, the no-nonsense stain remover for only $19.99. Bullshot comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you're not completely satisfied, send it back for a full refund, even if the can is empty. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low price. So don't wait. Order your Bullshot now.
To order, call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. Order now.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it. The secret is Perfect Cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve. It won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed. And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. And with a ceramic ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. Order now.
1-800-575-5956.
Hello to Pittsburgh.
This Friday, don't miss Trump's Golden Age rally in Pittsburgh.
We will make America strong again.
Witness the movement reshaping America. We're bringing you live, unfiltered coverage starting at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Make America great again. Thank you, Pittsburgh. God bless you.
Only on Real America's Voice.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice on a Thursday night all across the country on your TVs, of course, on the radio, 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're all in on a Thursday. Slick's going to do some more sports. Delgado and Vin have news. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Please welcome back to the show one of our favorite guests. He is the Senior Vice President over at AMAC Action, and that, of course, is Andy Mangione. Andy, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Doing great, Damon. Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure to have you on. We appreciate you giving us a few moments every now and then. A lot of talk in the news, obviously, about President Trump's one beautiful big bill, and a lot of people love it. A lot of people have some problems with it. The president himself said there's some things he loves about it, some things he maybe not loves about it. AMAC members obviously are invested in a bill like this. I know you guys were very engaged all around the country. So just a couple things here. How did AMAC members mobilize to help get this bill passed?
Well, Damon, AMAC members responded to our call to action by sending over 14,400 messages to their members of Congress within 72 hours. Our campaign concluded on Wednesday of last week, and the bill passed the following Thursday. AMAC members were very engaged in this issue, and their advocacy played a role in getting this bill passed in the House.
So if you had to point to a couple things in the bill, I mean, obviously it covers a lot of ground, this bill. If you had to point to a couple things in particular that would be really important to AMAC members, what would they be?
Well, Damon, let's start with extending the Trump tax cuts. Many of our members are still working, and many own small businesses, and the extension of these tax cuts allows them to make investments to grow their businesses and boost the economy. The bill also gives Social Security beneficiaries additional tax deductions, giving them more money for their retirement, and the bill finishes President Trump's border wall and ramps up deportation efforts. And these are just a few of the bill's measures that are of distinct interest to AMAC members.
Let's talk about the PBM reforms. How would the PBM reforms affect AMAC members, and why is that important to them?
Well, there are huge transparency provisions in the bill for pharmacy benefit managers that work with the Medicare program. For example, the bill gives Medicare plan sponsors the power to audit PBMs annually with penalties for noncompliance. The bill also requires PBMs to support a report annually to HHS that importantly includes justifications for favorable drug formulary status of branded products over cheaper generic or biosimilar alternative drugs. Pricing games, fee structures, and bonuses that are tied to drug costs will all be under scrutiny, Damon, and all of these measures are aimed at reducing premiums and out-of-pocket expenses for Medicare beneficiaries.
Yeah. And I know you're not, obviously you can't see into the future, but obviously the bill has passed the House. It goes over to the Senate. There's a lot of discussion from senators right now that they're not happy with the financial end of this, what it does to the deficit, the spending, the lack of serious cuts. You're obviously outlining some of the important stuff that's in there that maybe people don't think about. And obviously as they hear the media and everybody just talking about the spending. But in your best guess here, what do you think happens with this bill next?
Well, it's going to be interesting when it goes to the Senate, what version of the bill we get once the Senate completes their deliberations. The president's already said that he's open to changes. We'd like to see deeper cuts, but we do know this, Damon. AMAC members will be watching and ready to mobilize again, this time to pressure the Senate to pass this important legislation. We got to get it over the finish line.
Andy Mangione from AMAC. He's your Senior Vice President of AMAC Action. Of course, amac.us/Studio 6B is where you can go if you're not an AMAC member already. I don't know what you're waiting for. I think it's $16 for the entire year. Go to amac.us/Studio 6B right now, amac.us/Studio 6B. Andy, always a pleasure to have you on for a few moments. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Damon. My pleasure.
All right, Andy Mangione from AMAC there, amac.us/Studio 6B if you want to sign up and be an AMAC member. They're doing great work. As you can see, we love Andy. Great people. They're doing great stuff. They write great stories. By the way, you get a lot with that membership for $16. I mean, don't buy coffee at Starbucks for one day and you got a year membership at AMAC. Probably, and you've probably got some money left over. amac.us/Studio 6B. All right, let's do some more news with Vinnie Mac. Vinnie Mac is here. Vinnie, what's been on your mind?
One particular thing that I just want to mention before I talk about what's really on my mind, and that is Ava Moore. Ava Moore was an 18-year-old cadet killed by an illegal jet skiers.
Oh, I heard this. Yeah, I saw the video. This guy out in the water on the jet ski.
It's terrible from every angle. But for me, and the reason I wanted to bring up her name, and I think each time any of this happens, I do want to call out these people, because here's another life lost that didn't need to be. It shouldn't have happened. It's another life lost due to a selfish and lying left that allowed 15 million illegals, maybe 20. And I've heard 11, I've heard 15, I've heard 20. The number's too big no matter what it is. They allowed them into our country. And it's clear they allowed them in here for an intentional reason. This is not an accident. I said this many times, but I want to reiterate this, because when they let people in like this for an intentional reason, for political benefit, to change votes, and to do all the nefarious things they want, and then we lose the life of young people, old people, whomever, because these people are in our country, yeah, we got to call them out for what it is. It's their selfish act cost this young lady her life. End of story. So I wanted to call out and at least give her a shout out. And now we've been talking a little bit about some of my deranged friends who Charlie, who cancel me and do things, and they bring up the word hate a lot. And I want to address this. And I actually wore my peace shirt here. I didn't want to wear the full T-shirt because I can't compete with Delgado's guns. But I wore my peace shirt because...
You couldn't compete with Betty White's guns, but go ahead.
Yeah.
That was a Richard Nixon campaign shirt.
Anybody have an M&M? Yes. I never profess to have guns. But there's a big difference between hate and trust. So when we talk about things about the left, we don't hate people. We don't trust them. We don't believe them. And I want to go to a clip. I think, Aaron, you have this with, who's that? Stephen A. Smith talking about this book that was written, but he also talks about a few other things, and it deals with trust. So give that a run for a second. We'll talk about it.
And I'm going to tell you what should scare us as American citizens. Who are we to believe? Because I don't know if y'all heard about that book that's come out. Okay, Original Sin, Jake Tapper from CNN and Alex Thompson. And it's Original Sin, and it's basically highlighting and detailing Biden's deterioration, for lack of a better word. We saw it. We spoke on it. I was vilified for it. A year before the debate, last June 27th, when Biden went on stage against Donald Trump, I called it out. A year before that, as in 2 years ago, he's not going to get to the Democratic National Convention. He does not need to be the Democratic nominee. And I was excoriated. I was right through the coals. Who the hell are you? What do you know? You're novice? Shut the hell up. Stick to sports. All of this stuff. I had two eyes. I could see.
You know, what he said is so impactful to this point, because anybody who has liberal friends, and I'm sure we still do, have liberal friends and family members and so on, they look at us as if, we really hate these people. We don't. What Stephen A. Smith basically pointed out, and these are the best examples I've seen in a long time, but there are plenty of them, is we just don't trust them. There's a big difference between that. Now, what we see on the other side of this, what we see on MSNBC with Rachel Madcow and any of the other pontificators on CNN, and even when people from the left talk, is hatred. They don't have a rational reason to talk about Trump in the way they do. They just dislike and hate him to that level because he's in their way. And I think it's important to understand the difference here. When you don't trust the politicians, and you don't trust the media, and you don't trust all these people, and then you find out everything that you didn't trust is true. You were right. We were right about all of these things. And in this whole Biden, book, and then the auto pen thing and all that, it's the big story, but the examples are all over the place that we've all called out. Sure, going back to Russiagate and going back to all the other nonsense that we see with Comey. Now they find a room full of stuff, paperwork that we know is going to unfold more things because we suspected things. So it's all about, or at least from my point of view, and I think the other guys too, it's more about trust. And that trust leads to not liking and not listening to anybody on the left. And I, for one, face this firing squad from some of these liberal leftists that I have in my little inner circle who feel, what's wrong with you? How come you hate them so much? And I tell them I don't hate anybody. I can honestly say throughout my life, I'm the biggest pushover you've ever met in your life. I don't really hate anybody. But if I don't trust you, okay, that's a big problem. What are you saying?
I'm not saying
I don't hate you.
I would never.
Nobody hates Damon. What are you kidding?
When you said your friend said, "What's wrong with you?" I was just thinking, I don't know. I've been asking that for 10 years, but I didn't say it. I was just thinking it.
I'm the biggest pushover there is out there because I just want everybody to get along. I'm a peacemaker.
That's a good way to be.
I'm a peacemaker. I've always been. And so when I get these questions to me, I make a note of that, please. And I'm a stud. Where is the stud? But to me, it's all about trust and character. So that's what's bugging me today, and mostly because I just faced it.
Yeah.
I just faced a wrath of this.
I don't know if I trust you on that one.
Yeah, exactly. And one last thing. Let's all just give a major call out here to Elon Musk. The guy wrapped his whole program up today. He's
doing a press conference with President Trump tomorrow in the Oval Office. I believe the president said 1:30.
And that's must-see TV, frankly, because this is probably one of the most straightforward people you're ever going to meet in your life. Everything he says, you can see the sincerity and the honesty that comes through it. And I can imagine, outside of the nonsense that happened to him with all that backlash, how crazy it must have been for him to not be able to effectuate change as an entrepreneur and a business owner.
Well, I was going to ask you that. How do you think he feels leaving tomorrow?
I think he's relieved to leave, but I think he's unfulfilled to leave as well. Like, I think in his mind, he might not have succeeded because at every turn, he had an obstacle. And then he's got to deal with what Trump has to deal with, which is where some of this friction may come from, which is he's got to placate all these senators and congressmen and deal with the political side of this, which is just a horror show. And you have to make concessions sometimes to deal with that. And that's not something he's used to. He's used to dealing with the board. And if the board doesn't agree, he'll just leave. He did that with PayPal. He didn't agree with the board. He left.
Yeah, he's used to being the boss, and what the boss says goes.
And the boss is right.
I want to clear out Twitter's staff by 75% because I think it can run better or just the same with less people and save money. That's basically what he did to the government. But you got everybody on the government going, well, we don't really like that because, it's not nice. And it's like, what's the phrase? F your feelings. I don't care, right?
Yeah.
That's
100%.
basically that's the angle he comes from in all this. Feelings don't matter. The bottom line is the bottom line.
He's just a great American.
The Stone Cold said so. All right, 17 till the hour. We'll wrap it up on a Thursday when we get back right after this.
Suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are powerful, lightweight, and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. Plus, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. You get a free portable charging case, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, free shipping, and a 45-day money-back guarantee.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
All right, 13 to the hour on a Thursday night. Real America's Voice all across the country on your TV. 103.9 LI News Radio on your radio, of course. Glad you're all in. Slick's going to do some more sports. Delgado's going to do some more news to wrap it up. We'll start with sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Shop at MyPillow for Father's Day. Any shopping that you do at MyPillow in June, make sure you send us your receipt. You can pick something absolutely free from our store at livefromstudio6b.com as a bonus for shopping at MyPillow and using our code, which we appreciate. Slick's got sports. MyPillow sponsors it. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D, one last sweep of the scoreboard tonight. We're going to go back to the Garden in New York. Game 5.
You're calling the game over.
Game is over. Knicks have an appointment, 8 p.m. in Indiana, Saturday night. Game 6.
You really are
Book
terrible.
it. This game is over. 81-64. Knicks lead. Brunson's on fire. 2:55 to go in the third. Yes, there is enough time. Yes, the Knicks did have about a 20-point collapse. I think game 1 or 2 there.
Don't say that.
We'll see what happens, but I don't see it here. Knicks just look too strong. They look strong right out of the gate. So book it. Knicks are going to be having a game 6. And Big D, here we go. Oilers continue to lead the Stars by 2.
Please let me make Crazy Town for tomorrow. Please let me make a Crazy Town for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. It'd be first of all, you wouldn't make it anyway. So Oilers 4-2 over the Stars. 2:21 to go.
That's a good one.
You're busy during the day now. 2:21 to go in the second. What do you have, a job in a barbershop or something? Anyway, we got the West Final, and I think Edmonton may be closing this one out as well, much to the grin of KDJ because he can't stand the Oilers. And I think that one might be over. Let's get to the baseball scores, too, gentlemen. We got the Braves bombing the Phillies 9-2, bottom 9. Looks like that one's over as well. Rays over the Astros 3-1, bottom 5. Mid-first, no score, Nationals and Mariners. And earlier tonight, the Phillies over the Braves 5-4. Blue Jays literally annihilate the Athletics 12-0. Get to one quick story. Well, as always, talk about flag football in the Olympics, right? Patrick Mahomes reveals expectation on whether he'll compete in 2028 Olympics flag football for Team USA. I tell you, that's going to be a huge story in 2028. As far as the flag football for the men, Chiefs and women. Chiefs star questions if he fits the role with flag football, debuting in the 2028 Summer Games in L.A. Jackson Thompson of Fox News. Patrick Mahomes addressed the possibility of him playing in the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics for Team USA's flag football. The Kansas City Chiefs superstar has been speculated to be a potential option to lead the U.S. in the first ever Olympic football competition, flag football competition. However, Mahomes appeared uninterested in the role when asked about it by reporters on Thursday. I'll probably leave that to the younger guys. I'll be a little older by the time that comes around, Mahomes said. In the summer of 2028, when the games will take place, Mahomes will be 32 years old and just weeks away from turning 33 that September. Mahomes previously suggested he wanted to play in the Olympics, but questioned whether he has the skills to do so, and also expressed concerns about his age back in August. So I don't think you're going to see Patrick Mahomes spending any time going for the gold in the flag football. I don't see that at all. But, we'll see what happens. That's a wrap in sports, Big D. Back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. 10 minutes to the hour. Let's do a little more headline news with Rick Delgado. Delgado, what's going on?
All right. Well, let's see. How much time do I have to jump into this?
Plenty of time.
More time than the Knicks don't.
Anyhow, we're talking about, of course, Joe Biden. More and more keeps coming out. Vin referencing the lie of the Jake Tapper book. Here is Jake Tapper once again admitting the cover-up, but then, of course, tries to play the victim one more time. Cut number 1. Here's Jake Tapper.
But as a general admission,
Aaron,
I think that there are very few people.
Jake Tapper and that other guy. Who's the other guy with the bad hair that used to host the show on Sunday mornings or whatever?
I don't know.
Yeah, come on, you do know.
No, I don't.
He replaced Tim Russert. He was Tim Russert's replacement.
Oh, Chuck
Todd.
Chuck Todd, yeah.
Right.
He's out there, too, on this, all of a sudden he has an epiphany about everything.
Like, oh, my God, we were deceived.
We were deceived.
I don't know how that happened.
I don't want to hear about stupid Jake Tapper's book. It should sell 0 copies. I mean, I just don't care what he has to say. The guy's a total fraud, empty suit, lying propagandist. I don't want to hear anything about him, about anything. Nothing.
The only positive thing with his book, to the point you're making where you don't want to hear it, I have to say I don't want to listen to it either. But there is a positive here, and that is it's brought to light on the left the conspiracy that we all knew that was happening. Yep. They're forced to talk about it because Jake's one of them.
So you want to see the clip?
It's not a matter of it's not a matter of seeing the clip. It's really that Jake, by coming out, has put attention on something we knew was happening all along.
All right, Aaron, re-rack it.
You know what?
Re-rack it for Vin.
Regarding what Vin's saying, he really has legitimized the cover.
Yeah,
Aaron.
I think that.
What else is going on in the news?
What else you got?
Here is cut number 8. Here's Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on again talking about Joe Biden, the cover-up. But here she is taking aim at someone else who could be ultimately responsible for this as well. Here is cut 8. Check it out.
Would certainly speak up about what she saw in regards to her husband and when she saw it and what she knew, because I think anybody looking again at the videos and photo evidence of Joe Biden with your own eyes and a little bit of common sense can see this was a clear cover-up, and Jill Biden was certainly complicit in that cover-up. There's documentation, video evidence of her clearly shielding her husband away from the cameras. They were just on The View last week. She was saying everything is fine. She's still lying to the American people. She still thinks the American public are so stupid that they're going to believe her lies. And frankly, it's insulting, and she needs to answer.
Yeah.
Bingo for her.
Press Secretary Caroline.
Hey, did you hear Peter Ducey today?
Yeah.
You have that clip?
No, I don't.
Ducey says to her, if the judiciary is going to set the policy here in the country, maybe the president wishes he had just run to be a judge. And she gave a good answer, by the way, to that. But Peter Ducey, a little tongue in cheek, but gets to the point.
Yeah.
And then he says, of course, why does if they don't like the law, why doesn't the president go to Congress and you have the House and the Senate and pass new laws? But
that's not going to happen either.
Not quite good. Not going to work. Not that easy. Number one, and certainly not going to work with this Republican Party, with this majority. And if the judges don't like these laws, what stops them from not liking those laws? By the way,
yeah. Just look at how they handle Doge. I mean, with the House and not being able to really support what Doge is doing. Just look at that. That's the most obvious, guys, just pass something here,
All right, what else in the news, Delgado?
That's all I've got of the raging news from around the world, Damon.
Okay.
Charlie, thank you for watching.
By the way, how many times did the good doctor, use the auto pen? She's got to be in the middle of that scandal, too. She was running cabinet meetings, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
She is in there, so is Hunter.
Yeah.
I mean, this is obvious.
That they weren't auto penning up whatever? Right?
It's obvious what happened there, man. It's just, it's obvious to all of us.
Yeah, it's obvious to all of us, like everything else has been.
Yeah.
But we'll see if anybody actually gets held to account.
Of course not.
All right, Vin, we only got about 60 seconds left. Anything else headline-wise?
Yeah, we talked about universities, Harvard, colleges, and all this type of stuff, and how Trump's trying to get control of them with the grants and everything, which is great.
Yeah.
But I think what's that?
I said last night it's patriotic. It's what he's doing.
It's patriotic what he is doing. We know how they are just hurting our country in so many different ways. And I think I mentioned to you this idea that my cousin Bob had. He originally had an idea to try and help, create money so we can pay for college. And I thought about it from a different angle, which is we take the endowments that the universities have, and it's, $500 billion in totality, and we tax the growth of that money. Why? Because the U.S. government's now involved in the universities. We make a capital gains tax to do that. We can then control them a little more than we have been able to, because they might just say, fine, don't give us the grants. I got $50 billion in the bank. Harvard can say that, and they're actually in some ways saying that to us.
Didn't we run the math on this?
The math doesn't solve the problem, but taxing it creates control.
Yeah,
that's all.
All right, as always, we salute our military, active and active, police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines. Thanks, guys, on the show. Aaron, Friend, great job as always. Most of all, thank you, the Live from Studio 6B audience. We'll see you tomorrow night, Friday night, live at the America First Warehouse, 8 p.m. Don't miss it. We'll see you there.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time. So why do so many dog foods contain awful things a human would never eat? To save his pets, world-famous veterinarian Dr. Marty knew he had to change what was in their bowl.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, my breakthrough formula that's changed everything about dog food.
Nature's Blend contains nothing but all-natural ingredients, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching and paw licking, even moving around better. And that's because Nature's Blend is freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, we gently preserve them, and you'll see the difference in your dog.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
He's healthier, he looks better.
Dr. Marty has thousands of 5-star reviews. And for a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV. That's drmartypets.com/TV.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duck to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duck powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Clean seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150, but get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those quacks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the Duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low, low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
Apparently, some libs actually really love tariffs, but not if they're President Trump's idea. There were big protests around the country, which nobody's quite sure exactly why, because the wording was pretty vague as to what their actual mission was. And speaking of protests, Officer Brandon Tatum joins us again this week because of an event that didn't go exactly the way he had planned, and there was unfortunately some violence, obviously from the left side of the aisle. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point tonight. My name is Jobob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point tonight. Now, before we get to any of those stories, I have to get to this, which is kind of funny if it weren't for the fact that it had to do with violent, murderous gang members. Now, we all remember when President Trump shipped a bunch of violent gang members to El Salvador, and everyone was like, yes, this is cool, except for the libs, which for some reason wanted those people to stay in the country. Now, in that whole mix, the libs have identified a new hill to die on. According to The Atlantic, the New York Times, CNN, and a bunch of other lib outlets, unfortunately, swept up in that deportation was a Maryland father. Oh no, how terrible. They claim that this Maryland father was unfortunately mistakenly identified as a Tren de Aragua gang member and shipped off to El Salvador. Now, the Trump administration, for its part, did admit, yeah, we sent this guy by mistake, but what the libs are leaving out is a pretty gigantic caveat. Is he a member of the violent, murderous gang Tren de Aragua? No. is actually MS-13, which I don't know how that actually makes it any better. In March of 2019, this particular individual said, well, yeah, I'm not here illegally, and was required to meet with a judge annually because he's not in the country legally. And also, according to federal documents, he's a member of MS-13. Now, the question I have to libs is this the right hill to die on? Because I'm not sure that you're going to get a ton of sympathy from the American people if your argument is he was mistakenly identified as a member of a different violent, murderous criminal gang. I don't know how much we're going to actually care about that, considering the fact that he was a member of a criminally murderous violent gang, but not the one that he was originally thought to be a member of. Okay, good luck making that argument, libs. I'm not sure how that's going to pan out for you. Here to talk about all of that stuff and more is Turning Point content creator Bo Alford and host of the Bryce Eddy Show, Bryce Eddy. Guys, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having us. Appreciate you.
Hey, Bryce, I want to start with you first on this one. You've done a lot of work at the border. You've seen a lot. You know a lot. I guess, how much of a difference is there from a Tren de Aragua member and an MS-13 member when it comes to protecting the safety of American citizens?
Well, listen, honestly, MS-13 is about as bad as it gets. In fact, in some respects, you can argue that they're worse. I mean, what's blow mind is that these imbeciles on the left, as long as you are supporting their narrative, I mean, they don't care what kind of murderous thugs they let in. I mean, it's something that's, I don't know, a happy thing to them. And their team is getting increasingly strange.
Yeah, it's fascinating the hills that they choose to die on. Bo, you're out in these protests all the time, and no doubt, whether or not it was this most recent protest, which we'll talk about in a little bit, but prior to that, I am sure people were talking about that to you. What are people saying about why they're not in support of deporting criminal gang members to a different country? Have you gotten any questions like that, or people answering you like that?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to they will do anything possible to further their narrative. If that means welcoming MS-13 gangs into the country, if that's what it takes to get their narrative across, then that's who they're going to let in. There is no boundaries with these people as long as their narrative is what people care about. That's all they care about. And then what makes no sense to me is at these Tesla takedowns, you have people chanting, deport Elon Musk. And so yet again, if it goes with their opinions, then yeah, deport Elon Musk, but don't worry about MS-13, don't worry about gangs. Those are free, but as long as Elon Musk is deported, that's the only person we care about.
Just to be fair here, if Elon Musk was a murderous member of one of the cartels or South American gangs, I also would want him deported as well, just to make that abundantly clear. To my knowledge, he is not a gang member of in any way, shape, or form. Speaking of pushing the narratives, Bo, you brought up a good point. The whole tariffs things, it's difficult to avoid talking about it, even though there are so many other things going on in the world. And so I guess with a little bit of levity and humor, here are some MAGA right-wing extremists defending tariffs. Watch this clip and we'll discuss.
In terms of tariffs, I think it's interesting to note that the average U.S. MFN tariff on Chinese goods coming into the United States is 2%, whereas the average Chinese MFN tariff on U.S. goods going into China is 35%. Is that reciprocal?
Further, what they have said is that we need to not worry about manufacturing in America, because what we should establish is a policy of unfettered free trade. We don't need tariffs. What we need is to allow corporate America the freedom to throw American workers out on the street, people who are making 15, 20, 25 bucks an hour, health care, pensions, throw them out on the street because somehow, Madam President, we are going to create wealth in America and good paying jobs in America as we shut down plants, we move to China, corporations there pay workers 20, 30 cents an hour, and we bring the product back into this country.
It's also proper for advanced economies like the United States to insist on reciprocity. from nations like China that are no longer solely poor countries, to make sure that they're providing access to their markets and that they stop taking intellectual property and hacking our servers.
Yeah, well, there you go. Nancy Pelosi pointing to a chart that I agree with. I've never thought I'd say that. But, Bo, you kind of saw Nancy Pelosi, saw Bernie Sanders and Barack Obama defending the ideas of tariffs, except for they don't like them now. What are your thoughts on just the overall lib perspective of this is great until President Trump says it's great, then it's awful?
Yeah. So, I mean, my immediate thought is this goes to show how far the left has gone. They used to be moderate, and that sounds crazy to even think about. But, I mean, take a look back at Barack Obama, who wasn't bad on immigration. He actually had quite a few deportations, if you look back in the day. And then now, fast forward to Joe Biden last term, he allowed millions upon millions of illegal immigrants. It just goes to show how far left they have gone. And then taking it over to tariffs, like I said with the last story, it's just whatever furthers the leftist narrative. So if tariffs are something that Trump supports, then they are not going to support tariffs. Anything Trump supports, they will not support. It doesn't matter if it's giving money to St. Jude. They're not going to support it.
Bryce, to your point, Bo, yeah, those are all seems to be accurate the way that I'm looking at things. Bryce, is there a different approach the Trump administration maybe should take? Maybe they should take some stances that Trump doesn't actually think in order to make the libs think the opposite, which Trump does actually think, and therefore be in support of things that conservatives / the Republican Party would be in favor of. I know that was kind of like a twisty gymnastics thing, but is there a different approach that should be taken?
That would be like 6D chess or something like that. Maybe that's what we should start doing. But the truth is here, what you're witnessing, and I have a little bit different take than you guys maybe, but what you're witnessing is these folks just want to accumulate political power. Mm-hmm. So what you're seeing is there's no principles here. They have zero principles. They are going to say whatever it takes to accumulate political power. And we're seeing that right now with Gavin Newsom on his tour, where he's all of a sudden running to the middle because he thinks that that's going to bring him political power. So what we're witnessing is really just the naked left. And by the way, you don't actually want to witness the naked left because they accumulate ugliness. I rescued a kid the other day out of a Tesla protest. I walked to the other side and I started chatting with people. And of course, none of them had any real positions that they understood. They couldn't articulate things, but there's this 25-year-old kid who, was a roofer, had some questions about things, was willing to engage in conversation. And I said, hey, listen, man, you pursue truth long enough, you're going to end up on the other side of the street with me. And later on that day, I was able to take him out for a beer, and he came to church the next morning. And wow. But I kept introducing him by saying, listen, I told this kid he was too handsome to be on this side of the aisle because all these people over here are freaks who are paid, most of them, to be there, or at least a good contingent of them. And so all of these protests across the country are really just entirely set up to try to create this energy that everybody in the world's against Trump and everything that he's doing is bad. And we have to just hold the line and keep going in the direction that we know is true.
I'll take that one to the bank. Bryce, Eddie, don't risk blindness by looking at the literal naked left. Good advice. Hey, so when the couple seconds that we've got left, Bryce, you brought up a really good point that a bunch of the protesters seem to be paid. Bo, you were at the DC protest and you posted a video where you left for a couple minutes to change outfits because you've been identified or whatever it was, and you came back, nobody was there. Can you kind of explain that in the couple of seconds we got left?
Yes. Yeah, it was insane. So I left for the hotel room for about 30 minutes. Our camera was tampered with, broken by a protester, but that's something else we can talk about at another time. And so we come back, and the protest, when I tell you it is absolutely empty, I mean, you saw the video, not a single soul there. In a matter of give or take 30 minutes. It just shocks me. Like, how can 30,000 plus people all leave in a 30-minute time span. But I guess when you're getting paid, when your time is done, it's time to clock out. And I guess they knew that their time,
the work
was
bell
like,
rang.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, the only other theory would be like, we are fighting fascism until noon, and then I got stuff to do. Bryce, Eddie, Bo, Alfred, thanks for joining us, guys. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Of course.
Awesome. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Coming up, we check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent Monica Page, as well as Officer Tatum, Brandon Tatum, who had a really interesting event at UC Davis last week. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Time for my favorite part of the day, where we get to check in with Turning Point White House correspondent Monica Page at the White House. Monica, thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me, Jobob. It's always a lot of fun with you guys.
Thanks. Yeah. So this the White House is doing a lot today, which I guess is a redundant thing because if you're talking about the Trump White House, of course they're doing a lot. Tell us what's going on. Bibi Netanyahu is in town. What's happening at the White House today?
Yeah, Jobob, we've had quite a busy morning here at the White House. Just earlier this afternoon, the president welcomed the Los Angeles Dodgers, the World Series champions, here at the White House, where the president received his own jersey and even welcomed team members into the Oval Office for a special picture. And of course, little keepsakes for them to walk away with here. It's a very rainy day at the White House, so we didn't really see much of them. We haven't really seen much of Trump's staff. Everything's been happening behind closed doors today. But we did also see the arrival of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, this is his second visit of President Trump's second term. There's a lot of things on the agenda today. We were supposed to actually go to the East Room to attend the bilateral meeting between President Trump and Netanyahu, but that was ultimately canceled, and they moved this presser into the Oval Office and kind of made it just mainstream media pool access only for the most part. So that's what's happening live. They'll probably take that live as it happens this afternoon. But Benjamin Netanyahu really trying to make the case when it comes to these tariffs, when it comes to freeing the hostages in Gaza, and of course speaking about Iran's nuclear plan as well, because we know under the Biden administration, Iran's nuclear capabilities have been emboldened. So President Trump also looking to talk to Netanyahu about that. We know that Israel has about 17% tariffs on them. So Trump and Netanyahu kind of looking to find some kind of agreement where maybe zero tariffs, zero for zero tariffs, just looking to make some trade agreements there between the two nations. But ultimately, another very busy day, another busy way to start the week.
Yeah, it's fascinating to go from welcoming the World Series champions to one of the more serious political conversations. I wonder what that's like. And thankfully, it's not me having to do it. Speaking of what was going on in Washington, pretty much around the country, too, a lot of protests over the weekend, the hands-off protests, which kind of has a vague meaning to it. I don't know where our hands are supposed to be off necessarily. Government efficiency, hand off that. But tell us about your experience and the kind of the fallout from the protests in Washington this weekend.
Yeah, originally hands off. I was like, what are we handing off? Like, what are we taking our hands off of? But when it comes down to it, these people essentially want the president and Elon Musk to get their hands off of their Social Security, hands off the education system, hands off their finances and funds, because they believe that under President Trump and Elon Musk, that their government is being looted, their bank accounts are being looted, and all the rights are being taken away. So when I was on the ground covering these protests, something that I noticed that was so interesting was the demographic. Now, when you take a look at who was actually at this massive protest, this was massive, by the way, on the National Mall, as far as the eye can see, were a ton of people. I've never seen the National Mall that packed, but it was all 50 plus. It was all like AARP recipients. They were all 55 and up. They were all like just as old, elderly white people everywhere. And they were not even sure why they were even there. I went around and I asked people, so why are you here today? And they couldn't really give me a definite answer. They just say, well, why wouldn't I be here today? And I said, okay, like that doesn't make any sense. So then I would ask them, what is the one issue that you're so passionate about? What is the one problem that you have with this administration? And they would say the same thing. They would say everything. They couldn't name me one thing. So I'd say, please just name me one thing. I'm begging you. Name me just one thing you have a problem with. And they couldn't name a single thing. So then I took it a step further. If they had a sign that was interesting, I'd say, explain the sign to me. What's going on here? And there was one guy in particular that said, his sign said, end the cacistocracy. So I said, oh, for our viewers here, can you just explain? Because I don't know what the heck's going on. So his wife was like, oh, get your hand out. So the man unfolds this piece of paper and he's reading off what a cacistocracy is. He doesn't even know what he's he doesn't even know what he's portraying. He doesn't even know what he's showing or holding. So this just goes to show that I don't even think these people even know what they're doing. It's clear that a lot of these people are paid and bussed in. And I think more is going to come out, especially those quarterly reports when it comes to like how much money went to the buses, how much money went to the stage, to the signage, all that kind of stuff. I'm assuming that's going to come out very soon, but definitely a very strange protest. Very curious to see how this is going to progress as the summer goes along.
Every time I see clips from you and the Frontlines teams of filming people at protests, I always wonder, why do these people have nothing better to do? Is it possible for me to purchase some of your time? Because I would love more time on a Saturday to do anything else other than that. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jobob. Anytime.
Thank you. Back with us again, and we didn't expect to have Officer Tatum on so quickly. I think he was here last week, but something happened over the course of the last week, which necessitated him coming on Turning Point Live and Turning Point tonight and talking about it. Officer Brandon Tatum is with us again. Hey, so first of all, thanks for coming back on. Really appreciate it. And before I get your commentary on this, just so we're not burying the lead here, let me show people what happened at an event at UC Davis in California California last week. Play that clip one.
Hey, Jackson, don't Come on, please, get in there. Get in there.
I think people get the gist of it. Let's pause that for a second. So Brandon, can you explain us what happened? You were on UC Davis's campus, just talking to people. You weren't doing anything out of the ordinary for Turning Point. But what happened? How did that transpire? And what were you feeling in the moment?
Well, I'll tell you what, even worse than what happened, I wasn't even there yet. And they had destroyed the tent and assaulted people and did all kind of stuff. And then when I showed up is when you see them come back a second time. So then the police officer saw them do what they did the first time, did nothing, watched them come back the second time, did not intervene. And then, of course, I had to do something. And so, you know, my goal was to make sure I protect everybody that was there because the police officers weren't going to protect us whatsoever. And me being a former police officer, I just have the instinct in me that I'm not going to let these randos just bludgeon Turning Point USA staff. I'm not going to let it happen. Yeah. If we go to blows, we go to blows. But luckily, we didn't have to go that far. I just pushed a couple people out of the way because they were damaged and trying to steal property and assault people. And I thought that was appropriate. But that's pretty much all that happened, man. They ran away like cowards. Police didn't pursue them or do anything. And then we finished the event where we just walked around and talked to people. And it was a fruitful conversation for the most part, even though there was a lot of people who, you know, we know sometimes on campus, these kids don't have a brain. But it was a fruitful conversation nonetheless. We finished the conversation and that was it.
Man, it's super interesting. So being, I guess, fully transparent with the audience, I asked you beforehand, is there anything you don't want to talk about, maybe pushing a they, them, and you gave a really, really interesting answer as to why, you're all about it. Can you kind of reiterate what you had said earlier?
Yeah, and first of all, I think people got to understand I'm a police officer or a former police officer. I did this, so I know what the law is. But the unique part about this is that, you know, there was people there complaining and saying that I pushed that person, that there was a level of assault or whatever they want to claim that it is. And I said, well, look, you have the police officer right here. Why don't you make a police report? And one of the reasons why they would never do that, and why any of these people wouldn't come forward, is because then they have to disclose who they are. Right? If you're going to be a victim of a crime, you have to choose to prosecute me. And if you're going to prosecute me, you have to be a victim. The victim have to be exposed. And therefore, are they going to reveal their identity? And the answer is no. They don't want to reveal their identity because they were on campus committing a crime before any of this happened. And so that's the reason why I'm not worried whatsoever. Not only because I feel like I'm legally protected by the law, but other than that, these cowards who have their entire faces covered don't want to get exposed and end up getting expelled from school. I wish they would come and prosecute me if you want to, and you would never go to their university again.
Yeah, it's super interesting too. And so viewers know, and I think this is actually kind of an interesting thing to kind of bring back. This isn't the first time something like this has happened on college campuses, obviously, but it's also not the first time something's happened at this particular campus. It seems like every time people from Turning Point go just to talk, something crazy happens. I'm going to play this very quick clip from an event that Charlie and I were speaking at 2 years ago. Play clip 5 really quick. That was me with my camera out, being kind of naive to what these buffoons can do, getting glass shattered in on my face. But the point of this is saying that this has been happening at this campus for years. The same administration is in place. The same president is in place. In your opinion, what does fundamentally need to change to where people on campuses like UC Davis actually have the ability to say what they want, regardless of their political leanings? Is there any saving the system as it is?
Well, they can change. I mean, are they going to change is the question. I don't think they want to, but they can. They can make these things better. The police chief can do his job, or the administration can do their job in allowing law enforcement officers to protect free speech. The point is not just to allow it to happen. You have to protect free speech, because all they're going to do every time a conservative comes on campus is become violent. And then the staff is going to shut the event down, and the conservative will not have a voice whatsoever. So whether or not they're violent to the point of assaulting people like they did at UC Davis, or they just show up on campus and the fear of the police officers not doing anything, or the administration becomes fearful and say, oh, it's too dramatic, we need to shut it down, it suppresses speech. We have to be willing to say we're going to protect at all costs. Let me just tell you this. Let me add this. If this was a group of black kids doing an event on campus and white supremacists were to march on campus and bludgeon black people, do you think they will let that happen? The answer is no. They will not want the pushback of black kids getting beat up by white supremacists at UC Davis. The other side of it is that we're conservatives. They hate us anyway. They don't think we deserve a voice. So they believe that the things that are occurring are appropriate to suppress our speech. And then they play the game by saying, you know what, we're deeply ashamed. We'll do something about it. I was sitting there talking to staff. I was talking to police officers, and I was talking to people that were over events. I said, look, this is wrong. You guys need to protect us. We should be able to have free speech on this campus. You can't shut our event down because these people are intimidating us. They don't even know where they came from. How do we know they're students? How do we know there's not, adults off the street coming and committing a terrorist attack on campus? It's shameful what happened at UC Davis. And unfortunately, these young people are growing up in an environment where they think this makes sense until you get out in the real world and realize you can't do that.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, too. So zoom out outside of UC Davis, and over the weekend, they had the hands-off protests around the country. And a lot of places, including the White House, obviously, had to gear up for security. Now, a point that I thought needs to be made more abundantly is the fact that, hey, when March for Life is happening, or whenever conservatives are protesting, is there much of a threat to the security of the local area around? And the answer is no, usually. And so can you kind of elaborate on the point of, like, some people think that this is normal and acceptable, and what we have to do to stop that?
Well, if you're on the left, this is normal. Violence is normal.
Yeah.
You don't like Elon Musk holding the government accountable, you go burn down people's cars and commit felony crimes. I mean, this is what they do. The March for Life. You just go there and ask people simple questions. Why are you here? They want to fight you. We just seen Savannah Craven get assaulted by a person doing an interview because the young lady admitted that she are pro-abortion, which is the taking the life of the unborn. And then when Savannah points it out to her, she punches her in the face. I mean, this is what they do. They're violent. They're crazy. They're unhinged. Many of these people legitimately have mental illness. And it's not, I'm not trying to be funny or nothing, but like they're mentally ill. When I was at UC Davis, you're looking in the eyes of people without a soul. Some of them, you're like, one kid told me that police kill 90,000 black people a year. Unarmed. And I almost fell over. I said, you can't be that dumb. Like I would be upset with you if they were killing 90,000 people. Your whole premise of calling these guys pigs and getting all amped up is because you think they killed 90,000 people a year. I mean, you go down the list, these people are deranged. They're not the same as conservative events. You know, they have the January 16th. That's a one-off ever. It never happens. And there was hundreds of thousands of people there. That's a handful of people that decided to become physically involved.
Yeah.
But every leftist event is like this, man. Every time you go to UC Davis. And it's shameful.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. But hey, glad you're safe. And I guess also glad the other people that were against you are also safe, because I don't know how smart of a move it is going up against Officer Tatum.
I do not advise.
Brandon Tatum, hey, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
God bless you, man. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Coming up after the break, a fun clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast, as well as my favorite segment of the day, where we watch hilarious things from the internet together and react accordingly. Remember, you can email Turning Point anytime you want to Turning Point Tonight, tpt@tpusa.com. We will gladly accept any and all emails. Email any time of day, whether you agree or you're wrong, tpt@tpusa.com. We will see you right after the break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
think that health insurance companies will eventually adapt, or are they like doomed?
They're doomed. They're Blockbuster.
Okay.
Yeah, they're Blockbuster. They're Kodak.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be, I'm hoping, I'm praying actually that they get eaten alive because they are one of the main culprits of this, failed system.
Okay, so give us your strategy, your elevator pitch to people to ditch their insurance and replace with someone like Crowd Health.
Ditch your insurance. You have way more flexibility. There's no networks. You can go to whoever you want. We don't care. It's way less expensive than health insurance. So for a family of 4, it's like $640 a month. For my family of 4 with health insurance this year, it would have been $1,200 plus I had a $14,000 deductible, which means that I have to pay $1,200 every month. And then if I get hurt, I got to pay the first $14,000.
Yeah.
Right. This is $640. I pay the first $500, whether it's cancer, whether it's ER visit, a broken arm, whatever it is. I just pay the first $500 of it. And so we do that because we don't want people to be financially, offset by a health condition. Everybody can come up with $500.
Well, and I guess that's something else, like something like cancer. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah. Millions oftentimes.
So how does Crowd Health deal with that?
Yeah. For example, so we've had, I think, like 36 cancer cases. We had a guy shoot himself accidentally. That was $1 million bill.
Whoa.
We've had NICU babies. All kinds of things at this point. So, and so far, if you have been a giver in addition to a taker in our community, 100% of those bills have gotten funded.
The $1 million?
Yeah, well, the $1 million bill was a crazy one because if you got a minute, I'll tell you the story because it's a good one.
Tell me.
He was in Montana. He was in bear country, so he had a .44 revolver in his holster. He went out fishing. He caught a fish. He leaned down. The .44 fell out of his holster, hit the hammer perfectly. The bullet went off, went into his calf, out the back of his calf, into his thigh, out the top of his thigh, into his chest, and out the back.
Oh, my gosh.
He said he looked down and he saw green stuff coming from his chest, which I think is bile. I'm not a doc. But his wife, thank God, was with him. So she ran up to the top of the hill because she didn't have cell service. She called 911. A helicopter flew in and got him, took him to the nearest hospital, which was 2 hours away.
Oh, my gosh.
He went into a coma. Fun story. He came out of the coma. All his family was surrounding him because they thought he was going to die.
Yeah.
And the first words he said coming out of his mouth is, "We're pregnant." His wife was 12 weeks pregnant with their first child. And so, for some reason, coming out of the coma, that's the first thing he had to tell people is, "We're pregnant," And so they wouldn't let him fly home. So he had to drive home from Montana to California. Ooh. He had sepsis on the way home.
Oh.
So I think it was multiple weeks in the hospital in sepsis. And so, we found out about this, and it ultimately meant I think it was just short of $1 million. We actually negotiated it down for him. So we have a team internally. If you go to the ER and you get these big hospital bills, we can negotiate them for you.
Oh, my gosh.
And we actually have attorneys who will help you negotiate this. So you don't have to worry about any of those bills from, a year down the road or whatever. If you get those bills, you take our app, you take a picture. We have a system internally that pulls it all off. We've got a team that'll negotiate for you. So we negotiated that bill from almost $1 million down to like $200,000 or $250,000. And then the crowd funded it fully.
How many members are there nationwide?
10,000. So all those things that you hate about health insurance, which is what I hated about health insurance, we're going to figure that out for you. The other real quick thing is one of the things I hate when I call a company, especially health insurance, is sitting on phone calls and talking to somebody in India where I have to tell them my health event. And they're like, well, I'm not the right one. And you're like, so they punt me to somebody else and I have to wait on the phone for another 30 minutes. Everybody at Crowd Health has a care advocate. So you have one person internally who is your person that
they know you.
That they know you. They get to know you. You get to know them. You can have an intro call with them. So you can text them. You can call them. You can email them. And they will be the ones who will respond to you. And we do that is for accountability internally, because if you have a big health event going on, we want one person responsible for that. And they're the drivers. They're helping you. They're advocating on your behalf so that you don't get lost in the craziness of a health insurance system, right? Like this person is responsible for you. And so what we have found is our customers love that because now my care advocate is Kelly. Kelly's awesome. I can call Kelly for anything that I need. I can say, hey, Kelly, where's a great place to get labs in Scottsdale? And she'll be like, oh, here's one here, 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 and here. Is there anything else I can help you with? It's like your own little personal healthcare assistant.
Yeah.
Which is really, really cool.
Is there any type of person that Crowd Health would not be good for?
Smokers.
Okay.
And if you are obese.
Okay.
So we ask you like, hey, you can't be smoker.
No fatties allowed. That's not very politically correct,
That's not very politically correct. But we have had people, fun enough, who were significantly higher than our weight limit. And we're so like fired up about what you're doing.
Yeah.
What you're doing.
They got healthy.
They got healthy.
Cool.
They lost weight. And one guy even sent me a photo of him and his wife, who both had lost all this weight, who were running a triathlon. And he's like, literally, he in his message to me, he messaged me over X. He's like, Crowd Health is the reason why we got into shape.
Amazing.
And we have changed our lives.
Okay, I kind of love that. And honestly, if that was a rule, but seriously, if that was a rule for all health insurances, like you have to be healthy. You cannot be morbidly obese and having all these medical issues.
Politically incorrect. You can't get the folks to.
That would motivate people to get better. Like that is, I honestly I think that's kind of genius. But
if I don't have to pay for my health care out of pocket,
yeah.
then I don't care oftentimes.
Right.
You know, like we kind of do care because we want to thrive as human beings. But for some reason, when it touches our pocketbook, then we are way more motivated. So what if you were obese, you had to pay more for health insurance? If you're a bad driver, you have to pay more for being a bad driver, right? For your car insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Why not in healthcare? If you are a bad driver,
yeah.
you get charged more.
Makes sense.
I think people would be incentivized. And in fact, for us,
makes sense for me, who just lost her dad a couple months ago due to, brain cancer and heart failure and stuff, all because of lifestyle choices. And that, my dad would have been very motivated if they said, your bill's going to be 5 times higher if you don't get this under control and like get rid of the ultra processed food, get rid of, whatever. Like I think that would have motivated him.
Yeah.
My dad was very, very much like save money where I can.
And we're taking that to the next level too. So you can actually get a discount on Crowd Health if you go and get your labs and your labs are good.
Oh,
so we're looking at 2 things, which is fasting insulin, which is just your insulin level in your blood after you hadn't eaten anything, because that's one of the leading indicators of metabolic health. And then visceral fat, which is the amount of fat that's hanging out in between your organs, which is the really bad fat. Like everybody thinks it's the fat around their waist, which they are tied, but really what you want to look at is the visceral fat. So if you have low visceral fat and you have low fasting insulin, you can actually get up to a 20% discount on Crowd Health for being healthy. We think incentives drive everything.
Oh, it does.
I believe. So we want to incentivize people to be healthy, get healthy, and improve upon their health.
What is your dream for what healthcare and health insurance could eventually look like in America?
Yeah, I want to put together, and I was talking to one of your producers before this, I want to, as Crowd Health grows, we're 10,000 now. I want to be 1 million. I want to be 2 million.
Well, just wait after this episode comes out.
I
hope
would
you're prepared.
That.
I hope you told your call center.
I would love that. What I'd love to do is continue this community feel where we're actually a part of our tribe, like, hey, vegetarians, if you really think that you're better off than the people who eat a lot of meat, then let's have a vegetarian crowd and a carnivore crowd and a Democrat crowd and a Republican crowd. Wouldn't that be fun to see those face off? Like, hey, how can we be better? And if you want to get competitive, let's actually talk about that, because I think that can drive behavior. You can have a Christian crowd and a Jewish crowd and a Hindu crowd or whatever. And so you feel like you're a part of your community because it will change the way that you consume healthcare. We have people emailing us all the time. Like, we had a guy with colon cancer. And he's like, I feel terrible. I got colon cancer. I don't want to burden the crowd. And we're like, what? You would never say that with United Health. Like, they actually care about the community that they're in and not burdening them with something that's big. Fortunately, this guy, was great and we got his colon cancer taken care of and he's totally fine now. So the crowd took care of him. But you would never think that way if you were with a health insurance plan.
OBS thought about you, who's just 24/7 flooding the zone, back to my 13-year-old, owning this space every day, getting a convert. And then I'm thinking about, we're going to stand back and watch you run circles around us.
He said it best at Turning Point USA. We're relentless. We're changing minds on campuses every semester, defending conservative values, and fighting for America's future. Your donation helps keep us on campus. Join the movement and donate to TPUSA today.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Every time I watch that commercial, I have tried with Charlie to throw those hats. He's got a wrist flick that I just haven't nailed down yet. I think and then there's it's a lot more difficult than it looks. I know this is trivial, but I think the last event we were at, I was trying to throw him and I just didn't have as much distance. So maybe I'll work at it. Maybe I'll try harder, or it doesn't matter at all. But anyways, you go to tpusa.com, find out all of the information that you need in order to donate to keep college campuses, the conservative voice alive and well in college campuses. You can also find out about all of the fantastic Turning Point events, including the Young Women's Leadership Summit that's coming up next month. You can't go if you're a man. I'm not going to say next month, starting in like a day or two, but in June. It's coming up. Dallas, Texas, you want to be there unless you're a man, in which case you can't be there. Also, the Student Action Summit happening in July in Tampa, Florida, in conjunction with the Educator Summit. So much happening. Go to tpusa.com. You can also go to the turningpointacademy.com. Find out everything you need to know about what's going on at Turning Point. I believe the most influential conservative movement in the country, if not the world. You can also email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. Email us whether you agree with every single point we've ever made on this show, or if you're wrong. Doesn't matter. You can email us anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. Now, I want to show you some... I've talked in the last couple days about my hope for Gen Z, that sometimes it seems to be that they're getting more conservative, so much so that the hookup apps are even changing their culture. We talked about that yesterday on the show. That's great. Also, sometimes they are nuts. Watch this of one of those examples.
Always. To everyone in this room currently affected by the Trump administration, listen to me now. Do not give up. Do not stop fighting. Fight for you, fight for your family, fight for everyone you know, because this country is headed towards a second Holocaust.
And I feel like we've asked this question a number of times. Whose mind do you think you changed there? Just curious, whose mind, who in that audience was going, yes, I now agree with this rotund high school student? If you notice in the background, there was a bunch of people that just were like sitting there like, yeah, okay, which I think is the best approach to take. I think that's the best attitude to take. Let's roll on with some of the fantastic clips we found around the internet. This, I think, is unironically funny. I don't think they were making a joke here, but watch this. I believe this is in Thailand. If you want to stop a criminal, a murderous criminal with a knife, here's all you have to do. It's very, very simple. Watch this. Yes, of course. Look at how effective this strategy is. If you see a knife-wielding criminal on the street, you don't need to use guns. You don't need to use force with somebody who's willing to harm other people. Instead, you can design an apparatus that when you see them coming, attach the hula hoop-looking thing to a pole, but make sure the pole is enough distance away where the knife-wielding person can't stab anybody, but then also put another hula hoop type apparatus on the stabbing arm, and then you can stand appropriately back, and also they'll comply with you if they're on a murderous rampage. They'll stop and they'll wait for you to put on those restraints, and once applied, once these restraints are on, it'll work. That'll 100% work. As you see in this video, the people there were laughing not because of the stupid idea, but because the criminal was effectively apprehended by these hula hoop type apparatuses. So that being said, that's how we should curb violence in this country and also around the world. I'm trying to figure out if we have the time for the rest of the clips that we've got here. You know what? Let's go for it. Let's try this one.
What did you do?
Why are you guys laughing?
stubborn one, hard-headed.
Man, what kind of man are you?
I told I was going to do it later.
What kind of man are you? You should have been doing that. Not me.
I told you I was going to do it later.
Now look what happened.
That's your fault. Don't blame me for that.
I blame you.
The fact that she blamed her husband, the lady drives off. And also, by the way, I was shocked by this, but the revving of the engine, what happened there? She put the car in park and then stomped on the gas. Maybe that's how she drove away from the gas tank. With the fact that she blames her husband and says, "What kind of man are you?" I'm sure that is a healthy, thriving relationship. She has a point to an extent, you know. Men should be the chivalrous kind. I'm not sure to that extent. That seems a little bit crazy. But, you know, hopefully their marriage exists in which the man does the manly things. Again, I don't know if putting gas in the car qualifies as that, but who knows? To each their own, I guess. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Charlie is going to take us out. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. God bless America.
Riley, welcome back.
Man, I am thrilled to be back. I really am. What a revitalizing experience. And I don't use that word lightly. Maybe the intention is for us to inspire you all, but really it is this that inspires me.
So Riley, walk us through what happened at the White House a couple weeks ago, the significance of this, the work that went into it, and just the incredible accomplishment.
Yeah, it was a pretty amazing experience, of course. I just, following that, I just feel totally vindicated. The past 3 years for me personally, and I recognize there are women, people who have fought much longer than I have, but since that national championships in 2022, where I really took that first initial leap of faith and decided to speak out, these past 3 years under the previous administration, we as female athletes, we as women, again, as people, Americans, We were stonewalled. We were ignored. Actually, worse than that, not only did we not have a seat at the table as women, but we were reprimanded if we even dared to oppose the agenda that they were pushing. So to now finally see movement, to see a president with the moral clarity and the swiftness and the decisive action, taking time out of his day. I can't believe it. A president has to take time out of his day to issue an executive order declaring no men and women's sports. But it was amazing, especially to see the visual of all of those little girls. I'm sure several of you saw it, the clips or maybe the picture. I mean, these are 5, 6-year-old girls who are surrounded by President Trump, wearing their uniforms, wearing their big bows in their hair that they wear on the soccer field, all around him. And I'll tell you all, I guess, a quick Trump story. We had a briefing before he signed this executive order. And of course, Secret Service told him, President, when you sign this, make sure you don't call anyone up with you. It's a security breach. And he looks at them and he says, oh, shut up. I'm going to do what I want. And when he signed it, but I think the visual, again, of having all of those little girls there with these joyous, beaming smiles on their faces, I think that is one of the most iconic images that could possibly come out of his presidency, and that's saying a lot considering this man has a mugshot.
So in addition to that, Riley, you touched on this. Why does a president even need to do this? This has become a controversial issue for no good reason whatsoever, but it stems out of the trans issue. But let's kind of take a step back and further reinforce this. Not only does Trump have to take time to sign this, he now needs to use precious resources of his Solicitor General and the Department of Justice to fight this. So in a lesser reported story that happened last week, Trump hosted all of the governors of the country that would come, and they all came to the White House. They were having a dialogue, and President Trump was saying, okay, as you know, we signed the No Men and Women's Sports Executive Order. And he's like, oh, is the governor of Maine here? Because Trump is very smart. He watches the news. You might have known that right after Trump signed the executive order, Maine decided to defy it and ignore it. And a biological men won I think, a pole vaulting competition, state championship, robbing a woman. Now, this is where people say, well, Charlie, you have to have compassion. Look, I have love for all people. However, the action of cheating is not something I have compassion for. This self-indulgent narcissist would have placed 11th in the men's division, but wins nearly a state record in the female division and wins a title, and all these other girls are second, third, or fourth and are displaced because of it. The governor of Maine says this is trans progress, this is wonderful, and then Donald Trump tells his
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
I won the young people by 37%, and Charlie Kirk will tell you TikTok helped. But Charlie Kirk helped also. He just happens to be here. Look at it. He loves that we mentioned that name, right, Charlie? He's done great, and I appreciate all the help. But with young people, we won by 37%, Charlie, and you helped. But TikTok was amazing. And he was the first one. He said, get on TikTok. So I have a little bit of a warm spot.
There is nothing in the file at this point on the Epstein case. And there's going to be a disclosure on this coming shortly. We are working through there is video. That is something the public does not.
Video of him killing himself.
No, not the actual act. We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans. You're going to see there's no one there but him. Right. There's just nobody there.
Every time President Trump has tried to defend America, we've had judicial overreach. These tariffs are here to stay, so anything that the stocks are reflecting, it's clearly going to be wrong today. This is exactly what the president is in charge to do. He's the commander-in-chief. He should be setting trade policy.
Capitol Hill, House Republicans are escalating their pursuit of answers about then-President Biden's health and an alleged cover-up by those close to him. Subpoenas are being prepared, and they could include the former president's family.
Chairman James Comer tells Fox the committee could even call in former First Lady Jill Biden, the president's son Hunter, and former White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
So the moment Cash and I swore in, we realized that the first thing we had to do is rebuild public trust. This is your FBI. It's not mine. One of the ways to do it is these cases of significant public interest that matter. You know, we had 2 pipe bombs planted on January 6th. I mean, we were told by partisan actors out there this was the insurrection, the world was going to fall apart, and no one seemed to show any interest in this case.
Harvard has been a disaster. They've taken $5 billion plus. And I'd rather see that money go to trade schools. You can have the best trade schools anywhere in the world.
When I hear the FBI director saying, you guys are finding boxes that are hidden, okay, how does that happen in the Bureau?
There are people there who are really horrified at what happened. And there was a room, and we found stuff, a lot of stuff.
A hidden room.
I wouldn't call it hidden, but hidden from us at least, and not mentioned to us. And then we found stuff in there, and a lot of it's from the Comey era, and we are working our right now to declassify.
We have implemented a vigorous new visa policy that will prevent foreign nationals from coming to the United States to foment hatred against our Jewish community. We are holding international organizations and nations accountable for rhetoric against Israel that resurfaces in the manifesto of monsters.
We have been in the process of getting the most important priority done, and that is the one big beautiful bill, the reconciliation bill, that is not just a proposal. A budget is a proposal. We are in the business of actually passing law. It has $1.6 trillion in actual mandatory savers for the first time ever.
The president laid out a bold vision for the United States, for America, to reindustrialize the onshore manufacturing so that we can have a more resilient supply chain, so that we can create jobs locally, very importantly, so that we become great at manufacturing again. At a time when manufacturing isn't about labor, but it's about labor only, but it's about technology. And so that vision is incredible.
At Turning Point USA, what we are doing every single day is we are dedicating ourselves and our staff and our students and our activists for a full revival of America.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement. Featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
The Charlie Kirk.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, honored to be with you as always. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio live in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. Yesterday, I had a very moving day, and one that I don't take for granted. Yesterday, I was in the White House, which thankfully I've been there a few times since President Trump has won the election. But I was able to visit what could be called the most sacred ground of the American government. The place where so many decisions have been made, where war has been waged, where the highest decisions of the land culminate. I've been there a couple times before, but visiting it yesterday was very moving. And that, of course, is the Oval Office. Let's please show pictures of this, guys. Walking into the Oval Office and into the cabinet room with President Trump was overwhelming. It was larger than life. Every time I walk into the Oval Office, and it's only been a couple times, it does take your breath away. What President Trump has done with it is remarkable. It has really turned into a museum. I got to see the original copy of the Declaration of Independence. Amazing photos lining the entire Oval, from William Henry Harrison to James Polk. In fact, when President Trump was showing me around, he pointed at James Polk and he says, you know, James Polk is one of the most underrated presidents in history. I said, well, tell me why, Mr. President. He says, well, he didn't do much, except he did add California and Texas. So that's quite a legacy. It's like, I could see the gears grinding there. There is a aura when you walk into the Oval Office, and it was not lost on me how things have changed so dramatically and how we should be filled with gratitude and awe and wonder to Lord Almighty. The mystique that you get when you enter into the Oval Office, it is larger than life. It is one that is sacred ground in our nation. Today is Thursday, May 29th. Exactly 1 year ago today, President Donald Trump's jury deliberations started in the criminal trial in New York. Exactly 1 year ago today, President Trump was in what he called the ice box. Remember, they had quarantined President Trump where he could not raise money. He could not travel the country. He could not campaign. The trial began on April 15th, 2024. And it ended on May 30th, 2024. I want you to think about where we were a year ago. A year ago, Biden was beating President Trump in many of the polls. A year ago, our border was completely and totally wide open. President Trump was largely gagged by the judge. President Donald Trump turned those press gaggles into campaign opportunities, which was incredibly impressive. Remember these famous pictures of President Trump who had to sit through this ridiculous Moscow show trial. And the people on the left thought they had him dead to rights. They thought the movement would betray him. They thought putting him in a courtroom, which was only happening a year ago today. It feels like it's been 5 years. And then tomorrow will be the 1 year anniversary of when he's actually, quote unquote, found guilty on the fake 34 accounts. A year ago, the media insisted that Biden was still totally healthy. And it was misleading videos and cheap fakes that were suggesting otherwise. Now, Jake Tapper is writing an entire book on how the media got it wrong. How did President Trump ascend from facing 700 years in federal prison, having to sit in the icebox, where the entire system crashed down upon him. I love that picture. Can we go back to the picture of J.D. Vance there, please? Remember, this is J.D. Vance looking on President Trump before he was chosen as vice president of the United States. Look at that foreshadowing right there. I love that picture. We should get that picture framed in our office. Because very few U.S. senators, I think I see the great Tommy Tuberville there, but very few U.S. senators actually visited President Trump when he was in trial. J.D. Vance did. Here's just some of the media commentary of what was happening a year ago. There were cheers in the Biden headquarters when President Trump was found to be a felon. Remember, we were still running against Joe Biden a year ago. Play cut 307.
Our team has heard that there were cheers inside the Biden headquarters in Wilmington as the verdict was read. Look, President Biden has been very careful in the last weeks not to comment on this trial. That, I have been told, will now change now that we have a verdict. Obviously, these guilty verdicts are a political gift to Democrats, a political gift to the president. He is now running against a convicted felon.
They really thought it was going to work. They were all in on, hey, we can now change the title on his driver's license, convicted felon President Donald Trump. They spent millions to try to get that soundbite, convicted felon. Remember when James Comey was saying they could accommodate the incarceration of a sitting president? That they kind of figure out there's got to be a way to do this security-wise. A year ago, our movement was still in the wilderness. But we had a leader, and we had you. As I walked into the Oval Office yesterday, I was so thankful for all of you that stood by this program and were in the trenches the last couple of years. Not just was President Trump on trial a year ago, think about 3 years ago. Think about the spring of 2022. We didn't have access to most social media. X and the Twitter thing was just finally popping up and finally happening. We were censored. We were muzzled. We were in the wilderness. And to march all the way back to the Oval Office is awe-inspiring, and it takes your breath away. It goes to show, despite all of the machinations of the unelected administrative state. And look at that contrast. We should tweet that out, guys. How a year ago you're in a courtroom and a year later you're in the cabinet room. From the courtroom to the cabinet room. And they did everything they possibly could to stop that from happening. They tried to humiliate him by making him sit there and read off all the charges and all the testimonies. They were trying to break the will of all of you, and yet they underestimated the strength and the durability and the anti-fragile element of this movement. The more pressure that was applied to all of you, the more pressure that was applied to us, the stronger we got. It is a very unique American phenomenon. You do not find this in most European countries. You do not find this in most places across the world. The goal was to demoralize us and to get us to give up. Instead, we rallied to greater heights than ever before. Where people are going to say, this is outrageous. You're going to try to put a political leader in prison because you're afraid that he'll beat you in an election. And it turns out all of their fears were warranted. It turns out they were right to do this in a sense. From politics, it was wrong morally. But if they could try to prevent him from running because they knew that the movement was coming, because they could not win you over. They could not win the debate. They could not win on the facts. They could not win on the merits. They had to use leg irons, handcuffs, shackles, courtrooms, and prison sentences. So it's not a straight line for President Trump to fulfill his mandate. There will be setbacks, injunctions, political and cultural brawls, but there's a big difference. Now we have the power. And a year ago, he was in a courtroom, and Biden was chuckling, eating his ice cream, not really sure what was going on. And now we have President Trump in the Oval Office, full steam ahead, and now the Democrats are in the wilderness. We're honored to be partnering with Alan Jackson Ministries, and today I want to point you to their podcast. It's called Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson Podcast. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth in the Bible and applies it to the issues that we are facing today. Gender confusion, abortion, immigration, DOJ, Trump, and the White House. All these issues in the church. He doesn't just discuss the problems. In every episode, he gives practical things that we can do to make a difference. His guests have incredible expertise and powerful testimonies. Each episode will make you recognize the power of your faith and how God can use your life to impact our world today. The Culture and Christianity podcast is informative and encouraging. You can find it on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. That is the Alan Jackson Ministries working hard to bring back biblical truth into our culture. So go to alanjackson.com. He's become a great friend and a teacher of mine, alanjackson.com. We'll be right back, everybody.
Where tyranny dies and wisdom lives. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, as you know, we have had a phenomenal campus tour, just overwhelming success. People were stopping me in the White House. They were stopping me on the streets saying, Charlie, this campus tour was more viral than ever, asking questions about it. It's never been this impactful. And I believe it's one of the reasons why we are winning the youth vote. I want to tell you guys about why refi. Private student loan debt in the United States totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Why refi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others will not touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. So go to yrefy.com. That is YREFY.com. So check that out, yrefy.com. Let's face it, if you have distressed or defaulted private student loans, it is the best way for you to proceed. Again, they've underwritten the entire campus tour. They are doing SAS as well, and they're also helping us with YWLS. Just look at those crowds, everybody. It's an amazing company that YRefi is. They're full of patriots. They have love of country. So go to yrefy.com. That is YREFY.com. That is yrefy.com. Private student loan debt totals over $300 billion. It may not be available in all 50 states. Go to yrefy.com. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're here at the bitcoin.com studio. Here's James Comey. Remember this? He was fantasizing about how to logistically arrange President Trump in prison. They had almost a quasi... I was going to use a certain word. They have a quasi fetish. Yeah, it was close to a word I was going to use. Almost like a pornographic mind when it comes to Donald Trump in prison. It almost gave them like a sexual thrill to see a previous president in prison. Listen to this, play cut 351.
Do you agree with that it would be difficult or nearly impossible for the law enforcement institutions to put him in actual jail?
No, they would just put him in a double wide somewhere out near the fence, out in the grass. And he would eat there, he'd shower there, he'd exercise there, he'd be away, as Danya Perry said, from general population. But it's obviously doable.
They really could not help themselves. If they had not indicted Trump, he may not have completed the comeback. Every step of the comeback, the left gave him a boost. You see, you can imagine that there was a meeting. Now, if Jake Tapper actually wants to do some reporting, here's some reporting that is worth doing. But I don't know if we'll find this out for another maybe 10 or 20 years. There was obviously a meeting. There was without a doubt a meeting of all the smart Democrats. The meeting probably happened in November or December of 2022, after the midterms and the red wave that wasn't. There was almost certainly a meeting, Joe Biden wasn't there, but amongst the kind of lawfare architects, the Elias types, the Valerie Jarrett types, the smart Democrats, the masters of the universe. Because you don't get 4 simultaneous indictments within 10 months just as a coincidence. No, there was a decision. There was a signal that was definitely made. And I almost guarantee you that somebody that was respected put forward a theory of the case. And their theory of the case was this. Because remember, President Trump announced for the presidency in November of 2022, right after the midterms. It was right after. He said it at Mar-a-Lago, I'm running for the presidency. I'm going to go take it back. And I bet 1 or 2 smart Democrats, their theory of the case was this, that this guy is going to win unless we stop him. We have to throw everything we possibly can. We gave him the warning shot. Remember, the warning shot was in August of 2022 of the raid of Mar-a-Lago on the documents case. He ignored our warning shot. The only way we stop this monster is with the full force of every government instrument that we control. We're going to throw Fannie Willis after him. We're going to make her into a national icon. We're going to have Alvin Bragg be the first one. He will cross the Rubicon. He will be the opening shot because he's in New York and there's almost no political consequences. We're going to create this thug, Jack Smith, to go after all the January 6th stuff, simultaneous document stuff. We are going to make it seem that he is so unpopular that this will prevent him from winning a Republican primary. And that is where their great failure was. You see, if they would have let President Trump be alone, I still think President Trump obviously would have won the primary, and I think he would have won it decisively, but he wouldn't have won it as overwhelmingly and non-competitively. The indictments almost ended all the momentum imaginable. And then Governor DeSantis, a man who I respect, completely blundered. He's like, oh, you know, he's being indicted on stuff. And the base just said, no, you are trying to go after our leader that they're trying to take out, that was wrongfully displaced from power. So the Democrats actually were the glue that kept the Republican primary voters together. And then they went a step further. I mean, to give you an idea, we had Blake wearing a MAGA hat here. I mean, we were really behind this entire thing, largely because it was the indictment of the evil and the sinister nature of what they were doing. The lawfare from the Democrats galvanized the base. And we kept together and we stayed together because we saw what they were going to make the country become. And we just, on principle and principle alone, we said, you cannot indict the leader of the opposition party. Go beat them in an election. Go and debate them. Go run a bunch of negative ads. All that is fine. You don't get to use the instruments of justice against a political leader that you don't like. And it was just bigger than primary politics. The base said that if they can arrest a former president, we must stay together and fight back. And as soon as President Trump leaned in and fought these indictments, he ascended and he won more men, Black and Hispanic men, and low propensity voters because it was Donald Trump against the machine. As soon as that photograph flashed and they took the mugshot, it was largely the end of Biden, Harris, and the Democrats' chances of winning in 2024. We'll be right back.
this news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is taking his deal-making skills to Capitol Hill, saying he plans to negotiate aspects of the so-called One Big Beautiful bill that's now in the U.S. Senate. The measure the House passed last week is facing some pushback from Senate Republicans. Plus, Elon Musk is criticizing it.
I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way they go. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful bill. But the beautiful is because of all of the things we have. The biggest thing being, I would say, the level of tax cutting that we're going to be doing.
I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing. I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful, but I don't know if it can be both.
And while President Trump plans to offer his input to improve the spending plan and get it passed, there's also reports out this morning that the White House will send Congress a package to formalize Doge cuts targeting federal spending. That could happen as soon as next week. President Trump, while he is dealing with funding the U.S. government, he now also has about a week and a half to retool one of the centerpieces of his plan to revitalize the U.S. economy. The Court of International Trade is putting President Trump's tariffs on ice, saying he overstepped his authority by imposing the duties on imports. The ruling, in effect, immediately invalidates all of the president's tariffs. The administration is appealing Wednesday's decision and questioning the court's authority. The three-judge panel says, and I'm quoting here, the court does not pass upon the wisdom or likely effectiveness of the president's use of tariffs as leverage. That use is impermissible not because it's unwise or ineffective, but because federal law does not allow it. Meantime, the head of the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk, is leaving his position this week in order to return to his primary jobs at Tesla, SpaceX, and X. Musk was brought on as a special government employee on January 20th. Under that designation, he was expected to perform his duties for 130 days. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Working radio show in the business. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I'm trying to find this piece of tape here of the president in the Oval yesterday. Let me try to find this here. Got it. So we'll play this in a second, 3:33. So, as you know, we talk about TikTok here and how viral that we are going on TikTok, and it's incredible, the hundreds of millions of people that we reach there. But don't just take my word for it. President Trump was asked about TikTok while I happen to also be in the Oval Office. Let's play cut 3:33.
I won the young people by 37%, and Charlie Kirk will tell you TikTok helped. But Charlie Kirk helped also. He just happens to be here. Look at it. He loves that we mentioned that name, right, Charlie? He's done great, and I appreciate all the help. But with young people, we won by 37%, Charlie, and you helped. But TikTok was amazing. And he was the first one. He said, get on TikTok. So I have a little bit of a warm spot.
There is some truth to that. About a year ago, I remember calling President Trump, and there were others that obviously were chiming in, but I do remember calling President Donald Trump in May of last year while he was on trial, be like, Mr. President, I think we have to engage on TikTok. You have a lot of fans there. And he ended up being the most viral person and page on TikTok. Well, with TikTok, small businesses are thriving, finding their customers, and expanding. It's one of the reasons why we won the youth vote. Learn more about TikTok's contribution to the U.S. economy and at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That's TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Portions of our program are brought to you in part by TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Joining us now is John Carney, finance and economics editor at Breitbart.com. John, thank you for taking the time. So, John, a lot of people are confused. Explain to us what the court ruling was yesterday, which was preventing President Trump's use of the IEEPA, which was the Emergency Powers Act when it comes to tariffs. Explain to our audience what happened yesterday.
Right. In the trade courts, they like to refer to it as IEEPA. So it is the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. it was the legal basis on which President Trump had imposed the fentanyl tariffs, fentanyl trafficking tariffs on China and on Mexico and on Canada, and also the worldwide 10% tariff, the reciprocal tariff on everybody. So traditionally, IEEPA is actually a statute that's used to impose sanctions. The sort of modal version of it is Jimmy Carter is the first person to ever use it. He uses it to impose sanctions on Iran after they took Americans hostages at the embassy. So it's typically a sort of, freeze assets, impose sanctions, not usually, has never actually been used to have very broad tariffs. This was a novel legal approach that the Trump administration was doing, saying we can declare an emergency. We're allowed to block things altogether under this. So we should be allowed to impose tariffs under it. The Court of International Trade, which is a specialized court in Washington, D.C., that hears trade cases. And I think it's important that it was the Court of International Trade. This isn't some like radical left-wing district court judge who did this. This is actually a pretty respectable court and respectable panel. They said, no, you can't impose tariffs under this act, that there is nothing in the act that says you have the power to impose tariffs. That's too broad of a reading. And they said, if you could impose tariffs under this act, we think that would be unconstitutional because it would be Congress delegating too much authority to the president. The Constitution says Congress sets tariffs, and Congress can't just say to the president, no, we're going to let you do it. So this same panel, interestingly enough, also tried to prevent some of Trump's tariffs in the first term, and they got that overturned. That was under a different act. It was a different legal basis. They tried to say you couldn't impose the metals tariffs, and they got that overturned. So they don't have a perfect record here. The Trump administration is obviously going to appeal it, but the decision isn't, it's not nuts. I mean, it has some good, I would say conservative legal jurisprudence behind it.
So can Trump simply redo the tariffs using the Trade Expansion Act of 1962?
Yeah, he probably can. He probably can just come back. He has to do, the thing is, under those acts, under all the other acts where they've been put 201, 232, you'll hear all these numbers thrown around. You usually have to have a little bit more procedure. So you have to have like Commerce Department or the U.S. Trade Representative do a study, produce a paper, and then you impose the tariffs based on that. Now they can do that. They can do it pretty quickly, and it doesn't, the courts are unlikely to say, well, you don't like the outcome of your procedural decision, but there are hurdles. I think the very first step is, yes, they're going to look into imposing tariffs other ways, but what they're really going to do is appeal this. They have 10 days. The court says they have to get rid of the tariffs within 10 days. They're going to appeal it and ask the Federal Circuit, that's who hears the appeals from the Court of International Trade. They're going to ask the Federal Circuit to, one, stay it, and two, overturn this decision. And I don't think we know exactly how that's going to go. I think the Trump administration probably will win that case. I don't think that the courts are going to revive non-delegation. Non-delegation has kind of been a dead law. Or a dead judicial interpretation for 100 years. It hasn't been used to overturn any laws, but maybe they do. I mean, it could be ironic, right, that they revive this conservative approach to constitutional law by limiting a conservative president. So, sometimes the courts like to do it cutely like that, I guess.
So I have two questions here. The first of which is that partially, not totally, but partially the reason why the southern border was able to be secured so quickly is that Mexico was able to cooperate. Is that right. Mexico, it's much easier to secure a border from the interior than from the exterior. It is. It just definitionally, it's much easier Absolutely. To prevent people from leaving your country than from coming into your country. And one of the reasons why Mexico was very quick to help and cooperate is the threat of tariffs against Mexico. Does this make those tariffs against Mexico or the threat of them null and void? And what implications might that have for border security?
I think it would, on its face, basically take away the power of the president to use these sort of tariffs. That's actually an argument that the Trump administration is likely to use in court, because it will say, hey, courts, stop second guessing us in international affairs. We need this power to conduct our foreign diplomacy.
Correct.
There is an economic emergency. There is an emergency at the border. We need to be able to use this to solve that problem. And I think they might win on that ground. I don't think we're going to see like Mexico decide, now that Trump lost this tariff power, because of a single court decision, we don't have to listen to him anymore. That would be quite foolish, because as we were saying, there are other alternatives, and it's very possible that the appeals court will say, no, the president can do this, actually.
So second, this, which is I can imagine there can be immediate action against China, though. The China case is far easier to prove. I think those documents have already been done, probably by Biden. And just because there's a new president doesn't mean all the studies, I think that those can be inherited from one administration to the other.
Absolutely.
So I think the Chinese tariffs are largely untouched. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, the Chinese tariffs, the one that may be in doubt here is there was like this additional tariff because of fentanyl trafficking. That could be in doubt. But the administration can just say, okay, fine, we're not doing the fentanyl tariff, but we're raising your tariff on the other grounds even higher.
Yep.
And that is on much steadier legal grounds. So there's not a real respite for China here. There's potentially a respite for the Canada and Mexico.
Or the
because
EU.
Basically the court said, we don't think you can come up with tariffs as a result of fentanyl or illegal immigration. I think that either the Supreme Court or the Federal Circuit may say that they don't want courts second guessing when a president.
Yeah, and so the argument that should be made is that if the administration makes the argument that tariffs are a tool of national security and of protecting the homeland, that it's an economic tool, it's a softer touch than sanctions. I think that's the strongest of all the arguments, because we are being invaded. We do have fentanyl coming into the country. If it's just simply and solely on economic means, now, mind you, they could go back and do the studies, I think, pretty quickly. I mean, it's not hard to say that, Germany is definitely compromising American auto companies by, Volkswagen and Porsche and Mercedes-Benz and BMW. So I guess the question is here, and the markets have been somewhat neutral on this. I would have expected a little more of an explosion. We saw that early, and then it went down and went back up. I guess this is just more of a delay of the inevitable. President Trump will still be able to use tariffs in one way or another.
Yes, I think that is the way the market's reading it. They said, okay, this court has said stop, but we imagine that the appeals court will put a stay on this order so that Trump will be able to impose the tariffs. That the outcome of this is pretty unclear, so people don't want to get too excited about it. And because there are all these other statutes that authorize tariffs, Trump can come back. Frankly, I think it would be a good idea and welcome for Trump to actually go to Congress and say, I want clear authorization to impose reciprocal tariffs. Anybody who has an fair trade practice against the United States, the president should be allowed to impose tariffs. Congress, give me that direct, call it the Reciprocal Tariff Act. Give me that direct power so that the courts can't doubt it and nobody else can second guess it. I think Congress would probably do it. Yes, there are free traders and there are people who would be uncomfortable with that. But I think you probably have a majority in both houses to be able to bring that about.
I'm going to keep you for another segment here, largely because I want you to read the breaking news, and I'm going to read it to you, and then I want you to analyze it in the break. Allegedly, according to what we're seeing, not allegedly, but Obama Judge Rudolph Contreras just ruled that Trump's tariffs addressing the Chinese national security are now halted. So I want you to read that during the break, because it kind of, in some ways, is against what we just said. We said, well, there's no way they could stop the Chinese tariffs. Well, I guess they can. And so our team will send it to you in the break, and I want you to analyze that, and then we'll talk about it in just a second. ReliefFactor.com, 100% drug-free Relief Factor, knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. Check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. Relief Factor has been an amazing drug-free supplement for us, so take a look at it right now at ReliefFactor.com. Living with everyday aches and pains is like having a voice that says no. No, you can't do that. No, you can't play your favorite sport. No, you better sit this one out. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor's unique formula of natural ingredients can help you. Just go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. 1-800-4-RELIEF. That is 1-800-4-RELIEF. So see how with less pain you can say yes to more of everything you want. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Okay, everybody, email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. I want to remind all of you that this Saturday we have a major event with Andy Biggs at the Biltmore Hotel at 2 p.m. So if you are anywhere in Arizona and you want to rally together to take back the Arizona, I call it the governor's mansion. We're one of the few states that have a governor's mansion. So I gotta change my language. The governor's office, which is literally like an office building. Then let's take back the governor's office. This Saturday, 2 p.m., rally in support of Andy Biggs, Biltmore Hotel. Be right back.
Speaking the truth, no one else has the guts to say. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. So we have a lot of announcements. So this Saturday, we're rallying for Andy Biggs. Come on by. It's going to be an amazing event. We're going to be bringing and unifying the entire Arizona delegation together. I think we'll have Eli Crane. I hope we'll have Gosar there. The entire Turning Point Action team will be there. We're doing this early to set the tone. Andy Biggs is the choice for governor. He's been an amazing conservative. It's time that we have a Republican conservative governor of this great state of Arizona. This is my number one priority coming into 2026. Defend your home at all costs. And so there's a lot of different races that we're focusing on. We have to win back Arizona. So we're super excited for that. Andy Biggs for governor at the Biltmore Hotel this Saturday. Bring a friend, bring a family member, bring your Trump merch. I'll be there throwing out hats. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Andy Biggs for governor, and I will be speaking right before, hopefully, the next governor of the great state of Arizona. To get your tickets, go to tpaction.com/Biggs. That is tpaction.com/Biggs. Be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. I'm going to tell you about the Herzog Foundation. Are you rethinking your child's educational path? Wondering if their current school truly supports your family's values? Well, you're not alone, and the Herzog Foundation is here to help you. With the Trump administration working to abolish the federal Department of Education and return control to the states, there's never been a better time to explore Christian education. For far too long, federal overreach has dictated how children learn, but now parents have a greater say in their kids' futures. This shift could make Christian education more attainable than ever. Go to readlion.com to access must-read articles, and don't forget to sign up for the Lion's daily and weekly newsletters. That is readlion.com. Stay informed, stay equipped, and shape your child's future. Go to readlion.com. That is readlion.com, the Herzog Foundation's award-winning publication. The Lion offers real-time news and insights to keep you informed and empowered. Go to readlion.com. Stay equipped and shape your child's future. Portions of our program are brought to you in part by the Herzog Foundation and the Lion. That is readlion.com, readlion.com. Okay, we are continuing now through this breaking news with John Carney, finance and economics editor at Breitbart.com. John, what is this breaking news?
Yeah, so a judge has ruled that the opioid tariffs, the fentanyl tariffs, in other words, on China also are not authorized by the Emergency Economic Powers Act. It's actually not really that big of a deal. This really just repeats what the court said last night. It is, again, saying that this act doesn't authorize the tariffs. I don't think that will really matter for China because Trump has so many other statutory means to impose tariffs on China, and they did the studies that they needed to do in the first term. Biden has done them as well. So they can just raise that. If the judge says no, you can't do the IEEPA tariffs, now Trump can say, yeah, but I'm just going to raise it on another, under another statute, and it won't matter. So I don't think that this new decision is that big of a deal, but it does highlight that the courts really do not, that at least the Court of International Trade does not think that the imposition of tariffs through this act, and the act does not, and I think this is important for people to keep in mind, the act does not say the president can impose tariffs. It says he can restrict trade, do trade, he can block things. It's a logical extension to say he can impose tariffs, but it's not necessarily clear in the statute. I think the courts are probably going to look at both of these things the one that just came down last night, and say, yeah, Congress actually did delegate this much authority to the president. They really did it, and they didn't put a lot of procedural safeguards. And I don't think they're going to use this case to revive the theory of non-delegation. They could, but I don't think the federal circuit would do that. I think that would have to get up to perhaps the Supreme Court for that to happen.
So John, in closing here, it seems like the president has invented a new way to use tariffs. Yes. Typically, they were either used for economic development domestically or national security reasons. He now uses this as a negotiation tool and tactic. More broadly, do you think this will neuter President Trump's ability to bring other countries to the table, or will he find creative other ways to still use the tariff power?
I think he will find creative other ways to still use the tariffs. I don't think that this is going to substantively affect what they're able to do with tariffs. I think it puts a stumbling block. They'll have to pin it on other statutes. And like I said, I'm not very sure that this gets upheld at all. So, it's a minor stumbling block, but the Trump's ability to, as you were saying, use tariffs to accomplish diplomacy is going to remain, even if this case gets upheld by the appeals court.
John, thank you for your time. Please plug your stuff. How can our audience support you and learn more about you?
Absolutely. The best thing they can do is subscribe to Breitbart Business Digest. You can go to Breitbart.com. It's up on the upper right corner. There's a little thing that says newsletters. Click there. It's free. It comes every day in your inbox. Alex Marlowe, my editor-in-chief, runs it with me. We try to explain every day what happened in the economy, why it happened, and probably more importantly, what's going to happen next. We've been right about inflation. We've been right about tariffs. It's really a great product. And of course, just go to Breitbart.com. That's where you'll find me and all my colleagues.
John, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. Thank you. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. The entire audio of my nearly 2 hours at Cambridge University is up on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. So if you want to listen to that, subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast, and I think you'll really enjoy it. Second hour coming up.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is set to hold her latest press briefing any minute now. Here's a live look at this room where the reporters are already set to ask their questions. She'll likely be asked lots of questions about Elon Musk leaving his position as head of Doge. Plus, reporters will probably pepper her with questions about President Trump's one big beautiful bill and challenges he's facing getting it passed. Meantime, border czar Tom Homan had his moment in front of the microphones this morning. This as he addressed addressed reporters outside the White House. Homan says about 8,500 illegal aliens have self-deported by going through the CBP app, but that doesn't necessarily tell the full story.
There's thousands of deportations where they're not going through the app, they're just leaving. Intelligence reports showing traffic going south, not only through Mexico, but even the Darien Gap. So there's a lot of self-deportation. I hope they take advantage of it because, they can leave on their own terms, get their affairs together, or we can go find them and formally deport them, which is going to set a bar against them coming back to the country under a legal program.
The head of the Department of Government Efficiency, in the meantime, Elon Musk, leaving his position this week to return to his real jobs at Tesla, SpaceX, and X. Musk was brought on as a special government employee on January 20th. Under that designation, he was expected to perform his duties for 130 days. That time officially ends tomorrow. In an X post announcing his departure, Musk writes, "I would like to thank President Donald Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. The DOGE mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government." Musk has said that his goal is to save $2 trillion through his efforts with DOGE. And while he admits he'll likely not achieve that sort of haul, Musk says that he anticipates savings of $150 billion in fiscal year 2026 just from fraud, waste, and abuse that his agency has uncovered. And while President Trump deals with funding the U.S. government, he now has about a week and a half to retool one of the centerpieces of his plan to revitalize the economy. The Court of International Trade is putting President Trump's tariffs on ice, saying that he overstepped his authority by imposing the duties on imports. The ruling, in effect, immediately invalidates all of the president's tariffs. The administration is appealing Wednesday's decision and questioning the court's authority. The three-judge panel says, and this is a quote, "The court does not pass upon the wisdom or likely effectiveness of the president's use of tariffs as leverage. That use is impermissible not because it's unwise or ineffective, but because federal law does not allow it." Well, President Trump is taking his deal-making skills to Capitol Hill, saying that he plans to negotiate aspects of the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill that is now in the U.S. Senate. The measure that the House passed last week is facing some pushback from Senate Republicans. Plus, Elon Musk is criticizing it.
I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way they go. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful bill. But the beautiful is because of all of the things we have. The biggest thing being, I would say, the level of tax cutting that we're going to be doing.
I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the DOGE team is doing.
This July, there's a global summit of BRICS nations in Rio de Janeiro. The bloc of emerging superpowers includes China, Russia, India, and Iran, and they're meeting with the goal of displacing the U.S. dollar as the global currency. They're calling it the Rio Reset. As BRICS nations push forward with their plans, global demand for U.S. dollars will decrease, bringing down the value of the dollars in your savings. While this transition won't happen overnight, the Rio Reset in July marks a pivotal moment when BRICS objectives move decisively from theoretical possibility towards inevitable reality. So learn if diversifying your savings into gold is right for you. The Birch Gold Group can help you move your hard-earned savings into a tax-sheltered IRA in precious metals. Claim your free information kit on gold simply by texting the word America to the number 989898. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied customers, allow the Birch Gold Group to arm you with a free, no-obligation information kit on owning gold before July and before the Rio Reset. Text the word America to the number 989898.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. Let me see if my story is in here. The Wall Street Journal. Let me see. It might be here because it's a great segue. I actually meant to see. There was a whole story that they did on Harvard, or just that school in Boston. I went to school in Boston. Yeah, you're not fooling anybody, okay? Doesn't have the allure it used to. Trying to find this story here. I think it's here somewhere. Let me see. Anyway, should be on the front page tomorrow. Front page story. In the story, which is online, it will soon be printed in the print copy, I am quoted by saying, Charlie, every time he sees President Trump, reminds him to, quote, crush these universities with every power that he has. That is true. That is not fake news. In fact, yesterday when I was with President Trump, I mean, he was already there. I'm not taking credit for it, but I was certainly affirming it. I said, you need to crush Harvard in its current form. And he says, oh, I am, and I plan to. Make an example out of them. Joining us now is Josh Hammer, host of The Josh Hammer Show, senior editor-at-large at Newsweek, author of Israel and Civilization. Don't tell me you went to Harvard, too, Josh. I mean, come on. Did you?
Charlie, I am not a Harvard man. I did not go to school in Boston, as they say.
School in Boston. There's many elements of this, but first, let's talk about what is wrong with Harvard. For someone that is just tuning in, and they say, why is Trump waging war on our best university? What is the contention? Write the indictment, Josh Hammer, against Harvard University.
Okay, so the fundamental indictment against Harvard University, I mean, the way you framed it is actually quite perfect, because you want to make an example of the worst actor, the most prestigious institution when it comes to layman prestige across the country. The Ivy League in general, Charlie, has been out of line with American Western values for far longer than you or I have been alive. A point that I like to remind the listeners and viewers when this topic comes up, let's think back to William F. Buckley Jr., the founder of National Review. He founded National Review in the 1950s. Literally before he even founded National Review, he wrote a book called God and Man at Yale. It was the first book that Buckley ever published. He wrote that shortly after he graduated from Yale. 1951, barely after victory against the Nazis in World War II, and William F. Buckley is already writing about leftist, socialist, secularist, atheist decadence in the Ivy League ivory tower. So this has been a problem for a very, very long time. I mean, the rise of the 1960s Frankfurt School, cultural Marxists, campus radicals has been very well documented. Chris Rufo had a great book on this just about a year and a half, 2 years ago or so. And I think what we've seen since October 7th is this just take on an unavoidable tint, right? I mean, now no one can avoid the problem. When you see people tearing down American flags on Harvard University, which, by the way, they've done, they're putting up the PLO flag, the Palestine Liberation Organization flag there. People chanting not just terrible things about Jewish people, but also just about the United States. You know, the so-called Students for Justice in Palestine chapter at Columbia literally calling to eradicate Western civilization. Harvard, Charlie, lest I need to remind the viewers here, Harvard was also sued badly, and they lost badly when it came to affirmative action.
No, that's exactly right. I hate to interrupt, Josh. This is what we're not talking about enough. this is the smoking gun. They still have defied the Supreme Court's order on this. They are in blatant violation of federal law. Please continue, Josh Hammer.
Yeah, so they lost badly in the Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard case. They were singled out. By the way, Charlie, one of my best friends in the world, a brilliant lawyer by the name of Adam Martara, he was actually the trial lawyer against Harvard in this case. So I know this case actually quite well. Harvard's admissions policies, when it came to the Students for Fair Admissions case, were blatantly, overtly discriminatory. They were clearly violating the 14th Amendment, violating the Civil Rights Act, Title VI, when they were discriminating against white people, Asian people. The plaintiffs in that case happened to be Asians. And the key part for present purposes, Charlie, is that the Trump executive order, probably the single most important executive order that Trump has signed into law, and he signed a lot of good ones, but the single most important, the executive order that I said essentially achieved a Cold War victory without firing a single shot for our side, the forces of civilizational sanity, was where, among other things, back on January 20th, he interpreted this case, the Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard case, as also requiring an end to DEI and everything else that smacks of anti-white, anti-Asian, anti-American, anti-Western bigotry on campuses. Harvard has flagrantly stuck their middle fingers at this there. Yep. So it's far more than just anti-Semitism. It's not just the Hamas.
I'm glad you said that. Yeah, and so, I mean, look, here's where I think we can potentially make a little bit of a misstep. I hate anti-Semitism. You do too, Josh. I mean, I fight it all the time, right? However, you're allowed to be critical of a certain foreign policy decision. You're allowed free speech. You're allowed to do that. What is the contention, though, of where they're in violation of federal law when it comes to this or federal guidelines? Can you help contextualize that? Because I don't want to get to a place where we're saying that certain speech is not allowed, but what we're saying is there are policies that are in violation here. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, so there's numerous things, right? So first of all, there's a Trump executive order from 2019. This is one of his executive orders that was produced by the Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights back then when Ken Marcus was leading it there. And back then they interpreted Title VI of the Civil Rights Act for the very first time to apply to Jews. And one of the things that they did as part of this executive order that Trump signed 6 years ago now, was he said that anti-Zionism constitutes anti-Semitism for purposes of Title VI. Now, Charlie, it's important to define terms. There's a lot of confusion as to what anti-Zionism is. Simply criticizing the policies of a democratically elected government is obviously and transparently not anti-Semitism. Anyone who's ever met 2 or 3 Israelis knows they probably disagree because no one loves to disagree among themselves. Correct. Like Israelis or frankly just like Jews in general. I mean, literally going back to the Talmud and so forth, right? But what is anti-Zionism is calling for the destruction of a country. What is anti-Semitism is to use such genocidal Nazi-esque speech so as to seemingly cause an imminent threat of physical harm. That would fall outside of constitutional free speech limits. It is a fine line. I don't pretend like this is kind of a bright line rule one way or the other there, but there have been justiciable rules given by courts over the years, and the line ends up being somewhere in that gray area right there. Yeah, and so let's play cut 362. This is President Trump talking about Harvard yesterday. Play cut 362.
Columbia has been really, and they were very, very bad what they've done. They're very anti-Semitic and lots of other things, but they're working with us on finding a solution. And, they're taking off that hot seat. But Harvard wants to fight. They want to show how smart they are, and they're getting their ass kicked. Okay, so one element of this that I think is being lost in the conversation, actually, we don't have enough time to dive into that. We'll get into that next segment. Let's talk, where do you think Harvard, let me ask you this question, about a minute and a half remaining. How do you think Harvard is going to react to all this? Do you think they're going to give in and surrender at some point? They're in a very, very difficult position. Well, I'll tell you who I don't think is going to surrender. I don't think that Donald Trump is going to surrender because this is a politically winning fight. I mean, let's hold the policy, the law aside for a second, Charlie, just focusing on the brute politics of this. What an amazing political operation, an amazing political move by Donald Trump and his whole administration. I mean, they're literally making an enemy of one of the least popular institutions in America. Higher education in general is not very popular. Harvard University is definitely not popular. They are making the Democratic Party, which once upon a time purported to be the bastion of the working class in this country, the old white working class there. They are making these people bend over backwards to defend Harvard University, to tell people earning, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year, scraping paycheck to paycheck to get by. They're putting that Democrats in position to tell these folks, these hardworking men and women, that your taxpayer dollars should go fund these ivory tower socialist, Marxist, Jew-hating, America-hating lunatics on the Charles River in Boston. It's a brilliant, brilliant political move. So for that reason, among others, I simply don't see the Trump administration giving in here. I think that Harvard ultimately is going to be forced to blink first. Stay there, Josh. I want to dive more into the politics of this because I think you're exactly right. And I think there's a brilliant political strategy that is unfolding in front of us. Stay right there. What do we have, guys? All right, I want to tell you guys about Done With Debt. It's not tax season, but if you guys might have missed your tax bill, this is a serious thing. So listen carefully. I know a lot of you were supposed to be on top of your bills. Grocery stores, gas, things are really, crushing people. We're finally getting the economy back and going. Well, I want to tell you about Done With Debt. They're not like other debt relief companies. They don't push loans or bankruptcy on you. Done With Debt are legendary negotiators who go head-to-head with your credit card and loan companies. They have one goal, to drastically reduce or eliminate your debt altogether. Unlike those others, Done With Debt moves lightning fast. Most clients see more money in their pocket month one. But a word to the wise, hurry, because some of their brilliant debt-erasing strategies are time-sensitive. Do not make another bill payment until you talk to Done With Debt, a Done With Debt strategist. It is free. Visit donewithdebt.com. That is donewithdebt.com. So take a look at it right now. Donewithdebt.com.
Do not make another bill payment until you talk to a done with debt specialist. They're legendary negotiators who go head-to-head with your credit card and loan companies. So go to donewithdebt.com. That is donewithdebt.com. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We have some amazing new podcasts out there, including my entire conversation, very hostile one, at Cambridge University. You can listen to that on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Subscribe. We'll be right back.
Democracy lives in light. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. I think we have Caroline Levitt here, so let's just throw there, and let's, I'm going to tell you about yrefy.com. That's yrefy.com. Amazing private student loan debt resettlement. That is yrefy.com, yrefy.com. Let's listen to Caroline Levitt.
Rewards and uplifts the people who keep it safe. And the National Border Patrol Council, which represents nearly 20,000 Border Patrol agents, hailed the legislation as well. The group's president said this legislation provides a once-in-a-generation investment in the border security of our great country and will make America safer. The One Big Beautiful Bill will guarantee we can permanently have the safest, strongest, and most secure immigration system in American history. I also want to take the opportunity to debunk some false claims that have been circulating in the press about this bill. The blatantly wrong claim that the One Big Beautiful Bill increases the deficit is based on the Congressional Budget Office and other scorekeepers who use shoddy assumptions and have historically been terrible at forecasting across Democrat and Republican administrations alike. For example, just before Congress enacted the original Trump tax cuts at the end of 2017, the same CBO projected that growth would average a mere 1.9% over the next 10 years. However, by 2019,
all this chat about Harvard, people say, oh, are you guys anti-intellectual? No, actually, we want learning to be great again. That is why we love Hillsdale College. I will put any student from Hillsdale College up against a student from Harvard any day. Let's go to charlieforhillsdale.com, and they have an amazing free online courses for you. The great works of literature, history, economics. You could take the online courses on Roman history, on the Constitution, the Federalist Papers, on Jane Austen, on Winston Churchill, on Constitution 101. You can go to charlieforhillsdale.com. They have a new one on totalitarian novels. In this 8-lecture course, you'll learn from Hillsdale College President Larry Arnn as he goes in depth on 4 novels, 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 1930s and 40s, they are highly relevant today, and they show what a tyrannical government does to human nature. More importantly, they can show us what faith, family, and friends are worth fighting for. Maybe you read these books a long time ago in school. Maybe you've heard others talk about them. Well, and they might seem a little intimidating. We'll let Hillsdale College help you make the most of them. Go right now to charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll. There's no cost, and it's quite easy to get started. That is CHARLIE for Hillsdale.com. That's charlieforhillsdale.com. I want to play this piece of tape here as we welcome back Josh Hammer, the great Josh Hammer. Let's play cut 365 from Bill Ackman.
Harvard is in a very bad place. And what they should be doing is they should have immediately engaged with President Trump. We know that his strategy, negotiating strategy, is to ask for, get the headlines with a crazy ask, and then he wants to make a deal. And they should have said, you're right, President Trump, we're hiring Alex Partners, or a restructuring firm, and we're going to do a zero-based budget of what the administrative expense of Harvard should look like. We're going to restructure our organization. You're right, we've done a horrible job protecting students from hate and allowing pro-terrorist protesters to interfere with education, and we're going to stop it now, and we're going to enforce our code of conduct, which Harvard has not done.
So Josh, can we talk about the brilliance, the politics here? Most of America is not college educated. Most of America has not gone to any college. And even those that are college educated, they don't necessarily look at delight at the smugness, the pomposity, and the elitism of Harvard. In many ways, this is a populist fight, one that the workers of this country say, you know what, why do they have $55 billion? What good are they doing anyway? Josh, comment on the politics of this, and then I have one devil's advocate question, please.
Yeah, so this is a perfect issue for the MAGA America First Nationals Populist Coalition. I mean, it is a truly pitch-perfect issue. I mean, Donald Trump has been talking for years. Senator Tom Cotton has actually proposed legislation about taxing the Ivy League endowments at a much higher rate. By the way, Charlie, Harvard's endowment is taxed, at a 1.4% rate. 1.4%. I mean, are you kidding me right now? So Senator Cotton, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, many others have spoken for years about trying to tax these endowments and try to redistribute them to trade schools, electrician schools, plumbing schools there. It's not just good politics, it's also good public policy. It is a beautiful Venn diagram overlap sweet spot here where it really kind of checks all the boxes. But I remember it was back during the campaign, back when Barack Obama was still on the campaign trail as a Kamala Harris surrogate. And this is when kind of the anti-Harvard rhetoric started picking up from the Trump-Vance side of the ledger. And Barack Obama, was a Harvard Law graduate, started defending Harvard University. I mean, could you imagine better politics for the Republican Party and the MAGA coalition than forcing Barack freaking Obama to defend Harvard University? I mean, it's amazing. I mean, this is probably a 95-5 issue. This is probably up there with deporting Mahmoud Khalil.
I'm with you. Really quick. So about a minute remaining, though. Is there any fear that we are going to be neutering our best research institution, preventing, what can still have some benefit to the country? That is what some dissenting voices that I trust are cautioning. Josh, your thoughts, minute and a half remaining.
Charlie, this country is $30+ trillion in debt, okay? And at some point, you have to start trying to make sure that this money is serving the common good. That is the only reason that higher ed ever gets favorable tax treatment, all this fiscal taxpayer largesse in the first place, is that we once upon a time thought that they produced sound citizens inculcated in the good virtues to conduce to the common good. They dropped their end of the bargain. If Harvard wants to stop discriminating against Americans, against white people, Asians, Mormons, Jews, all of the above, if they want to stop doing that, great. Then we can have that conversation. But unless and until that happens there, I say Donald Trump should raise them to the ground and salt the ashes.
Very good. Josh Hammer, please plug your stuff so our audience can follow you.
Yeah, you bet. So my show is the Josh Hammer Show. I'm on X, Josh_Hammer. And my book right behind me is Israel and Civilization, The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West.
Yeah, and Josh, I want to have you back on about the Israel topic because it's very hot. It is in some ways dividing, at least the online, not necessarily, I don't know how much it is outside of that, but it's definitely dividing a lot of conservative influencers. And I seek to try to find reconciliation because I think we actually have more in common on this issue than people realize. I mean, there's the fringes, but I think there's actually, when it's properly presented, more agreement than I think is always understood. Josh, thank you so much.
God bless you, Charlie.
Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Ben Leo from Britain joins us next.
I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is taking his deal-making skills to Capitol Hill, saying he plans to negotiate aspects of the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill that's now in the U.S. Senate. The measure the House passed last week is facing some pushback from Senate Republicans, plus Elon Musk is criticizing it.
I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way they go. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful bill. But the beautiful is because of all of the things we have. The biggest thing being, I would say, the level of tax cutting that we're going to be doing.
I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing. I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful, but I don't know if it can be both.
And while President Trump plans to offer his input to improve the spending plan and get it passed, there's also reports out this morning that the White House will send Congress a package to formalize Doge cuts targeting federal spending. That could happen as soon as next week. President Trump, while he is dealing with funding the U.S. government, he now also has about a week and a half to retool one of the centerpieces of his plan to revitalize the U.S. economy. The Court of International Trade is putting President Trump's tariffs on ice, saying he overstepped his authority by imposing the duties on imports. The ruling, in effect, immediately invalidates all of the president's tariffs. The administration is appealing Wednesday's decision and questioning the court's authority. The three-judge panel says, and I'm quoting here, the court does not pass upon the wisdom or likely effectiveness of the president's use of tariffs as leverage. That use is impermissible not because it's unwise or ineffective, but because federal law does not allow it. Meantime, the head of the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk, is leaving his position this week in order to return to his primary jobs at Tesla, SpaceX, and X. Musk was brought on as a special government employee on January 20th. Under that designation, he was expected to perform his duties for 130 days. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Should get over that quickly.
One brainwashed radical at a time.
That's enough.
It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Okay, we're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. That is the Bitcoin.com studio. You know, I have learned that not everyone watches the entire show all the way through, so I'm going to replay a piece of tape that we played earlier about TikTok that President Trump mentioned from the Oval Office. Let's play cut 333.
I won the young people by 37%. And Charlie Kirk will tell you TikTok helped, but Charlie Kirk helped also. He just happens to be here. Look at it. He loves that we mentioned that name, right, Charlie? He's done great, and I appreciate all the help. But with young people, we won by 37%, Charlie, and you helped, but TikTok was amazing. And he was the first one. He said, get on TikTok. So I have a little bit of a warm spot.
TikTok has been very good to the movement and good to President Trump. American small businesses rely on TikTok to succeed, helping them attract more customers and drive more growth. From small batch sellers to fast-growing brands, 74% of businesses on TikTok say it's helped them scale. With TikTok, small businesses are thriving, finding their customers, and expanding. Learn more about TikTok's contribution to the U.S. economy at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is learn more about the U.S. economy at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Organizations like Turning Point USA, President Donald Trump, and more have been able to go viral on TikTok. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com, TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Joining us now is Ben Leo, GB News presenter and host of Ben Leo Tonight. I really enjoyed joining his show in London. It was a great surprise, and he was the most respectful of almost anybody I had a chance to chat with in the UK. Ben, great to see you. Thank you for taking the time.
Charlie, you left the UK so quickly. Is it something we said?
Well, you know, I tried my best to get arrested, and I failed. But it's hard for me to stay anywhere for more than 2 to 3 days. I move very fast. I had a lot of urgent stuff in the States. But yes, we had quite an interesting time. I want to play this piece of tape here from our conversation on GB News. I'm told it went very viral. You could tell me after that we play it. Play cut 154.
The question is macro Islam compatible with Western values? Macro. Of course it's not. There are three major reasons why. Islam does not believe in freedom of speech. Islam does not believe in freedom of religion. And Islam does not believe in separation of mosque and state. Those three things are antithetical to the West. In a Muslim majority country, You are not, most Muslim majority countries, you cannot criticize the Prophet Muhammad. In most Muslim majority countries, you do not have the same robust freedom of religion protections. And finally, whereas we in the West are very careful to try to intermix religion and state, they are commanded to actually go into the state and try to change the state to be more Islamic around the core pillars of Islam. And the last thing I'll finally say is I cannot see a single Western country that has become more Islamic and has become a better place to live that is happier or freer.
So, Ben, did anyone watch that interview?
Yeah, thank you for doing it, because it was a ratings hit. It went viral online, as you know, millions and millions of views on YouTube, across all social channels. Because what you said, Charlie, sometimes it takes, when you're in an abusive relationship, let's describe it like that, when you're in an abusive relationship with, say, your government or even a partner, it takes somebody from the outside to get a clearer perspective on things and give you a heads up. And for a lot of Brits, at least, we don't know. I know, and lots of conservatives know, and GB News viewers know, but most people, I'd argue, don't know about the limits on free speech here until it takes a friend from the US like yourself to come over and say, hang on a minute, guys, something's not quite right here. And what you said about Lucy Connolly specifically, you mentioned that you're going to give Marco Rubio from the State Department a heads up about Lucy's case. I mean, that absolutely blew up. We had a lot of people, a lot of sort of liberal lefties saying, well, hang on a minute, we don't want Americans coming over here and interfering in our politics, which is fine. And I understand that. Obama did it back in the days of the Brexit vote, and we said, you know, we don't want Americans over here doing that kind of thing. And I think you even contested that.
I even said that, though. I even, you know, I was actually looking at it from an American perspective, but please continue.
Yeah, but I was going to say the difference between now and the Obama days and the Brexit days is I think we're in an existential threat to the future of the West.
I totally agree.
And it's the scenario is different. This isn't just a vote on Brexit and whether the UK is part of the EU or not. I think it transcends borders and it transcends countries. It's the West against a tyrannical globalist future. And when we have allies and friends in the United States, albeit from a foreign government at least, many people over this side of the pond, Brits, were celebrating the fact that you came over, you said, hang on, guys, this is absolutely insane what's happening to Lucy Connolly. And indeed, you mentioned 30 Brits a day, and you're absolutely right, 12,000 Brits a year being arrested for words they post on the internet, which is absolutely insane. So it was much welcomed. As I said, there was a cohort of people, mostly militant leftists, who were saying, you know, what right does Donald Trump's associates and MAGA conservatives have to come over here and talk about free speech, saying that Trump was clamping down somehow on free speech in the US. But I've argued many times on the air since then that, look, it's more than just foreign interference. It's the future of the West. And if we don't do something about it and protect the very nature of free speech, and free speech for me, if you come down to it, it's just the truth. If you're tiptoeing around on eggshells and concerned about what you're saying or how you'll deliver it because you're concerned about the consequences, that's not free speech.
A couple thoughts on this. So first of all, I even conceded. I said, look, I hate when foreigners come to America and tell us what to do. I was looking at it first and foremost from an American perspective. We call you guys allies. We are sibling nations. And we give you guys military aid, support, NATO. And under that idea is that we are all in alignment against authoritarianism and in pursuit of quote-unquote liberal democracy. So what then ends up happening when we're not in alignment on the big stuff? And we're paying for it as Americans. And so, by the way, it wasn't just the bluster. I sat down with Marco Rubio yesterday, and we chatted about a bunch of stuff. It was his birthday, by the way. Happy birthday, Marco. By the way, Marco has been a 10 out of 10. He has been exceptional. He has been amazing. I'm a huge Marco Rubio fan. And the bandwidth that guy has is incredible. And I said, look, you're keeping your, you know, I told him about the Lucy Connolly case. I said, I was just there. He says, we're all on it. We know it. And, you know, he didn't reveal his cards any further than that. But it's well known now in the highest levels of the American government, the attack on freedom of speech happening in the United Kingdom, of what is happening, of 30 people a day being arrested. Ben, you want to chime in, please?
Yeah, I was just going to say, many people here, as I said, they're so, and indeed they've been brought up in this country. They know no different. I remember, I'm mid-30s, so I just about remember the time when when we were a lot freer than we are today. But there's especially young university students who have grown up in this era of tyranny and so-called free speech. They think free speech exists, but you only have to look to yourselves in America and the First Amendment. That is true free speech without consequences. And when it comes to Rubio, I mean, as you said, what a guy. I mean, amazing. Terrific. When the story came out over here, it was blowing up in the news that the facts of the State Department, it wasn't just a source said from the State Department, we're looking at this. It was an official statement from Rubio's State Department saying we're monitoring the situation. I always say, though, Charlie, I think we're about, I reckon, 5 years behind the US politically, culturally. I think we're going through our Biden era at the moment, and it's always the darkest before the dawn. And I think you need to, I said before Labour got elected in July last year, when the Conservatives, or the fake Conservatives, were still in power, I said, look, I think we need a Labour government to really drag this country into the gutter before a lot of so-called normies, people who aren't really politically engaged, don't watch the news that much, before they really start getting involved and start thinking, hang on a minute, something's not quite right here. So I think we're going through our Biden era at the moment. We're probably about 5 years behind you, but I remain, although you have a grave assessment of your visit to the UK, Charlie, I do remain hopeful and faithful that we will soon be on your coattails.
I think you're right. And so while my current assessment and my prognosis was very disappointing and negative, and we can get into the intelligentsia at Cambridge and Oxford, which is far from inspiring.
I watched the debate, the full Cambridge debate.
Yeah, I'd love your thoughts on that. It was an ambush attack, to say the least. But we went through it with a smile. But this is what's important. I just wrote a piece for The Spectator that I encourage everyone to check out. While I saw that your government has now been taken over, now that you have Mohammedans that have basically infiltrated all parts of, the United Kingdom and of London, I do see that kind of bubbling up of the everyday man. I would be going through restaurants in London, and people would be asking me for pictures saying, we love you, we need to have a big fight here. And it wasn't just the cosmopolitans. It was also the working class. That was what was so interesting, is that the working class of Britain was asking for selfies with me. I'm like, okay, that's very interesting. We call them the muscular class in America, and they're largely forgotten. They do not vote. Many of them did vote in Brexit, though, which was the highest turnout election in history. And can you tell our audience, how is Nigel Farage's Reform Party doing? Is it all just a bunch of bluster, or are there actual results to show that the people are tilting in that direction?
No, it's not bluster. They are absolutely smashing it. They are destroying it. We had some elections 3 weeks ago, so there's national elections, a general election where people vote in members of parliament and indeed the prime minister. So the winning party becomes the governing body. And then you get local elections as well. So that's when people in their local vicinity vote for local councillors and councils, local authorities. They handle things such as school funding, local rubbish, trash collections, and so on and so on. Some more of the sort of nitty gritty stuff. At those local elections 3 weeks ago now, Reform absolutely smashed it. Hundreds of councillors, dozens of council control of councils. There was a by-election, which is basically it was an individual race for one MP constituency seat in the north west of England. Reform won that against the odds. It was a massive Labour stronghold. They won 3 morality races, so they've got 3 new mayors across Great Britain. So they destroyed it. And do you know what? Keir Starmer today, the Prime Minister, Reform, by the way, over the past 6 months or so, Labour and the government and Keir Starmer have been mocking Reform, right, saying that they could only fit their MPs in the back of a taxi, for example, because they're so insignificant. Today, Keir Starmer gave a massive speech at some industrial centre in the north of England. He talked for a little bit about the reason why he was there, and then he launched into some obsessive rants about Nigel Farage, about Reform, so on and so on. So he's completely rattled, and he's also changing. I call him a political chameleon. He's changing his rhetoric off the back of this surge from Reform, who are polling now at 31%. I think a new poll came out today. Labour down on 23%. The Tories, I mean, they're just long gone. They're forgotten. That's the price you pay for being fake Conservatives. But yeah, the momentum is there. It's 3-4 years to go until a general election, so there's a long way to go. But Reform do have all the momentum, and it's echoes, I'd say, of 2016 with Trump. I remember that race in 2016 with Hillary, and it was the working class. It was the Rust Belt, your end, this end. This end, we call it the Red Wall. The Red Wall is traditional Labour voters, working class voters. Labour used to be the party of the working man. Now they're the party of champagne socialists and big corporations. Funny that. But that's what Reform are tapping into. If they can win that Red Wall, which they did at the local elections, I think maybe in 3 or 4 years we'll see Prime Minister Farage.
Stay right there, Ben. I want to keep you another segment. You're doing great. The audience loves it. And my hope is to make Britain great again. That is my hope. And to no longer be a sad husk of its former self. You've tried counting sheep, warm glasses of milk, and even those weird meditation apps. Z-Factor from Relief Factor offers a real solution for sleepless nights. It helps relax your mind, and it goes beyond melatonin. So you can fall asleep quicker, and then it helps you sleep soundly through the night. Z-Factor is 100% drug-free. So check it out right now, and Z-Factor is from Relief Factor, so you can count on the science behind it. If you're looking for better Z's, give Z-Factor a try. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. See how Z-Factor can help you get the Z's that you want. Better sleep without drugs. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. Visit ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Email me, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. We'll continue after the break. Trump is fighting to rescue America, but he isn't doing it alone. 2024 is the year that conservative grassroots will redeem America. In 2024, don't just sit on the sidelines. Don't just trust the plan. Be the plan. Join the movement to save the country. Just 42,000 more ballots would have turned 2020 into a monumental victory. Turning Point PAC is hiring more than 1,000 ballot chasers in the key swing states that will decide the November election. We're putting more boots on the ground in Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, and Michigan than anybody else. But we need your support to keep these ballot chasers in the field. Your donation will help turn out votes that will get Donald Trump back in the White House. Go to tprav.com to make a gift of any amount and receive this incredible red hat as a thank you. Join us and save America from the communist Kamala Harris. Go to tprav.com right now to make your gift and receive this amazing hat. That's tprav.com, and thank you for your support. Welcome back, everybody. Are you rethinking your child's educational path? Well, at Turning Point Academy, we work very closely with the Herzog Foundation. With the Trump administration working to abolish the federal Department of Education and return control to the states, there's never been a better time to explore Christian education. For far too long, federal overreach has dictated how children learn, but now parents have a greater say in their kids' futures. Check it out at readlion.com. Stay updated on the latest development from the Trump administration and how they impact education. Turn to The Lion, the Herzog Foundation's award-winning publication. The Lion offers real-time news and insights to keep you informed and keep you empowered. Go to readlion.com to access must-read articles, and don't forget to sign up for the Lion's daily and weekly newsletters. That is readlion.com. Stay informed, stay equipped, shape your child's future. Go to readlion.com. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by the Herzog Foundation and the Lion. Go to readlion.com. That is readlion.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Continuing with us is Ben Leo from GB News. So, Ben, talk a little bit about my visit to Cambridge. You haven't seen Oxford yet, but the kind of impression you had from an American going to the best universities in Britain.
Well, I had a question for you, first of all. I watched the full debate earlier, and I mean, some of it I was absolutely howling off my chair. It was quite, it was so ferocious, it was funny. Not ferocious from you, you handled them expertly, but particularly the young lady in the US flag jumper, yes. The last guy at the end, the Prince Harry lookalike, who for some reason was bouncing up and down. I wanted to know how these students compare to the students that you frequent in the US, Charlie. Yeah, so they're definitely, let's say, they have a higher intelligence quotient. They are definitely smarter, book smart, than your everyday state school in America. But they have no wisdom. And this is what's very important. And this is the point, is that they are the least wise group of people that I've ever come in contact with, ever. And wisdom is the knowledge of things that never change. They know a bunch of facts. They could get high test scores, but their lack of understanding of human nature, of and our relationship to one another, and honestly, I will say that they're clever. They have some high rhetorical ability, but they were still resorting to their pre-prepared AI-generated remarks, reading from a phone, or shaking like a leaf. Your thoughts, Ben? Yeah, I've said for many years now, even before watching your sort of debates over the years with university, college students, I've always said I think university now these days is a hindrance to a young person's development, because there is no exploration of thought. There is no sharing of ideas. It's infiltrated by Marxist ideology. And I've got two young boys myself. I've always said, unless things change, I don't want them going to university. And in actual fact, when I used to work I was a reporter at one of the biggest newspaper here in the UK for 7 years. We regularly used to have people coming in for work experience, or what you guys would call internships, right? So you get young journalists coming to into the office to get some experience. They'd come straight from university with degrees coming out their ears, all these fancy qualifications. They'd done 3, 4, 5 years, got in hundreds of pounds worth of debt, and they couldn't even look somebody in the eye or pick up the phone or knock on a door, which is essential as a journalist, and say hello or ask a question. It was just insane. They have no social skills. They spend their time, unfortunately, heads buried into screens. And these days, I've always argued, and I think I'm absolutely correct in saying it, I'd rather hire somebody who had 1 or 2 years on the job, who could speak to somebody and look them in the eye and behave as a human being, be empathetic and just be a normal person, than some academic with, as I said, degrees and qualifications coming out there is. The students you spoke to at Cambridge, as I said, I was completely laughing out my chair. The one young lady who you spoke to with the American flag on, she's here now on screen, you were making the point that Western women on the whole are unhappier than decades ago. I agree with that. The studies show that. She, with respect to her, she is a prime example of somebody I think would be a lot happier accepting or just enjoying the company of having your own children, being in a loving home. And unfortunately, my assessment is that a lot of these young people, and I don't blame them personally, I blame the system, because we've had people now struggling to get homes. They can't have or won't have families until they buy houses or own a property. The cost of living is sky high. So I kind of understand why they don't want to settle down and do that. And they've also been predominantly just given an absolute lie over the years of feminism and told they can have it all. This kind of person, this lady here, with respect to her, she's a prime example of somebody I would argue would be a lot happier getting out of that university environment, stop reading stuff online and studies and this and that, and just go and enjoy the beauty and the happiness of life and children. Just forget about all that nonsense. She would be much happier if she got married and had kids. She's a deeply unhappy person. But look, the Oxford students, they were long on wit, but they were short on wisdom.
And that's what matters most. Wisdom. The wisdom of the working class of Britain has a lot more than anything at Cambridge. Ben, thank you so much. See you guys tomorrow. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com.
happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
Elon Musk has one more government job to cut.
that would be his own.
Yeah, the billionaire who became President Trump's chief cost cutter says he is leaving his temporary government position.
A federal court decided to block President Donald Trump from imposing those sweeping tariffs.
The judge's rulings that Congress has the power to impose tariffs, not the president.
The United States will aggressively revoke visas of Chinese students. That is the message, the warning, and the threat, really, now coming from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, announcing that the Department of State will be targeting those, quote, with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields.
The Secret Service is facing more questions after a pair of agents are suspended following a physical altercation outside former President Obama's D.C. residence.
Do you believe the Russians are being disrespectful when they say that your criticisms of Putin are simply an emotional response? And do you still believe that Putin actually wants to end the war?
I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, we're going to find out very soon. We're going to find out whether or not he's tapping us along or not. And if he is, we'll respond a little bit differently. I'm very disappointed at what happened a couple of nights now where people were killed in the middle of what you would call a negotiation.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live from Budapest, Hungary. Today is May 29th, 2025, Anno Domini. And even though we are here in Hungary, just wrapped a pre-recorded interview session with Prime Minister Viktor Orban. That is going to be edited and released in just a few days here in Hungary. I wanted to turn everyone's attention to a story that's going on back in the United States, back in Seattle, where a great colleague of mine, Katie Davis-Court, has been covering this a ton, and I'd love to be able to get her on. It's just the connection issues with being in Hungary are what it is. But this situation regarding the Christian rally over in Seattle that was attacked by Antifa, violently attacked, violently had these people going after them, and the same way that we've seen for years in Seattle. This story is completely insane. And now the mayor, Bruce Carroll, obviously this guy should resign. There's no question about it. He has claimed that it was the Christians who were the ones behind the attack, not the communists, not Antifa. And so we've seen this happen again and again. We all remember this has the shades of Chaz all over it. That's exactly, in many ways, how the conditions began that led to the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. And believe it or not, this took place at Cal Anderson Park. Why is Cal Anderson Park significant? Well, for those who remember, 5 years ago when my brother and I infiltrated Chaz, that's exactly where it was. In fact, the very site of Cal Anderson Park is where this happened. And so this mayor, complete scumbag, complete nut job, he needs to resign. And not only that, I would absolutely call on the FBI to open up an investigation on him, an immediate investigation on him, because this is ridiculous. It's a joke that this is going on in the United States, that this would be allowed to happen. How can a mayor sit by and allow a criminal domestic terrorist organization like Antifa to operate with impunity on American soil? And if that's the case, why would we then not be everyone who's involved with this thing, from the Antifa all the way down? And by the way, if this is a domestic terrorism case, and it is, then the DOJ should open up charges on anyone who's involved in it, who is participating in it, and anyone who is, wait for it, aiding and abetting it, like it sounds like potentially this mayor. It's very simple, very, very simple. And so the question is, in this United States, in these United States, will we be in a country where domestic violent leftist terrorism is allowed to attack Christians for praying peacefully in an American city? Folks, we'll be right back.
actually means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, we are back today live all the way, believe it or not, from Budapest, Hungary. I want to bring in now Real America's Voice as well as the Salem Radio Network with Hour 3 of the Charlie Kirk Show, here bringing you today's edition of Human Events. Just mentioned earlier that earlier today, I had the opportunity to take part in a sit-down discussion, basically a roundtable discussion with Prime Minister Viktor Orban. So you've got myself, a number of other figures, Ava Vlar, Michael Knowles, so many people that I'm sure you've heard of, many questions that were asked. We got into a lot of things, including the Ukraine-Russia war. We're going to get into that a little bit in the next segment. And all of that, it's pre-taped, and so it's going to be released by the Prime Minister's media team in, I believe, later this week is when it's coming out. But I'll tell you a little bit more about that experience and the experience that I've had over here as well. Folks, before I get into that, though, while the media is obsessing about Trump's latest press conference, something big is brewing, and nobody is talking about it except right here. Starting July 1st, 2025, under the Basel III international banking regulations, turns out gold will officially be reclassified as a Tier 1 asset. What does that mean? That puts it on the same level as cash and U.S. treasuries. Here's what it means for you. Gold is money again. In the first quarter alone, thousands of tons of gold were moved back to the U.S. from Europe. And central banks worldwide are quietly stacking gold at record levels. That's not a coincidence. So if the most powerful institutions on the planet are hoarding gold, why aren't you? Don't wait. Call Allegiance Gold. They'll help you secure real physical gold and silver delivered directly to your home or safely positioned inside your IRA or 401k. I partnered with them for years because I trust Allegiance Gold. Go to protectwithposo.com or call 844-577-POSO. That's 844-577-POSO. You could be eligible to receive up to $5,000 in free precious metals, so you have everything to gain if you don't act soon and a lot to lose. Gold is freedom. Gold is sovereignty. And now gold is money. That's protectwithposo.com or call 844-577-7676 today. Really excited because I wanted to bring Kenny Cody on now from the humanevents.com side. Kenny, how are you?
I'm good, Jack. How are you, brother?
I'm good. Can you hear me all the way from Budapest? Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yeah, here in Cook County, we can hear you from Budapest, Hungary. That's a wild connection that I never would have thought about. I can hear you loud and clear.
Piece up now at humanevents.com. It's just been released. So for folks who don't have humanevents.com bookmarked yet, you want to go do that because Kenny Cody is up there and everything he puts out is straight fire. Kenny, tell us about your new piece.
Yeah, the new piece basically details there is an amendment brought by Roger Marshall and Dick Durbin. This was one of J.D. Vance's priorities back when he was actually a senator before he became the vice president. This piece basically details how Main Street is suffering. There are small businesses that are suffering because of the gouging that Visa and MasterCard of the corporations are in capitalizing on Visa card master swaps and the fees that are going directly to these corporations that are robbing the small businesses opportunities. And this amendment specifically, the Genius Act, basically concentrates on having the power and concentrating over from corporations having this benefit and giving it back to small businesses and encouraging corporations not to necessarily have the benefits that they've had for so long. I mean, every company in the world, every banking firm, everybody uses credit card swapping machines, and Visa and MasterCard have taken advantage of this over other credit card companies, over small businesses. And what this amendment does in this Genius Act bill, it will give power back to small businesses, and this corporatist mindset of giving the benefits basically to monopolies in Visa and MasterCard over other credit card companies, giving the power back to small businesses, giving the power back to even smaller credit card companies and even those like PayPal, Venmo, and others, the opportunity to create an equal playing field and going away from the corporatist mindset that the current credit card swap and master swaps have over the credit card business in the United States.
So this is huge because the bill itself, what it's doing is it's giving the opportunity and ability, really, I think, because the average consumer, one of the things that a lot of people miss out when it comes to credit cards is saying, look, I need to do this because in America, unfortunately, because of the ravages of inflation and so many other problems of the economy during the Biden regime, guess what? American debt limits right now, or debt levels right now, I should say, are actually higher than they've been in years, possibly the highest in all of history. So, Kenny, walk us through the current situation that's driving this legislation and why you're seeing Republicans reach across the aisle on something like this.
Well, I think this is the same mindset that the American nationalist populist movement has created in the Republican Party. No longer are we catering to corporations like Visa and like MasterCard. And, look, I use Visa. I've got a debit card that uses Visa. I'm not necessarily that I hate that corporation, but the current mindset and the current infrastructure that is the credit card corporations that are the small businesses using these credit cards, we're giving these unnecessary benefits to big corporations that want monopolies over this business and over this sector of American business. And what this is doing is it's helping facilitate the idea that the Republican Party is no longer one that is going to cater to corporations. It's no longer going to take big money from donors from these corporations, the CEOs, the big bankers, those that are catering to Visa, to MasterCard. We hear all the time about all these other corporations in media, in business, in economics that are taking advantage of American workers. They want to outsource jobs overseas. Visa, MasterCard are doing the same thing, only with these credit card laws that are currently in place and taking advantage of small businesses, taking advantage of banks, and taking advantage of other credit card corporations by getting these unnecessary benefits. And this creates an equal playing field. The Republican Party for so long wanted this libertarian mindset of we're going to cut taxes and we're going to give corporate tax cuts and we're going to always side the corporations over the American people. We're going to always side the corporations over small businesses. But this is a step in the right direction. This is one of J.D. Vance's main priorities in the U.S. Senate before he became the vice presidential nominee and the eventual vice president. And continuing this with people like Josh Hawley, Roger Marshall, Bill Hagerty, and others, they're going to be able to facilitate this new nationalist populist mindset into the Republican Party on economics, on trade, and on an anti-corporatist mindset when it comes to American business.
Well, and so what is it about this legislation that makes you label it nationalist populist? Why is this a populist piece of legislation?
Well, I think that economic populism is becoming very popular in the Republican Party. We always talk about, especially with cutting taxes, with giving benefits to corporations. I think that this piece of legislation shows that the Republican Party is asking the American people, asking small business owners and those who have investments in other credit card corporations or other credit card businesses, that we don't just care about the two monopolies that are controlling the credit card business. We care about those that are getting a holistic benefit, benefiting all corporations that are using credit cards, and benefiting small businesses that use credit card swapping machines. We are going to ensure that this fair ground is given to anybody and not just to the corporatist mindset. And populism is the will of the American people. Nationalism is the will of the American people, and making sure that the American people who own small businesses, those who use MasterCard, Visa, and other credit card corporations for their purchases, it's creating an equal playing field for those that are using these swap machines. So if we are able to do this, this creates an anti-corporatist mindset. It at least creates a fair playing ground, and it shifts the Republican Party to a new idea that we're not just going to side with corporations when it comes especially to causing harm to small businesses. So this legislation is going to do with this amendment.
I think that's exactly right. Kenny Cody, where can people go to follow you and to read this new piece?
They can follow me at KDCodyTN on Twitter and Truth Social, and find my archive at humanevents.com.
All right, folks, go and make sure you're following humanevents.com, bookmarking it, making it your homepage. Go there for all the latest news and analysis that you're seeing come out. Of course, you're listening and watching Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice, Salem Radio Network. Go and subscribe or write an email in, Human Events Daily, 1776 at humanevents.com. We're going to be taking a quick break right back here in Budapest, Hungary.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. President Trump's tariffs are on ice this morning thanks to a ruling from the Court of International Trade. A three-judge panel says the president overstepped his authority by imposing those duties on imports. The ruling immediately invalidates all of 47's tariffs, and less than an hour ago, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt blasted the court and other, quote, unelected rogue judges.
These are not just talking points. These are real judges in the court of law who are trying to block the president's power and the policies that he was elected to enact. For example, a court ordered the Trump administration to return already deported terrorist aliens back to the United States. A court has ruled the Trump administration can't even temporarily pause our refugee programs. Courts prohibited the Trump administration from eliminating federal funding for child transgender surgery and mutilation, a practice that the American people overwhelmingly reject. A court also held that the Trump administration could not ban people experiencing gender dysphoria or mental health issues from serving in the military. Ridiculous.
As for Wednesday's ruling on those tariffs, the administration is now appealing that and questioning the court's authority. The three-judge panel says, and I quote here, the court does not pass upon the wisdom or likely effectiveness of the president's use of tariffs as leverage. That use is impermissible not because it is unwise or ineffective, but because federal law does not allow it. The head of the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk, is leaving his position this week to return to his primary jobs at Tesla, SpaceX, and X. Musk was brought on as a special government employee on January 20th. Under that designation, he was expected to perform his duties for 130 days. That time officially ends tomorrow, though. In an X post announcing his departure, Musk writes, "I would like to thank President Donald Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. The DOGE mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government." That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec. Here we are back live, Real America's Voice, Salem Radio Network. We're coming to you all the way from Budapest, Hungary, where I'm attending CPAC Hungary. And as an additional bonus, I had the honor of participating in an interview with Prime Minister Viktor Orban. And this interview, so it's myself, you've got Michael Knowles, you've got Ava Vlar, a number of people, not a lot though, Mariona Fall was there. And so a number of people who were asking questions and a lot of interesting discussion with Prime Minister Orban about various issues that are affecting not only Europe and himself, but the rest of the world. And I think for a lot of people, his comments on the Ukraine-Russia conflict and his role in attempting to try to bring the sides together, to bring some kind of a peace deal together, are quite interesting. And so I'll be able to report them to you. So this interview, the format of it, it's going to be released later on by the Hungarians. And so this was an interview I took part in, so not for the show proper, but we'll be able to play you clips of it. And I got to say, he was very candid. He was very candid about his meetings with the Ukrainians and his meetings with the Russians. And what he said about the Ukrainians, that when he went to meet with President Zelensky, he said, I think that you should take a peace deal because I don't believe you have time on your side. And whatever deal you take now will be better than something you may get in the future. To which point Zelensky essentially rejects the deal or rejects any idea and says, we have time on our side and we can defeat Russia militarily. Okay. And then he says he went to Russia and basically asked the same questions of the Russians and said, and their response was, we don't want to take the deal because we have our time on our side. And we believe that we can militarily defeat the Ukrainians. And so you've essentially got a stalemate there in terms of at least the diplomacy, but where you don't have a stalemate is on the front lines of this war, on the lines where the drone strikes keep going back and forth, where the Ukrainians, and we had Jim Ferguson on yesterday talking about this, have attempted to another assassination attempt on Vladimir Putin, where they send a drone swarm at his helicopter in Kursk on Russian territory. Then you see respond with these missile volleys as well as another drone volley on Moscow. But on the ground in these areas of the Russian-speaking provinces and areas in the east, the Russian military continues to gain territory every day. President Trump, of course, has been asking over and over, there's got to be some way to stop this. There's got to be some way to have a peace. And instead, that's not what's happening. And for Prime Minister Orban's perspective, he said this is something that he's wanted a lot as well, because the greatest threat of all would be that of nuclear war. And also, by the way, earlier today, we will be able to play this for you, had the opportunity to interview the foreign minister of Georgia, who's here visiting today. And when I sat down with her, I asked her that question as well. And we certainly agreed on the idea of wanting to prevent nuclear war, and this being the highest possible use of diplomacy, whether in Europe or anywhere else, vis-a-vis Iran, vis-a-vis China, et cetera. And so the reasons that we're looking at all of these questions, the reason why it matters to the United States is just that. We don't want nuclear war. And Prime Minister Orban said something very directly to us. He said, I believe that the only negotiation can be made between Russia and the United States. And Russia and Ukraine only isn't enough to get to the actual answer here. Also, kind of interestingly, towards the end of this discussion, I had the opportunity to ask Prime Minister Viktor Orban, I said, we've been having an issue with the United States government in the previous administration because, well, Joe Biden was in the presidency, but we're not actually sure who the president was. And I wanted to know if you had any thoughts on the matter, Prime Minister Orban. Orban responds, we never thought that he was the president. And he left it at that. And then I said, well, hold on. If he wasn't the president, who do you think was the president? And to which he responded, now that is the most dangerous question of all. Folks, who was running the United States government during the Biden administration? And yes, we know in name, people like, as we've said on this program so many times, Dr. Jill Biden, Steve Ricchetti, Jeff Zients, Ron Klain, Tony Blinken, Victoria Nuland making all these decisions up to themselves. The real question was, who is really the decision maker there? And ultimately, we know it wasn't Biden, which means, by the way, those pardons are null and void. Hunter Biden, did you pardon yourself? Probably did. Folks, we'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice, Salem Radio Network, Human Events Daily.
to the vamp there.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is taking his deal-making skills to Capitol Hill, saying he plans to negotiate aspects of the so-called One Big Beautiful bill that is now in the U.S. Senate. The measure that the House passed last week is facing some pushback from Republicans right now in the Senate. Plus, Elon Musk is criticizing it.
I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way they go. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful bill. But the beautiful is because of all of the things we have. The biggest thing being, I would say, the level of tax cutting that we're going to be doing.
I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing. I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful, but I don't know if it can be both.
And while President Trump plans to offer his input to improve the spending plan and get it passed, there are also reports that the White House will send Congress a package to formalize Doge cuts targeting federal spending. That could happen as soon as next week. The head of the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk, who we just heard from, is leaving his position this week to return to his primary jobs at Tesla, SpaceX, and X. Musk was brought on as a special government employee on January 20th. Under that designation, he was expected to perform his duties for 130 days. That time officially ends tomorrow. In an X post announcing his departure, Musk writes, "I would like to thank President Donald Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. The Doge mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government." Musk has said that his goal is to save $2 trillion through his efforts with Doge. While he admits he'll likely not achieve that sort of haul, Musk does say that he anticipates savings of $150 billion in fiscal year 2026. That's a quick check of your headlines.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live. CPAC Budapest going on here in Hungary. Had the opportunity earlier today to sit down with the foreign minister of Georgia. Play for you that for you.
We're so honored here on Human Events Daily to be sitting down with Maka Borchvili. She is the foreign minister of Georgia. Madam Foreign Minister, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
So tell me, what brings you to CPAC? Why come to CPAC now?
Well, I think that's the best venue to show that we are ready to fight for values that needs to be defended, because that's very important today. Values that are Christian values that are shared widely, and that are under attack under the name of liberals very much in today's Europe, and not only in Europe. And we see that it is very very much related to security, to stability, and it is very much related to defending democracy as well. So that's very important.
Well, and this really seems to have been the biggest story that I'm putting together. The theme is sovereignty versus globalism. And because there's a paradox here, an irony where in order to, for those freedom fighters, for those sovereigntists, people who respect their culture, their heritage, their national identity, we are faced constantly under threat from Brussels, from Davos, from the party that supports war, the party that supports all people having open borders and spreading between cultures. And so the paradox, of course, is that even though we are not globalists, we can be friends because this is real friendship, and you respect the differences, but you understand when you have a common interest.
Absolutely, and I think Georgia is the best example of how this fight can be conducted, because defending sovereignty is essential to protect national interest, and national interest can protect peace and security where we live, so that's very important, and Georgia is a very good example, especially today's world, to look at us. And it is good to see, and we are happy to see that we are not alone, and there are people who also share the views that sovereign rights of nations need to be respected, and sovereign rights are not bad, and sovereign rights can be global, and we can be also friends and share our common interests.
Well, this originally was the purpose of the United Nations. I thought was to protect the rights of individual nations, and yet we see so many times that these organizations, whether it be the UN, whether it be the EU, whether it be WHO, and so many of these other things, it turns out that they seem to be the ones who are now encroaching on rights. And of course, in Hungary, there was the issue of George Soros, NGOs. We have the same issue in the United States. However, President Trump is cleaning that up. We have this issue all across Eastern Europe where these non-government organizations will come in and then try to take power away from actually the elected government. And in many cases, they will be supporting governments that have nothing to do with the interests of the people of that area.
Again, Georgia is a very good example. We didn't like Soviet Union because we didn't have sovereign rights under the Soviet Union, right? And we liked European Union because our expectation is that this is the union of free nations where sovereign rights are respected, sovereign rights of nations. But unfortunately, again, vis-a-vis Georgia, we see instrumentalization of this topic of European integration and using this topic against sovereignty of Georgia, which is a very painful process. And again, that is something very important when we talk about contemporary Europe, today's European Union. It is important that for the sake of European integration, for the sake of European future, respecting the sovereign rights of nations, that matters a lot. That's very important that we respect sovereign rights of nations and we respect sovereignty of the countries for the sake of security of Europe. That's very important.
And I'm coming from the United States. We're not a member of the European Union. We are a member of NATO. We are members of the United Nations and a number of these organizations. And yet, from President Trump's perspective and from our new Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, it's been a total shift in the policy of the administration where rather than forcing other countries to go along with whatever policy we want, all that they've been asking are for the rights of free elections to be upheld, such as Romania, the rights of free speech to be upheld all across the world, and in many cases now we're hearing a new theme that trade deals and potentially even security compacts will be judged based on the upholding of free speech, free elections in all of the countries where we are doing these kinds of deals. What would your message be to the U.S. side from Georgia's perspective?
Thank thank you for mentioning that, because what we hear from a new administration in the United States, what we hear from President Trump and State Secretary Rubio, it's very promising in a sense that that's exactly what we were talking about for many years in Georgia. And respecting democracy, first of all, means to respect the choice of people, what people choose for their government. And that's, again, Georgia is a good example how we fight to defend choice of Georgian people, Georgian nation, because government is under attack because somebody doesn't like what Georgian people decided to have. And that's, again, a good example. We have faced quite strong pressure in Georgia, and I think that we need to, and especially when it comes to relationship with the United States, we have big hope that this negative era, which was coming from pretty much dictated by deep state, will end, and we will have possibility to renew Georgia-U.S. relationship and to use this relationship for the benefit of United Nations, United States interest and Georgia's interest. And I do believe that we do have common interests, and we have to work for that, and for that we do need to cooperate.
Ever since the fall of the Soviet Union, as you mentioned, there's been a question of the relations between the post-Soviet states and the United States. And so we saw the emergence of countries like Belarus, like Ukraine, like Georgia, so many other, Kazakhstan, so many others that have come in. So these are non-EU member states and yet are their own states in their own right. So the question, obviously, of the normalization of relations between the U.S. and the post-Soviet nations. Do you believe that President Trump has the ability to do this?
Look, Georgia is the country, post-Soviet country, state, that has been always the most reliable partner for the United States. We have been always there to show that we are reliable partners for the United States. Georgia has been the largest non-NATO country contributing to NATO missions when it was in the interests of the United States. So that is something very important to take into account when we talk about Georgia-U.S. relationship. And also look at the reasons, if we see that this is not in a very good shape today, what are the reasons for that today? And that we will definitely go to that so-called deep state and what is run from there and why this relationship is maybe not in a best shape today. So we have to look at that, find the reasons, and work for the best interests of the United States and Georgia.
And President Trump is committed to pushing for peace deals, not only between Ukraine-Russia confrontation, but also Israel-Gaza peace deal, potentially, or a nuclear deal with Iran, as well as pushing for peace in Asia, China, Taiwan, all of these various issues. Do you believe this is the right approach? How does Georgia view these discussions?
Absolutely. Again, we know very well what peace means and what is the price for peace and how important it is for future development and for everything. That's why Georgia was the country that supported U.S. position in United Nations when it was introduced about peace in Ukraine, and we are very much supporting to find peaceful solution of conflict. That's very important. Georgia itself has 20% of its territories occupied by Russia, and we are still looking for peaceful means to find peaceful solution of this conflict. And we know very well how much important it is to secure stability in the country for economic development and for the future of any Georgian citizen. So that's why we think that the initiative of President Trump that is related to peaceful to achieve peace in Ukraine is very important, and I hope that he will succeed in this process.
We've taken the position, and many of us who have been associated with Trump movement, MAGA, CPAC, they say, are you war? Are you pro-Russia? Are you pro-this? I said, I'm anti-war. We've seen, and my family is coming from a Polish background, and they saw World War I. They saw World War II. We don't want to see World War III. I think Absolutely. World War III with nuclear-armed countries would be the greatest potential threat to sovereignty, to life, to humanity on our planet. And so for those of us who maybe we have disagreements over particular issues, all sorts of issues, there's always healthy forums for debate on that. But I certainly hope that standing up against the threat of nuclear war is something all nations can agree on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, that's exactly what we are fighting for. This is peace, and we are against war. That's absolutely absolutely the position of Georgian government, and we are defending this position. Only thing that we don't want is confrontation and war, and we see that lots of attempts we experienced to somehow destabilize Georgia and to have another hotspot in this area. So that's very dangerous, and we are standing for peace, and we are very proudly defending that peace in our country, and not only in our country, that is related to region.
Time. It's a busy event. I understand you have a busy schedule. Do you plan to come to the U.S. anytime soon?
I would love to, and I hope that it will happen sometime soon.
Well, when you come, please come visit us in Washington, D.C.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement, featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack, so back live, final segment here from, or today's show, I should say, from Budapest, Hungary, although it is not my final day in Budapest, Hungary. I'll be here tomorrow as well as CPAC Hungary continues. In fact, I'll be finishing up my own, I'm going to be doing a live interview on stage tomorrow at CPAC Hungary. But this question that I had the opportunity to ask Prime Minister Viktor Orban, I think is something that's very salient for a lot of Americans. Was Joe Biden really the president of the United States? Was he really the one who was actively making these decisions? Was he really the one who was actively deciding who gets pardoned? And if Joe Biden wasn't actually signing these pardons, who was it? Who was it really? I got a question, Hunter Biden. Did you actually pardon yourself? Did you think that you could get away with pardoning yourself, Hunter Biden? I think you did. I think that's exactly what went on here. I think it's very obvious, and I think a lot of people are starting to understand that it's very obvious. So when I first said this, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, people they weren't ready to hear it. They weren't thinking about it. They were saying, oh, no. There's other stuff going on. You'll see. You'll all see. Now we get to the thick of it. It turns out, yeah, it probably was. Because we said from the very outset, I said, you got to target the pardons. The pardons are everything. Because if you can knock the pardons down, then guess what? You can put an investigation, the FBI, Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, go and open a direct investigation into them immediately. But you got to knock the pardons down first. So what did I say? People don't understand the chess moves here. If you knock the pardons down, then you have the ability to go after them for those crimes. You can't open an investigation to a crime someone's already been pardoned for, that you can't charge them for. You could open investigations into other things and sort of talk around it. There's also an interesting angle on this, is that Hunter Biden, in maintaining this pardon that he got from his father, allegedly, actually loses his Fifth Amendment protection. What does this mean? So in order to have Fifth Amendment protection against testifying, that means you can't testify against yourself, and you can't testify to criminalize yourself. So you can't be forced to testify that you committed a crime. Now, you can, by the way, go on the stand as, say, like Kyle Rittenhouse did, of course, when he was on trial back in 2021, and you could waive your Fifth Amendment rights and then go and testify if you want to. However, if you accept a pardon, your Fifth Amendment rights do not apply. And your Fifth Amendment rights don't apply because you cannot be incriminated for something or time period or actions wherein you have full pardon, you have immunity over. So you can, in fact, be subpoenaed. So Hunter Biden right now could be subpoenaed by the House, which, you go figure why he wasn't. So you could open an investigation into Burisma. The House could open an investigation into Burisma right now and subpoena Hunter Biden and force him to come and force him to testify. And guess what? There isn't a thing he can do about it. There isn't a thing he can do about it. Why? Because he can't plead the Fifth. That also involves, that's also a criminal matter, et cetera, et cetera. So let's also, by the way, go back to the pardons. Anthony Fauci, Biden. At this point, it's very clear. Hunter Biden pardoned himself. And how do we know this? Well, Human Events Daily for years was telling you that the White House was being run by people who were essentially the top levels of the Biden junta. And we talked about Team B and Team K. That was Team Biden, Team Kamala. Years. Longtime Human Events Daily listeners are going to say, Jack, why are you talking about this again? You told me a million times. Well, guess what? There's a lot of people who are acting like this is brand new because Alex Thompson and Jake Tapper started talking about it. Well, guess what? Just because they started talking about it doesn't mean Human Events Daily wasn't 4 years ahead. Numbskulls, when we were talking about it day in and day out, we were giving you the play-by-play of what was actually going on behind the scenes from these people. We knew. We had the inside scoop, and now they're coming out 4 years later and they're, oh, we got this big bombshell. Well, it turns out that Jeff Zients and Ron Klain and Jill Biden and Hunter Biden were running the Biden White House. Human Events told you that day one. We told you one, we told you day 10, we told you day 100, we told you every single time who was actually behind it. But you want to listen? You want to listen back then? Maybe you'll listen. Guess what? It's just as true. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.